Hello, good morning and welcome to the Champions League of Cricket here in Spain, in Malaga, the heart of the Costa del Sol. Group B continues here today, and what an important round of matches we got. The top three teams, remember, will go through to Friday's finals day. The bottom three, well, they're going to have a nervy day today because they'll be playing for the elimination matches tomorrow in Super Thursday. Only one of them will go through. I'm Rico Full of the European Cricket Network, the home of European cricket. Join me back at the magnificent Cartama cricket ground where the action and drama will continue today. Welcome to the BET2BALL European Cricket League. Here, back at base at this magnificent Cartama Oval. We're getting ready. Preparations are on the way for day 3 of Group B. It's going to be a historic day. Look, so far already in 7 days of competition in this, the Champions League of Cricket, we've seen a staggering 6,420 runs and 366 wickets. Those sort of stats you'll only find in this format of the game. Today is a big day for all the teams. The Royal Tigers come up against Zagreb Sokol first. It's going to be an exciting match. Royal Tigers, look, they started well. They got those 2 victories, didn't they, under the belt, but they came unstuck against a very strong Brigade team. They're looking to roar back into action, and they will know, finish well, they could finish on top of the group. Well, what about Zagreb? Well, they've had their problems, haven't registered any points on the board yet. Will this be the day that they will finally show what they, the champions of Croatia, can do? Well, on that note, my good friend and the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming, is with both the captains. Let's join them for the all-important coin toss.
Your call.
Keeper.
Keeper's called. It is keeper.
We'll have a bat, thank you.
Zagreb will have a bet.
Dan Lazaridis, he shouts Kiba, and it is Kiba. Well, Kiba is working for him at the moment, and he's deciding that he's going to bat first. Are they going to get some points on the board today? Well, with the batting, Sam Houghton, he's been key for them, but they really need him to come up the order a bit more. Are they going to do that here today? And also one to watch is the all-rounder Javid Newton, if he can get some runs. And I know Dan, the captain himself, will hope that he can get some valuable runs and contribution on the board as well. When it comes to their bowling, well, Wasil Kamal has been good, though he is got a bit of an injury, so let's hope he can overcome that, and maybe we can see him back to his best there. Mohamed Shakat, he's been good as well. He's always been in the wickets. He is actually their leading wicket taker with 4 wickets. Well, what about the Royal Tigers? The Royal Tigers have been good. Remember, 2 wins. They had that blip yesterday, but we know they are all about the power. Zishan Cookie Hill with the bat and Abhishek Katsapal, they've been good. Both have been in the runs, 98 to Cookie Hill and 72 for Katsahal in this Champions League of Cricket so far. And with the ball, well, we've got the unusual run-up, haven't we, of Katsapal. I think he's going to be key as well. And I like the bowling of Jaraman as well. So this is going to be an exciting game to start off with. And I know one man that's looking forward to it, the very own top commentator and also top coach, Corey Rutgers, is in the commentary box for the start of this one.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for that lovely introduction, Rico. They must have been listening to you because that's Sam Houghton out there. He has been promoted up the order, and he'll be with Jared Newton, so a bit of a tactical change for Zagreb Sokol. And it looks like the captain, Harsh Munyan, he's going to get us underway with the first ball of the day. Here we go. It's a flighted delivery and well pushed into the offside for a single. So it gives us opportunity to welcome back everyone around the world. I hope you're enjoying all the T10 coverage with us, and you're seeing your screens there. Royal Tigers, they're 2-1. Zagreb Sokol yet to get a win, but maybe today is the day. Viewers in India via fan code and on YouTube via the YouTube chat. Another flighted delivery, and that's really well timed actually into the gap for a single. So a nice feeling for the opening batsman, both to be off the mark. Now, Rico said this in his pre-match, maybe Sam Houghton could be put to the top of the order so Lazaridis can go down, and that's exactly what's happened. I saw Zagreb Sokol having a bit of a team meeting last night, so obviously a few tactics have been changed, and I like that. Got to find a formula to win. Another full delivery pushed into the offside for a single. So 3 drives, 3 singles to get proceedings underway. And I'm feeling a little bit of an upset if Zagreb Sokol can get to 100. I think they could pull something out the bag here. Just a slight delay as looks like Sam just fixes up the crease a little bit. And that's the seam up delivery. So what Harsh Manjan does well, he mixes it up. He has a rolling leggy, an off spinner. That looked like a straight up seam delivery. Bit of licorice all sorts, wants to keep the batter guessing. Oh, see, and that's the leg spinner now. That's class bowling. Really good stuff from him. He's the captain. He opens the batting. He opens the bowling. And he asks the right questions. Watch this one pitch and leave the batsman. It's the leg spinner. Yeah, well bowled. Oh, that's flighted. Oh, he's hit it straight back past him, though. Half a chance at most. And it just goes for a single. So that will be the conclusion of the first. The score, 4-0. And both batsmen on 2. Gives me a good chance to welcome back to the commentary box good friend, co-commentator Rico Full. Rico, how are you today?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Corey. Yeah, I'm very well. I'm certainly looking forward to an exciting end of the round-robin games. Remember, very important day here today. It's all about which 3 teams finish the top of the group, because they will go through to Friday's finals day, and then the bottom 3, well, they're going to have a nervy Super Thursday tomorrow, because only one of them, Corey, will be able to join the other 3, making 4 going into that finals Friday. And what's interesting, and we're going to see probably after this over, we'll have a quick look at the tables. Very interesting, because as I was saying in my intro, there's a number of teams, they get good wins here today. They'll go at the top, and but they'll all be on the same number of points. Net run rate is going to be crucial.
Once again, net run rate in tournament play comes into it. It's Jarraman with the new ball. That just hit out to deep point for a single. So I've liked Jarraman so far this tournament. He bowls pretty good away swing, and they've got a deep backward point and deep third man. So obviously knows where he wants to protect. But you feel for Zagreb, if they can get a bit of momentum today, just get 1 win. When they will be in the eliminator tomorrow morning, we imagine. So they just find some momentum, they might be able to get through. Another single. Yeah.
Nicely played, yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right. And I just got the feeling that Zagreb, maybe they're going to do a Star CC. You know, they will come good. I don't feel that they'll go without winning the match. They will get a win somewhere. Just had that feeling. Things need to click for them. I know they were a bit anxious yesterday. Some of them were a little bit down that things just aren't happening. But it will happen. And I think they will put results together. This one's up in the air, hit straight down the ground. What a lovely shot. That goes all the way. Volley, volley, volley. 6 carreras.
Well, the promotion up the order, it seems to be working at the moment. Sam Houghton, that's a little bit of a slap cricket shot, but he gets it over, goes for 6. I guess the benefit of having him open, it puts Lazaridis in the middle, so there's a little bit more depth now.
Yeah, I'm liking this, him opening. You heard me saying the intro. Next delivery is up in the air. Opportunity. Oh, he backs away from this. Well, Corey, come on, tell me. Should he have gone for that or not?
I think so. It hasn't landed that far in front of him. It's early in the morning. It is pretty brisk. It is pretty cold. He hits it straight to deep point. You see how he was backing away. It's a split-second decision. But if I'm the bowler, I want my fielder going for that.
You want that. And the captain, of course, he'll want that. So really well bowled. Lovely bit of bowling. It's a good comeback. Really good comeback.
Yeah, it really is. And he gets the big scalp. Jared Newton, he goes a little feather edge.
Yep.
It's exactly what Zagreb didn't need.
What a good delivery this is. And just gets that movement away, doesn't he? And you said that you've liked the look of Cartama, and I have as well, and this is why he's clever. As soon as he lets this one go, he knows he's got his man. He knows he's got him in trouble.
Yeah, he's been able to get the ball to swing late all tournament, and that is an absolute jaffa. Just looking down at the replay, it was better than I thought it was. And good to see big Harrison Ward back out there umpiring, and he's dismissed Jared Newton 3 or 4. Well, this now brings in Lazaridis, and he's coming down at 3. He hasn't had the greatest tournament with the bat so far, but we know he has a lot of talent. And this is the partnership for Zagreb. I know it's early in the piece, but these two, one of these two needs to bat through almost. They don't have too much batting depth, probably more of a bowling side. But yeah, what a ball by Jarman.
You said absolute peach, wasn't it? Absolute peach. And, no mistakes from Stan Ahuja behind the stumps.
The old test match line, wasn't it? It was a bit of test cricket, that.
Yeah, well, we said that the bowler would be disappointed with the lack of attempt, if you like, on the catch. But he does come back with a good one, but just think he could have had Houghton as well.
And a good morning to Vinny Sander, who's jumped in the chat. Vinny, I hope you're enjoying your sleep in back at the hotel. We'll pick up the pieces from here.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we should give him some ribbing. It's always ribbing us, isn't it?
He is, isn't he?
This is our opportunity, Corey. First thing in the morning.
It'd be nice if he would dress up for a day. He's always the third best dressed.
What's going on with that? Anyway, yeah. So, it's going to be the captain, Dan Lazaridis. He really needs to perform. He is a good player. I mean, I wasn't in Croatia, so I haven't seen him. I've heard Vinny talking about him. I know you know that he's talented. Just needs something to happen for him, doesn't he? He's looking to go straight away. And you can see there's nobody back there on the leg side, so you can see the intent there, trying to loft it over, get himself started. And that just sort of follows him. Top over, though.
Yeah, good over from Jarman. Takes the end of the second to 13 for 1. But yeah, that can happen to batsmen sometimes. Lazaridis, we think, is definitely the most talented of the batsmen in this Zagreb Sokol team. But unfortunately, sometimes when you have a bad start to your tournament, it's hard to get out of that rut.
Yeah. Jai Harman, when I see him bowling, he reminds me of somebody, Corey, but I can't think who. Come on, who is it? Which cricketer?
Okay, I'll have a closer look.
Have a look at it. I mean, he's coming up to us.
Do you mean looks-wise or bowling-wise?
And also bowling-wise as well. And in my head, I'm trying to think. I just can't think. What about you in the chat? Nice to see a lot of people in the chat this morning. Tommy Jesperin is there. Andy House, morning, Housey. He's saying it's a cracking delivery. It certainly was indeed. And good morning to you all. And wherever you're tuning in from around the world, a global cricket family. Very historic day this is. And more on that shortly. It's another massive, massive milestone for the European Cricket Network. And, well, this man coming on the bowl here now, Peter Park. He's been pretty good, but this one is well timed. It doesn't try and hit it too hard. And this is what Houghton does, doesn't he? He just plays nice cricket shots.
Yeah, absolutely. Gets a little bit of width on offer, puts it away. Sam definitely hangs on the leg side a little bit, so he wants to open up that offside, and that's a bread and butter shot for him. And interesting that he's facing the protractor. Sam Houghton's actually played high-level indoor cricket, and this is sort of the angle that indoor cricket bowlers come from. So he might be used to something like this. Very different.
Oh, gets this one through. Well, that was a loosener, he says. I'm back to it again. It's very unorthodox sort of running. The protractor is what Minnie calls him.
Yeah, you can see how Sam just hangs back on that leg stump. He wants to open up that offside. He's just a technical style he has.
Wants it, goes straight away. And, well, Captain Dan does get there. Tall man, big legs, had to be quick. Did go straight to the fielder. What about this field? We've seen a few teams deploy this now, haven't we? With this sort of in the third man inside the circle, very, very fine. And then another one sort of, I mean, it's not quite at backward point, so it's almost 2 third men, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of it personally, but I mean, Royal Tigers Budapest have operated with it all tournament. They feel it works, so fair enough. Every team has different tactics. But Lazaridis on strike now. He needs to get something going for him. Just one out the middle of the bat. So this is interesting. Look at him come around the wicket on this angle. It's pretty unbelievable.
Firmly struck, chance, just dropped short. I'd say chance, been a bit harsh there. It was up in the air. This one not carrying.
Just falling short of the fielder. Made good ground. Lazaridis.
Yeah, sorry, Corey. Lazaridis, to me, the impression I'm getting here that he's feeling, I'm going to hit myself out of trouble.
Not the worst idea. I mean, sometimes when you're not in the best of form, hitting yourself out of trouble could help.
Would be a wide ball. Just having a look at that follow through there. He's going right across the stumps as well. I'm pretty sure the umpire will probably have a word with him here. Look, he bowls here. Look where he ends up. He shouldn't be doing that. Protected area and all that. That'll wind Vinny up. Oh, there you go. Right, as we're saying, he is looking for the big shot. Look, the field is in. And all the shots he's gone for, Corey, are there for the taking. Just hasn't made the contact.
Just a man not in form at the moment, but I know it can change very quickly, firsthand as well. Sometimes when you're not in the greatest touch, it only takes one ball out the middle to remind yourself of the mojo.
Well, this one is up in the air. It's another opportunity, and it's been taken. And the captain, Dan Lazaridis, poor form continues. He does try and hit himself out of trouble, but he can't. It's a 4-ball duck for him.
Yeah, you've got to feel for him a little bit. It's never nice to see a good player out of form, and such an important player for Zagreb Sokol, but he does go for another duck. This time he wanted to play that pickup shot over the leg side, but had to reach for it. It's a good, smart catch from the captain, Madjan. And yeah, his poor tournament with the bat continues, unfortunately.
Yeah, just it's that key word, isn't it? When you're batting shape, loses his shape, head goes up in the air. And I don't know, the word rigid comes to mind, Corey. It just looks a bit rigid. He's not flowing, is he?
No, he's not. And when you're in bad form, sometimes you just want to dig yourself into a hole and hide. And yeah, you can see in his face there, he's disappointed. No one means to get out cheaply in games, and hopefully he can find his touch later today. Brings an end to the third over though. It's 19 for 2 now, and Royal Tigers Budapest definitely the happier of the two teams at the moment.
Yeah, and in the spot of bother, Zagreb Sokol once more, the national club champions of Croatia. Can they find a way to get runs on the board? That's been the problem for them. And they're going with I think it's Shurish Shanamugam, who's come in now. And, well, Houghton needs a partner.
Sort of feel like Houghton needs to stay there as well. Needs to score at a good rate, but also stay there. It's a tricky combination. But they can't lose another one soon. If they can get themselves even to 85 or 90, at least give themselves a chance in this match.
Yeah. Apologies, that's Sohail Ahmed that's come out. And the reason I know that's Sohail Ahmed is because I know that his son, and Ariane, is watching. Ariane, he's been top drawer, isn't he? His son, every batter that's come back, he's giving them a little fist pump in the chair. He's really loving his cricket, the young man, and he's probably hoping, certainly, that his father gets a good performance in here today. Short, and well, he leaves this one alone.
Yeah, I think he thought that was going to be outside the tram line, but just sneaks inside.
Yeah, I mean,
sort of
tight.
Yeah, it's a tight, sort of seamed back, oddly enough.
Delzar, the bowler. Got a dot ball in there. Call it a leave. This time he says, leave this. Doesn't quite time it right. See, he's just trying to get it in that gap, isn't he? Between the third man and the man who's now sort of point on the boundary.
Yeah, it's good batting, just rotating the strike. You see him go chop right down on that. Doesn't want to go aerial. See, this is the thing with early wickets as well. He's probably trying to hit that for 4 or 6 over the top, but they've lost 2 early wickets, so he thinks, well, I can't take that risk, because if I get out now, we're in a world of trouble. So that's what early wickets does. It makes every batsman in the lineup change their tactics a little bit.
And somebody like Sam, he knows, obviously, that nobody else is performing with the bat. So his role out there becomes even more important, and he has to value his wicket even that much more. Swing and a miss, and Ahmed, similarly to his captain Dan Lazaridis, the intent is there, and maybe he too just needs to feel the ball on the middle of the bat a few times. That's all it takes sometimes. One good shot and you're back in the groove. Let's hit this pretty well, and that will go to the boundary. Well, is that the good shot we're talking about? Nicely played, 4 runs.
Yeah, that was a nice shot, because that wasn't really there, but he absolutely hammered it through wide mid-wicket. And a valuable 4 runs. Hopefully that will get Ahmed going. Look at your screens. Wasn't the worst delivery in the world. Decent length on about 5th stump. But he just sat back and cracked it in the gap.
Morning to Arun Kumar. You see this one defensively played back. So we can't wait to see what's next week. Yeah, there'll be 6 new teams here next week. And, well, Carlton from Scotland, Brescia from Italy, Cluj from Romania. And we also got the Czech Republic champions, Prague's Cricket Club, Kings, and Bolton from Switzerland.
I tell you, in that group, Rico, look out for the Prague CC Kings. I know a few of the members in that team. They will be the dark horse in that group. I actually think they'll get to the final in that group.
Well, there you go. You heard
That's
it first.
a real early call.
You heard it first here. We haven't even seen them yet. And we're hearing it first here. And, of course, we're also going to see the champions of Turkey. Good morning to everybody. And, well, it's quite fresh this morning, but the sun is out. And I think, well, it's going to be a splendid day like it was yesterday there in the end.
Yeah, sorry, Rico. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's Wednesday. This is the last chance for the teams to find where they're going to finish up on the table for Super Thursday.
It's a huge day, it really is. And the way that table is looking at the moment, there are so many teams joined together. Well, it's really going to be some tussle going on. Remember, you can find out all the details. Go onto the website, and that's EuropeanCricket.com. And anything you need to know about the fixtures, the teams, is all up there, including the stats. A lot of people are interested about the player stats. And, well, there's the stat here, and that's 4 runs. There's another boundary. This is really nicely played by Houghton. He sees the bounce on it early, knows where the field is, and this is all about just placement. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. Doesn't have to.
Yeah, I'm really, really happy to see this shot, because he's had a few balls short, wide outside off, and he's sort of just working them for 1. But that's actually quite a safe shot. The old traditional late cut. Yeah. All you have to do is just help it on its way. You get 4 for your trouble. What you see, what that might do, that will bring third man around. Yeah, and that's exactly what's happened now. So third man's now gone a lot finer. That opens up another gap in the field now.
Yeah.
It's good batting from Sam.
Slower delivery. And Sam quite happy just to paddle this onto the leg side. Takes a single. And he's hoping here, of course, that Ahmed can just give him the support. If these two can bat, I don't know, the next 4 overs together, and that at least gives them something. What do you think they'll be looking to try and post here? Oh, he's gone down the bowler here. Slips as he delivers that. But, no real harm done to him.
It's a good question. It's a tough one, because, I mean, the number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 have not been in much touch. So, I mean, usually we're saying, can they get to 100, 110? But I think they'll be happy with 85. I think if they can get to 85, they'll be happy.
Okay. Is that a score? Do you think their bowling attack can defend?
If they can get Zishan Kukukul early, and if they get BET2BALL early, then yes.
Yeah. I mean, we saw yesterday, just going as this one's called a wide, just one of the issues that the Royal Tigers have, and you nailed it on the head yesterday when we were together, is that they will start well. They'll go like the Clappers, won't they, inside the power play. But then when you get those top two, that's when things start to slow down. And I think that's the key, isn't it, for teams? You need to try and get those two out early. And if you can do that, then you know that you've got a pretty good chance.
Yeah, absolutely. I do agree. But you can see Sam setting himself to bat through this innings. I think that's the right tactic, because this means the person from the other end can maybe be the more explosive player.
Short, nicely played, chase on for the fielder, and he won't get there. Cuatro carreras. फील्ड ने कोशिश की थी, पर टाइमिंग अच्छी सीगी, प्लेसमेंट भी अच्छी सीगी, लग गया चौका.
Yeah, really nice batting from Ahmed. He gets the short ball, puts it away, and it does show how easy it is to score on this ground. 2 boundaries in the over, a wide, a couple of singles. All of a sudden, there's 11 off this without doing anything crazy.
Yeah, and dare I say it, this is probably looking, I don't know, probably one of the better partnerships that they've had in this championship so far. Slower, hit hard, fielder comes across, can't stop it, it's 4 more. And, well, the boundaries are starting to flow as the sunshine starts to caress this magnificent Cartama oval.
Yeah, brilliant batting. 41 for 2 now off 5, and that's the over they needed just to get them a little bit higher up in the rate. Ahmed's come out with the right intent, and Sam's playing a really good holding role here in this game, because Zagreb have been guilty this tournament of losing wickets in clumps. So they've at least given themselves a bit of a platform that they can explode here at the end and get themselves up to a score.
Yeah, that was the over that they needed, and all of a sudden, I mean, it wasn't the best of overs that from Zishan. He's normally one of their more consistent players with bat and with ball, but maybe a little bit tired there. Certainly didn't look at his best. Let's see if the Tigers can get a couple of tight overs in here, and they to do that. Zagreb Sokol is coming back. Yeah, just have a look at his action. I mean, he's reminding me of someone, Corey, and I just can't trigger who it is.
I'm going to go Ajit Agaka.
Ah, okay.
Is that a fair shout?
That's a fair shout. It is. No, yeah.
Maybe.
What do you reckon of the chat? Let us know. He certainly does look like, I mean, not just in appearance, but also in the way that he bowls.
Give him some credit. He's been a really good bowler this whole tournament. He's not express pace, but he seems to be able to hit a good length all the time and gets that that late movement.
It's more. It's time to Ahmed. Ahmed takes him on. Doesn't need to do this, Ahmed.
Oh, there's a big difference from the boundary balls that he hit, where he kept his head down, to that one. He's trying to over-hit that, loses all his shape. I know he wants to be the aggressor, but you got to have some technique about it.
Yeah, he also got to be thinking the same way that Alton is. If I keep my wicket away, are we going to collapse? It's better. Kept this along the ground. And I think that's one of the things that a lot of batters probably can learn, especially what we've seen when we've been on the road across Europe, is you don't have to throw your wicket away. I mean, when you're getting a good partnership going like this, 2 batters that are in now, if the ball's not there to hit the boundary, take the single, rotate the strike. In the air, but gets lucky. This creeps up on him, I think. Pops up. He wasn't quite expecting his bounce.
Yeah, it just got a little bit big on him, didn't it? But this is a really good over from Jarman. I mean, the previous over went for, I think it was 15 or more. This over now, only 3. Really good bowling.
Oh, wow. He goes for that big. It's almost like he's going big shot, miss, and then takes a single. But he'd be disgusted with himself with that one. Luckily, he's still there, and I think that's what Houghton is saying to him here as they come together. Say, look, you don't need to do this. End of the over, and it's a good one. I mean, look at those bowling figures from Zagreb Sokol. Picks up 1 wicket, only 12 runs from it. Well bowled.
Yep, 44 for 2 now after 6, and yeah, 1 for 12 off 2. You're pretty happy with your day's work there. Looks like the captain's bringing himself back on, so we're going to see a little bit of spin. And yeah, having a look at the figures there, all four top bowlers there have had pretty good economies. Only one over from Kukukul has gone a bit expensive. But this partnership, it's on to 25. Both batsmen are set. 24 balls left. Can you make 4? Let's go. So now let's double that. Let's go 2 a ball if you can. Get that 48 runs. That'll take them to 92. Yeah, I think they'd be happy if they could do that. It's a big ask though. The problem is they just lack that batting depth that it seems the other teams have. So there's a lot of pressure on that top 4 to perform.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure.
Yeah, and this one, I mean, it's going to be the spin of the Captain Harsh and the end. I think they're going to try and target him here. Certainly, I think if Sohail Ahmed gets to the other end, he certainly will. I don't think he'll hold back. Houghton just having a look at the field there on that leg side. Big gap, of course, for the single. He's probably not thinking singles here. Places out on the off. Will be a single. So I think this is where Ahmed, I don't think he's going to be able to hold himself back. He's going to go for this.
No, he's going to absolutely try and whack this. It'll just be interesting to see what type of ball Mannion bowls. Will he go with that slow leg spinner, or will it be the off spinner or that little dart? He does have a lot of different deliveries.
Plays this really well. He does sort of refrain himself a little bit. He doesn't charge down or do anything silly.
Yeah, pretty good bowling. Sort of kept it away from him. Kept it away from the wheelhouse. Kept it wide of off stump. It's just brewing up for something big, isn't it?
Wide. Well left there for Houghton. He was thinking about coming out to this, but realises it's going to be a wide one, leave it be. Maybe that was a bit of a plan there. The wicket keeper, Hooja, standing right up here now. Similar shot again. So, okay, this shot, we've seen that a few times. How can he make that a shot which is more effective?
He could potentially try play it a little bit later and try beat the 2 men down here, but I just think in Sam's head, he's thinking, I'm batting 10 overs. I don't think he's going to take the risk. I really think he's playing the lock role.
And Ahmed does go big, and this goes all the way. That's a mighty one. He's been hit that long and hard. Hit 6 runs. Nice shot. He just felt he was going to go, and he does.
Yeah, good batting from these two. They've definitely identified who's going to be the aggressor, and he gets a ball on leg stump and just goes with it. 6 runs, and much needed 6 runs.
Yeah, they needed that boundary. They had that one fruitful over, didn't they, from Zishan, and then it was tidy again. Time to cut loose. Firmly hit. Will be fielded. And long off.
But you can see they've definitely talked about how they're going to go about this innings. I mean, yesterday I don't think they made over 70. I'm cut just off the top of my head. So they've definitely got a bit more tactics, a bit more nous about setting a score here.
Nicely hit. Well timed. If they go for 2, it might even go all the way.
Oh, I tell you what, that might be close, Rico. We might have to have another look at that. Was he touching the rope?
This is one I think third umpire will have a look at as well. He sort of, I think he almost sits on this, and the question is, how close was he to the rope when he fields it? Able to see it here.
Jeez, he timed that well, didn't he?
It's a lovely looking shot. Gets the hands to it now. You can't actually see. This will be better.
4.
Yeah, that's 4 runs, and you're going to see that decision from the umpires any moment. And times like that, I like to see the fielders actually help the umpires out and say, yeah, I did touch the rope, and you see the signal will be given.
Yeah, but at least the right decision was made in the end, and well, takes the score to 59 for 2.
Yeah, good over. Saw the big 6 from Ahmed. And that, like you said, beautifully timed shot. The weight on that was perfect.
Well, he's in, isn't he? He's made his way to 30. You've got 2 batsmen set now. And this is much better from the Zagreb Sokol team. Really good to see.
Well struck. He's found that man again there. That long off. He's looking for the short one, isn't he? That's where he's effective, I think, Ahmed. Anything short, he's onto it pretty quickly. But like you said, the partnership is there now. He moves on to 23, 14 deliveries. Houghton there on 30. And you're absolutely right. Houghton is not wanting to give his wicket away. He wants to bat not out all the way through this innings. And that's a bit of a full toss. That one should have been put away.
Well, that's the perfect example of someone that just wants to bat the 10 overs. But in his head, he's not even thinking boundary, he's just batting, because in another world there, he puts that over the fence for 6. I mean, a few days ago, he would have been trying to hit that really hard. So he will try bat the 10, and Ahmed, the much more aggressive player. I do like the tactics, though.
Hard. This time goes to the other side straight. Long one.
By having these tactics, you basically make sure that you're going to bat your 10 overs with some good players there at the end to explode. So like I mentioned earlier, they had that team meeting. I'm glad they had a team meeting because it seems to have helped.
Yeah. Short, yeah, a bit of a groan there this time. Houghton, I think he knows that if he just waited on this a little, he could have tried to exploit that gap.
You called it as well. You said hopefully they open with him. They have opened with him and he's doing a good job.
I mean, when we've seen him bat, he's the man in form. He's the man you know can give you something. Short, just not the shot we want to be playing there. Yeah, but look at the leg side field. There is nothing there in the square leg area at all outside of the ring. And that's where you need to be looking for that last one.
Yep, 5 singles. So good over from Delta. Will Sam maybe think about opening his shoulders now?
Well bowled, full of delivery. And he may have been thinking about it. Oh, he's taking him on and he's going to be in trouble here. And you can see that Houghton was at the other end. He's saying, no, I don't want it, I don't want it. And in the end, he decides that he's the one that needs to perhaps sacrifice his wicket. I don't think that's the right call, though.
Yeah, it's a poor call from Ahmed. There was never 2 there. It went straight to deep mid-wicket, and we know the boundaries aren't massive. Sam, you can see, absolutely disappointed because he screamed out no.
Yeah.
But Ahmed just wanted to keep on running. And, well, it is a big wicket because it sort of opens up an end a little bit. You look on your screens here. It went straight to deep mid-wicket. And I understand them pushing for 2. But it was never really on. And, well, it does break open an end. And Sam, he can be pretty happy with his work, though, Rico. A good, mature innings from him.
Yeah, you can see that. He is disappointed because I know that in his mind, well, this, Ariane. And he appreciates that knock, and we should all appreciate it. It was a good knock, but it gives his little shake of his head because we know what the plan was to bat all the way through. And I think, yeah, he was ready to open his shoulders. That's a disappointing way for that partnership to end.
Yeah, it is, and it can happen at any time, but a bit of miscommunication. So that brings to the crease Mr. Shuckert. And, well, I know he can launch a big ball. Hasn't been able to get too many out the screws this tournament just yet. He'll be at the non-strikers end as the batsmen realise that was the end of the over. And, well, Ahmed, he's on strike. That's a good thing for Zagreb Sokol. 2 overs to go.
It's not going to get easy now with this man coming on the ball. Pal. That partnership was worth 45.
Yep.
It just goes to show the importance of partnerships. That's why we harp on about it. This is very good, very, very well. We just saw an example of bad running, and now we've seen an example of good running, and that's all about the backing up.
Yeah, really good match awareness from Shuckert there. A little fumble by the keeper, and Ahuja will be a little bit disappointed he couldn't take it cleanly. And you see the ball just trickles away from him, but a good non-striker calls you through.
Yeah, really ran very well indeed. Shuckert, we'll certainly see him with the ball later. Edge gone. Well, his running was good, and that was because of a mistake by Stan Ahuja. But Stan Ahuja makes up for it, takes a catch. This one is going pretty quick, Corey.
Yeah, nice catch to his right. Another wicket for BET2BALL. He's happy with his work. And, well, difficult for Shuckert to come out. He has to try and power hit from ball 1. Gets a feather edge. On another day, that could be edged away for 4. But he will go for a golden duck. And another wicket falls. And even though Sam was run out last over, you just sort of feel it does give them an end to work at now. Zagreb Sokol need to get a couple more runs on the board if they can to give them something to depend. But Shaka, he's gone for a Golden Globe, and it's 66 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, he was out there and he only had one thing on his mind, and that was to get to the other end and smash it big. Well, he does get to the other end, but he wasn't able to smash it big, gets the edge and goes for a golden duck. Well, there's a man, he's happy to be out there. It's all smiles.
A big smile, isn't he? He's excited.
He's got a very big smile.
Shan Mugam.
Yeah, Shan Mugam. See what he can do.
It's a good name, that, Shan Mugam. What can he do? 2 for 6 for Cartama, but you sort of feel Zagreb is 66 for 4. Couple of wickets have fallen. They've got to get at least 85. At least.
Oh, waits. See if you can get another wicket. Great figures from him so far. Goes for the Yorker. Oh, well. Is there a bit of bat on this?
I think it's sliding down the leg side, Rico.
We'll see the Cartama. He got excited. The umpire interested in that one. So look at this. Yeah, going way down leg side. Good ball though. This one goes through him. Very tricky customer, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's so much, got a lot of knowledge, a lot of experience.
Clever.
Yeah,
Clever man.
I mean, he can generate pace when he wants to, gets the slow ball in, quicker one. And he literally does get a lot of people in trouble. We saw him playing, of course, for the Hungarian national side as well. And that's the shorter one. That's exactly what I'm talking about. He's got 2 right up there, so the batter's thinking, okay, I'm waiting for this one, I'm ready, and then he bangs that one in short.
Well, basically, since that, what are the batsmen doing here? They're just
What's going on here?
There's one ball left, and they just
you can't do that. Oh, कहंदा यार तेरे को नहीं लगदी मैं जांदा मैं मारूंगा. Umpire कहंदा ओए इधर आ जा. Over नहीं होया ले. Well, would you believe that? What's going?
Well, since the run out of Houghton, I don't think they've scored a run off the bat.
No, actually, it's very true. Good stop. I mean, that's fielder backing up, but that probably does possibly save a run.
It brings an end to the over. 6-7-4, but that's a single I probably wouldn't take either. So, yeah, that run out, that big run out of the lock player, the person trying to bat the 10 overs, has affected this, this score massively. Good fielding at the end there, but yeah, Ahmed running Houghton out. It's opened an end up, and that's only 1 run, I believe, off the last 6 or 7 balls. So,
yeah, Cartama finishing well, but yeah, you're right. Do you take that single? And especially when he's played and missed at the first 3 deliveries. Well, maybe he'll prove us wrong. He was all smiles when he came out. Well, if he gets one out the middle of the bat, he'll look at us and he'll give us a big smile as well. Who's bowling the last? So you can see there, this is what that run out does, and that's why we knew that it was disappointing. I mean, Sam Houghton didn't have to come out of his crease, that he could have quite easily stayed in there, but decided that he had to go. And that's a nice looking shot. Plays that well. He doesn't waste any deliveries in getting Ahmed on strike. Now, Ahmed here now, he's got to be thinking boundaries. I mean, look, if he gets some big shots in here, they could get to that 80 mark. And you were saying that, you know, okay, 85-ish, they would settle for that. It's going to take some to get to that. But can they push on close to that 80? Slower delivery, clever, and big swing and a miss.
Yeah, big swing and a miss. There's been a couple of times that big slog sort of shot that he plays, he misses it by a long way. But when he keeps his shape a little bit more, much more astute batting, he's got to atone for his run out here a bit. He needs to find a boundary.
This one is very wide. Cookie Ali's first over was the most expensive in the innings so far. It went for 16. And we had one from Harsh, which also was, well, it went over double figures, but then they brought it back in. He was trying to finish well. Single, so they do take the single, so...
The wheels have fallen off, haven't they, Rico?
Yeah.
Really struggling now.
At one point, they were just going about 9 and over, weren't they? And we thought, well, just with one good over, they could maybe get to, at a push at that 100, but that's just fallen away now. It's another slow one, but this will be wide. And once again, well, keep an eye on the ball. I'd go again here. Yeah, absolutely. And that's not very good. Stan Ahuja, first of all, doesn't take the ball cleanly. And as soon as he lets it go, I say, well, batters, if you're watching, go again, and they do. Well, look, that's 3 runs, right?
That's 3 wide. Oh, that's really good running. So there's the fumble by the keeper. So he jogs through because he knows it's slow. Good running. The keeper then has a shocking roll at the stumps, but good match awareness to go in. So that's 3 wides and 3 bonus runs.
Oh, that is really bonus. They won't like looking at that again. The Tigers. This one just gets onto him a bit quicker. Well, they might as well.
That's good running as
That's
well.
really good. That's really good. Excellent. Well, he's all about running at the moment. He still wants to go. He's saying, look, I'm up for it if you are. And we're going. That's really good stuff. And well, look, they've just picked up 5 runs out there when really they should have just had 2.
Yeah, that's good running as well, because that one the keeper chased after, and no one else went to the keeper's end to protect the stump. So the keeper runs after it, and no one's at the keeper's end. So they run again because he's got no one to throw it to. So this is better match awareness.
Yeah, not good from Zishan, the bowler, either, because he could have gone, well, he had a choice, go back behind the bowler's stumps or go to the wicketkeeper's end. He just stood in the middle.
Good running. Unlucky.
And, this time, Stanley Huja says, you don't do it again. He does get his man, so Ahmed does get run out there. So they ran well, but they also ran into trouble there in the end.
Yeah, he's run out, but doing the right thing there. I mean, at the end, when you've got so many wickets in hand, why not? If the keeper misses or there's a fumble, you're going to get some bonus runs. But this time, well, the keeper, Awuja, made sure of it. You sometimes see the keeper actually take his glove off and will keep in the last over with his glove off so that he can throw it, but no need that time. The old 10-pin bowling gets himself a nice little run out. And another wicket falls.
Yeah, I mean, he's played his part well, but again, it just goes to show you, doesn't it, that when they're a good partnership, I was saying the partnership between Ahmed and Houghton was 45 runs. But when that partnership came to an end, and it came to an end in an unfortunate way for them, I mean, he literally ran out. And I'm loving that. That's a bit of love. Look at that. I told you, it's a family affair, this European cricket, and that's what it's all about. And isn't it a lovely moment? And that's one to savour for the batter there, with his son giving him a nice kiss. Okay. Good touch there from Ariane.
Here we go, run out here, surely. Oh, wrong end. Oh, now it throws to the right end. So they turn for 2, which is the right thing to do. You might as well go the fielder at deep mid-off, throws to the bowler, but the bowler, Zishan, good match awareness, and he throws it straight to the keeper. So that's going to be 1 run and run out. And a couple of run-outs to end the innings here, Rico.
Yeah, absolutely. But look, you got to do it. I must admit, that time, I mean, we were a little bit critical of the way that they were doing some of the fielding, especially towards the end of this innings. But this was good. I mean, yeah, the throw initially went to the wrong end, but this is really good from Zishan. Takes it cleanly. He's aware. He knows what's happening, and look, he just turns and throws. A good throw, good take, and Stan Ahuja making no mistakes there. So, well, what do you reckon? Well, we still reckon they're probably 10 runs short, or perhaps where they should have been. And, well, that run-out, that partnership we were talking about, that was expensive, and that's what's cost them, I think, those 10 runs. Yeah,
it has. Those 10 runs have cost them a little bit. You sort of feel that for Zagreb Sokol, they would have liked to have got themselves to that 85 mark. It would have been a pretty good score for them because their batting's been a little bit weak in this tournament, but in the end, they can smile. Sam Houghton batted really well, and he was pretty well supported before he was run out by Sohail Ahmed. And, well, the Royal Tigers Budapest, they'll walk off probably the happier of the 2 sides. You see a few smiles on their faces there, a couple of run-outs to end the innings. And you would expect them to chase this down, but let's say there's 1 or 2 early wickets, and let's say Zishan Kukakul goes early, it could be game on. But let's have a look at some of the highlights throughout the innings. And, well, it's a new day. The sun's coming out, peeking out over the mountains. And that was the first big wicket. Jarman bowled really well with the new ball again. It was impressive stuff. Brought Lazaridis to the crease. He decided to come in at number 3 today. But unfortunately for him, he got dismissed early again and for another duck. And he'll be disappointed with that. And, well, it was all the Royal Tigers Budapest at the start. And they kept them down, but Sam Houghton and Ahmed, well, they came in, they found boundaries at the end of each over pretty regularly on the balls 5 and ball 6 to help their net run rate, get up there. And we thought at this stage, can they get themselves to the 85 mark. We mentioned it a few times, and Ahmed found the boundary at a little bit more ease than Houghton, but Houghton was playing the lock roll. That was a nice 6 over deep backward square leg. And while these two are at the crease, well, anything was possible, and you could feel the Zagreb Sokol fans, well, they started to believe that they might be on for one. That was signalled 4 in the end as the fielder had his foot on the rope. So 4 bonus runs, and well, you can't blame them for trying. There was a little bit of chaos at the end. I sort of like this. I think more teams should be running a little bit more aggressively right at the end. It doesn't matter if you run out while you've got wickets in hand. And we'll see the last ball innings. This was, well, good thinking from Zishan, the bowler. Takes it here, realises the ball was thrown to the wrong end, throws it over his left shoulder, and they get the run out in the end. But I do think teams could be a little bit more aware of trying to run a little bit more chaos at the end, like you're seeing on your screen here. Especially if you've got wickets in hand. Doesn't matter if you get run out. Every run is absolutely crucial in this T10 format. And you can see the Royal Tigers Budapest support staff were definitely the happier of the two teams. There was some good fielding throughout, and overall they were able to keep this score to 76. And you sort of feel that maybe the wides, which we'll have a look at the tally at soon enough, definitely cost them a little bit. This was 3 wides in the end, probably one of the best 3 wides you'll ever see, with the ball staying within 1 metre of the pitch. And well, a nice little run out for the keeper there. Little bonus points for his fantasy side, Awuja. And I've seen a hat-trick of run-outs by the keeper before in franchise cricket. Chadwick Walton. It does happen. And good support from all the faithful. But there is the beautiful pictures. That's Cartama Oval here in sunny / a little bit cloudy this morning, Spain. Let's take a quick look at the scorecards. And, well, 2 men stood out for sure. Sam Houghton, 33 off 24. Sahal Ahmed, 26 off 19. And 9 extras, 8 wides. That helped to bump the score up to 76. And at one stage, that definitely could have been 90. So the run out of Sam Houghton proved pretty costly. Take a look at the bowling figures, and it's pretty nice reading for most of them. But most of all, BET2BALL, 2 for 7. Going at 3.5. I was really impressed with Jarraman again. 1 for 12. He's a pretty astute bowler. Gets nice late away swing, and good support there for Delda as well. Only going at 6 and over, and they just never let the Zagreb Sokol batsmen get away from them. They kept them in check throughout, and kept them to 76 for 6. So that takes us to the halfway stage in this game. Can Zagreb Sokol get a couple of early wickets and find a way to get their first win in the tournament? Please join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to beautiful Cartama Oval here in Spain. The sun is shining now. It's been a pretty cool morning, but we are now starting to reap the sun coming through over the mountain. It's absolutely gorgeous here, and we're at the halfway stage of this match between Royal Tigers from Budapest versus Zagreb Sokol from Croatia. And well, 76 on the board. Is it enough? Probably not. But hey, stranger things have happened in cricket. And welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India via fan code and on YouTube via the YouTube chat. Love to get your questions in, our knowledgeable fans, and love to interact with you all throughout the day. So please don't be afraid to say hello. And as I mentioned, we're at the halfway stage. Zagreb Sokol, good innings from Sam Houghton. Was really impressed with how he played. Tried to play the lock role and well supported from Ahmed. But if they're going to have a chance at winning this, they need to get Kukakal out early. If he bats even for 10 balls, this game will be dead and buried because he really gets going in this T10 format. It's a lot of sixes. And he's out there at the moment, just getting himself prepared, kicking a few little leaves. And there's Mark Davis. He's keeping again. Good to see him back. 66 years young. Good luck to him. Here we go. It's a big away swinger. It'll be signalled to wide, but good signs if you're a bowler because the ball looks like it's moving. And yeah, let's touch on that again a little bit. Mark Davies, he's back, 66 years young. The wicketkeeper, look at that movement. I'll tell you what, when I'm 66, I'm not moving that well. Be lucky if I'm moving at all. Oh, that's not the worst ball. And oh no, he's dropped it. Well, I told you. They need to get him within 10 balls. He's hit it straight down deep square leg's throat. And I mean straight down it. And that Sahal Ahmed drops an absolute sitter. Well, he hit it. He thought, oh, that's 4. Well, it's not. It went straight to the fielder. Oh, no. Well, when you're only defending a few runs, you need to take every opportunity. And that was a huge one. Oh, and that's Kukakal as well. Well, he's off the mark. And sometimes it's just your day. Awuja out, he's on strike. But what a moment that would have been for Zagreb Sokol. And also for Shukat. I like that he's got the new ball, actually. He's been bowling in the middle and he's been bowling around the wicket. Like to see him over the wicket swinging this new ball. Well bowled. That's nice. Nice line and length. Not so much swing then, but yeah, what an opportunity that was to get Zagreb Sokol. Just nothing's going their way this week. Well, they need to forget that. If they can move past that and create a few more opportunities in this power play, get themselves into this game. It's going to be wide down the leg side. Good movement from the keeper, Mr. Davies. And just a couple of wides snuck into this first over as well. They need to be careful not to give too many extra deliveries. I mean, 76 isn't the highest total. The scoreboard pressure always helps. I just said, those wides, got to be careful here. So a couple of bowlers I know that if they struggle with the new ball, with the controlling the movement, they might go cross seam sink. Now he's coming around the wicket, and for anyone watching, I think that's the wrong decision. Personally, it's a new ball, very difficult to now get an LBW from around the wicket, but obviously for him, he wants to try and have a little bit more control. Another short ball, it's high in the air, and yeah, it's gone away for 4. And this is why I don't think around the wicket's the right option. Basically, you're pitching everything on, well, outside leg stump or on leg stump, and all you have to do as a batsman is go with it, and that's exactly what Awuja does. He gets the first boundary in this run chase. And you just can't help but think that moment early in this innings sums up Zagreb Sokol's sort of tournament at the moment. He's hit that hard, and oh, it's dropped again. Oh no, it's another 4. Both openers have been dropped in the first over, and the wheels are falling off here. I mean, the game's hard enough as it is, but when you're dropping catches, only defending 70-odd doesn't help. And unfortunately this time, David Skinner, he got both hands to it. Might have been a difficult one, but at this level, and as champions in country, you've got to try hold them. And both openers have a life now. Flicked away. In the air, not again. He's caught it. Okay, well, here we go. And he throws it in. So, in the end, third time lucky, caught. So, 2 drops to start this first over. It's all happening here. And, well, they get the catch in the end. That's the first wicket to fall. It's a Wooja. And he picks out deep square leg. And this time, he takes the catch. And that's Ahmed out there. That will make him feel a lot better. But there's the early wicket. We said they need a couple. And it's all been happening. Rico, welcome back. Rico, what a start.
What a start. I don't think I can quite remember a first over like that. The 2 drop catches, and you just think, oh no, here we go again. Zagreb, they need something to happen for them. And one of the things they need to do, and we were saying yesterday, they need to bat better. Well, we saw that in this match. They did bat a little bit better, even though they still felt a little bit short of where they wanted to get to. And the other thing that we said, I know Vinny touched on this yesterday, was that they need to take the chances. With those 2 going down, I thought, oh no, here we go again. But they do hold on to one, and Ahmed, well, he had a good time with the bat, and now he's held the catch. Could that make a difference? And the thing is, though, the man that can really hurt you is Zishan, even though it's a Hooja that goes, and he's the one who hit the boundary.
Yep, absolutely. Can they get another one here? Safi comes to the crease now.
So, Sukat does get the wicket, saying that he was going to be key with the ball. In comes again. This time it's just played. Oh dear, what's happening here? The batters, especially the non-striker there, Zishan is just in his crease. He needs to be at least coming and looking for that.
Zishan wants to face the next over because it's 12 for 1 after 1, Rico. But yeah, there was definitely a 1 there on the misfield. Shouldn't be misfielding that. I mean, that's rolling at a snail's pace. I mean, I expect higher standards from Zagreb Sokol in the field. I really do. But here's an interesting one. Lazaridis looks like he might be taking the new ball. Okay, well, I don't mind that. I mean, when you're only got 76 to defend, you want your spearheads trying to get some early wickets. But the big thing is, if Zishan Kukukul bats 10 balls, game over. Yeah. He really tries to get on with that, and he usually does.
Yeah, I mean, Lazaridis, the captain, nothing, I mean, try as he does, nothing's going his way with the bat. So now he's going to give it a go with the ball. He'll know, big wicket this is one of the big guns. And it's Zishan and Zahir, and then obviously Cartama. They're the ones that you want to send back early. If you can do that, you're in with a shout.
Or bowled.
Good start, dug out. Zishan wanted to be that end to go for the big shots, but can't do much about that one.
Yep, that's well bowled. But this is a good aggressive move from Zagreb. I think that's good match awareness. They've realised we don't have many runs on the board, so let's give out, the captain's gone, give me the ball. I'm bowling up top. Let's get it swinging. Let's get a wicket.
I like it. And that's what you got to do. You're the captain, you want things to happen, and he comes once more.
Oh.
That's well bowled again. I think he's got a bit lucky here. And, well, this is not good fielding once more. And it's little things like that which in these, games when you're not scoring too many runs, that can make a difference.
Yeah, we don't want to be too critical on them, but you are right, Rico. I mean, the fielding, they're fumbling balls that... This is a lovely outfield. This isn't bobbly. There's no rocks on it like there were in Croatia. This is gorgeous to field on.
For the big one, he's looking to get this over the man there at mid-wicket. But John Newton, he'll have a part to play as well.
Yeah, well...
I can imagine maybe him trying the next over.
Yep, I agree. Well, by using Lazaridis and Shuckout up top, that holds Newton back as well, and he's probably been their best bowler so far. Look at the kids.
There you go. British International School of Marbella in the house.
Unlucky.
Yeah, unlucky. That wasn't a catch. If you got excited, bump into the ground, gets a hand to it, then you take a single.
And Mark Davies is keeping again, Rico, our favourite, fan favourite.
Yeah, Mark Davies with the number 13 on his back. And had a couple of games off, but he's back. Someone else who's back there as well. It was a nice shot of him. One of our men in black, Harrison Ward, had a couple of days off and doing a grand job there and in this match with Nilkesh Patel, who's the umpire at square leg.
Good over so far from Lazaridis. He's keeping it full, trying to get that ball to swing, and with that new ball, the fuller it is, the better chance it has. No boundary this over. Kukukul hasn't got going yet. You sort of feel this could be 6 or out here.
Just had this away. It's a good bounce, doesn't he? Big tall man. And yeah, you see there the captain Dan, he's just having a look at the fielder there who unnecessarily, that's Ulla, throws that in. He doesn't need to do it. And he's probably just saying, look, you've got the ball in the hand. The batters aren't doing anything. Why throw it in like that? But a top over. There you go, you see. Frustration. There they are again.
That's brilliant.
Oh, I love it. And just so great, isn't it, to see the youth here enjoying the cricket. And not only do they enjoy watching, but also playing. Well, look, this is the table. Have a look at that.
That's a logjam in the middle, isn't it? A lot to play for. And like we said, this is the last day of the group round matches.
Short, down the leg side. And that's easy pickings for a man of the calibre of Zishan. And the kids are going to like that one. Lovely shot. Over it goes. You've got to do better than that.
Well, this is why I get frustrated when bowlers go around the wicket. Like, I don't know what you're hoping to do here. I mean, you come around the wicket and you're bowling back of a length on leg stump. I think anyone hits that for 6. I wish he stayed over the wicket and backed his skills. Yeah, this is Kukul. It's into his bread and butter.
Volley, volley, volley. Well, that's one for the kids to try and chase. That's big. And, well, that's going nervously in the direction of the cars that are supplied there by our car hire partner, Cargest. Be careful. Some nice cars up there, Corey. Don't want to be denting those.
Yeah, that was absolutely massive. Well, we said if he bats for a long period of time, game over. Oh, it's just gone between the two cars. Well positioned.
Oh, it's got to come. I mean, this is one thing, Corey. Now, look, we'll touch on this after this delivery, I think. Let's see what happens here. We've had 2 big 6s. And this one, he's probably going to get the boundary. He does. It's 4 runs for 2 6s and a 4 in this over. And he's looking for a lot more. He's smiling. Of course he is. The Tigers, they're roaring back. They had that defeat yesterday against Brigade. And they want to bounce back. And they want to bounce back with a bang. And at the moment, there's a lot of bangs. Corey, he's coming back over now here. But why do so many European bowlers bowl right arm round the wicket?
I honestly don't know. I just don't get it. When you come around the wicket, first of all, you take out a mode of dismissal. You can't get LBW. Basically, 99% of the time, you can't get an LBW. Second of all, as a batsman shaping up, the ball's now pitching in your wheelhouse all the time.
Yeah.
And if you miss your length, it's an easy 6. This could be game over because of those boundaries already.
Yeah, I mean, he has kind of come over the wicket. And this is gone up a long way in the air. Has it got the distance? And, well, it has indeed. And the fielder, well, he was doing a little jig there. And it's shaka time in this over. That's the 3rd Maximo. And they're in their rhythm now. And this is why they are so dangerous. They are such aggressive batsmen, and they hit the ball so well.
Yeah, they don't die wondering, that's for sure. At one stage, the way the fielder was moving, I thought he was going to catch it, but it did clear the rope in the end.
Swing and a miss. And he does get a dot ball in to finish, but that's expensive.
24, Rico, 24 off it. It almost kills this game early. 40 for 1 off 3. But, well, we don't want to harp on too much about dropped and missed opportunities. They dropped Kukul on the second ball.
Yeah. Look, going back to that round the wicket thing, I know that when I've travelled around, especially in Spain, you know, even when I've been umpiring, and you see young bowlers, and I always say, look, do you realise you have this conversation, you're coming around the wicket, you know, you're bowling into the arc, it's easy picking, you're not going to get the LBW decisions. Now, some of them, by just talking to them, explaining that to them, they do change, and I'm glad to see that. But it just makes me wonder, well, if it takes a few words from an umpire and that makes you change because you understand that, where's the coaching coming from the players they're playing with the senior players? Why aren't those senior players trying to encourage these young lads to say, look, start the ball over the wicket. It can be far more productive for you. That's a release back into the attack.
Yeah, it's a good call, Rico. I mean, more people should be able to communicate that to the young man. I mean, when you look at the top level, you couldn't name me 3 bowlers that bowl around the wicket at franchise level. It's very, very rare. So to see it so often at this level, it's surprising. It is surprising. But what can Lazaridis do? Can he get 2 wickets in the over? Something special.
Goes for the slow delivery, and well, this is not where he was looking to play this. It sort of gets carved away. It goes for a boundary, 4 runs, and sometimes you've got to swing hard. Well, I'll tell you what, Ula, he's having some fun and games there. It's the trips over. This is going to get the ball there as well. And, well, Diana Oro's our photographer. Maybe she got a good snapshot of this. Well, he didn't quite get that there. But there you saw Diana just in the screen there.
Well, we said 10 balls for Kukagol, and he could take the game away. He's on 24, and he's taken the game away very, very quickly. This is what he does. T10 suits him, doesn't it?
He does. It's the way he plays. That's a good delivery. And, well, there's nice footballing skills there. Well, Alazarides, nothing's going well for him playing the game of cricket or football. It almost did. I think this one could have been out.
That would have been goal of the century if he had to kick that back onto the stump. It's pretty close this. He made good ground, Rico. Look at him. The big left foot, bang. Oh, he just misses.
Yeah, this one, there you go. He would have been out.
That was a bit of Mario Mandzukic, that.
Short chance. Will they take it? Oh, what's happened here?
Oh, yeah.
What has happened? Has he lost this?
Yeah, the sun, I guess, is right behind us in the commentary box, and he seems to have lost it. I mean, he's got his hat on, but yeah, he's just having a bit of a smile now, saying I didn't see it at all.
Little things like that.
Just hasn't been their tournament so far.
And you can see frustration once again on the part of the captain. Oh, that's a really, really good stop there. Well, Mark Davis, 66 he may be, but he still moves like a teenager. What a stop this is.
Yeah, pretty impressive stuff. That should be one for the highlight reel.
That's a picture of a man who just keeps trying.
Well, Lazaridis has actually bowled pretty well here, but yeah, let's have a look at this. Goes through the nutmeg. That's a great take.
Great take. That's gone. I mean, he's seen that so late. Look at the reactions there. Gets lucky. Gets behind those stumps really quick as well.
Yep, 47 for 1 after 4, and oh, not bad from Lazaridis. 12 off his 2 overs. Good fight by the captain.
He keeps fighting, and the determination is there.
Looking good.
There's no shortage of trying, but just not getting the break that he wants, is he?
No, and it's good to see the captain putting all his energy in, but unfortunately for Zagreb Sokol, it's just not going their way in this tournament at the moment. More than likely, well, they will be in the eliminated tomorrow morning. We saw what Star CC did. Never say never.
Never say never. That's what I say. Never say never. They've just got to keep working up. It's not going to get any easier for them, is it? Because they've got another tough match coming up here today as well. So, but they've got to keep trying. The one thing is they've got to take heart with their batting performance.
Yep.
They batted a lot better. They were getting. They're improving in those areas. They could have, I think we said they could have, if it weren't for that run out, probably posted a score around about 85, maybe even pushed towards the 90s. So that is better. But where they've got to work on here, as we've seen already in the field, they've got to be tighter. They've got to take the chances when they come their way. Very short, and this is gone. Oh, well,
no.
There you go. We're just talking about it. They've got to be sharper. They've got to take their chances. Once again, not easy because he's probably been a bit concerned about where he is with the rope. But you got to look. You take those catches, especially against big hitters like this, makes all the difference. And worst thing about that is it also gets pushed over for 6.
Yeah, I think he already had his foot on the rope as well. So, well, maybe not actually. Yeah, that's another drop catch.
Hit hard, and that's a lovely shot. And you can see he can be brutal. He can hit it like the caveman, but he also has got the technique and the timing to play a lovely shot like that through extra cover.
Jeez, he hits it hard, doesn't he? He's a strong, strong man. Another boundary. Would you say that he's the most dangerous batsman in Group B?
Zishan, oh yeah.
Yeah, he is,
Without
isn't
fail. Without fail. This time he's just trying to hit this one too hard and goes after it too early. Look, I mean, Shukla's bowling here now and taking nothing away from Shukla, but I don't understand why they haven't gone with Newton. You know, Newton, you need wickets. You've got to try Newton early up. If he gets you a couple of wickets, gets the big hitters out, you stand a chance.
Oh, good bowling.
He's looking to go big.
That's how he plays, though, isn't it? I mean, you ride your luck. Dropped opportunity early, but he only knows one way. And, yeah, I do agree with you, Rico. He probably is the most dangerous batsman in Group B. And Shukla, can he get himself a wicket? That's hit high. Well, that's not going to be a wicket. That's going to land in no man's land. Could go all the way and has gone all the way. He is a strong, strong boy, Rico. Another 6.
Yeah, I mean, this is what he was trying to do. He missed out on 2, but it's third time lucky. And he gets this one. And here he goes. He's no messing around. Just takes it all in his stride. 6 more to him. Boom! Shaka Lagya. And then no doubt he'll be looking to send this one in the same way. And powerfully strike, no fielder out there, and that's 4 more. And doing it with ease and making it look easy, no pressure on them at all. And well, it's just a question of when and how soon they get there. Maybe it would just happen in the next over. That's the end of that one. And the score moves on to 67 for 1 at the end of 5.
Yeah, we're on for an early finish here. I mean, impressive bang, 46 off 19 balls. And, well, got handed a life and he's capitalised on it. You can't drop the good players. His T10 format suits him beautifully. And this is going to be, we spoke about net run rates, didn't we, Rico? Well, this is going to be a massive boost for Royal Tigers Budapest.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. This. So let's catch it here.
Under edge, good keeping again from Mark Davies. He's been very clean.
So it is Newton. Finally comes on, but for me, he needed. Personally, I think he should have come on over 3. That's what I was expecting to see. It's time to take the single, and this is all about giving Zishan a strike again. I think they know Zishan is almost at his 50 mark, and that's good batting there from Safi, thinking about the team as well.
Yep, opportunity at a 50 for him, 1 stroke away.
And this will probably do it. Watch out, watch out. Well, that's the man in pink. That's Griffins, the champions of Guernsey. Well, this will have to be fielded, and round of applause. And why not indeed, because that is a half century in just 19 deliveries. बहुत अच्छी batting की है आपने Zishan ने. Zishan Kukiel gets to his 50. Well batted indeed, sir.
Yeah, good batting and right in his wheelhouse. Look at that stroke. A lot of power on this man, and well, he'll be looking to finish at this ball.
And he's looking to. Where's this going? Oh,
no.
I can tell you where it's going. It's going down. And another catch goes. We saw one that he didn't pick, that he just stood still. Did Shucky Cat, but this time it was straight to him. He didn't have to move and puts it down.
Yeah, there's not much to say about this performance from Zagreb in the field. I mean, that's a sitter. It's just a sitter.
I don't think he gets hands to it, actually. It goes right through him. Short. Well, he gets another chance, does he? And this time, he makes a man and he holds on to it. And so they don't quite finish it just there. Going for the big hit to get the boundary and put this game to bed. But they get a wicket. He hasn't had the best of days with the ball. He's been very expensive. And well, he's going through it there. He's saying, I didn't see the first one. Well, no, come on. Come on, we got you on camera. You saw it all right. But he does take the second. So they do get a wicket. It just means that they just have to wait a ball or two longer before they come back. And Safi makes his way back. I think he's batted unselfishly there. He made sure that he lets Zishan get his 50, and then he decides to go for the big shot himself. Doesn't quite get it, and Shafiqat does take the catch. And there's a wicket there for Newton as well.
Yeah, consolation wicket for him. But yeah, let's that net run rate. Those words, net run rate. I mean, this is going to be a huge boost for Royal Tigers. It usually goes on how quickly you can chase scores and overs played. They're going to get to this within 6, maybe 6 point something. So that's a huge boost for them on a big day of cricket. And well, it's definitely going to help their causes at finishing in that top 3.
Bashra comes in. This is also good. I mean, BET2BALL could have come in. He normally does at this point. But they say to Bashra, go out there, the left-hander. And straight away, it causes problems for the bowler. Newton just not able to get the line right. Would have been a good ball to a right-hander.
Yep, definitely would have been. Kukul's probably going to end up with a little not out here. Really good innings from him. Impressive again from the Tigers Budapest.
Well bowled, well played. Batchrat saying, well, I'm making the most of my opportunity. I want to be here at the end. Blocks that one out. So we do go into over number 7.
Yep, one more over. Definitely going to be ending in this over at some stage, but where do Zagreb Sokol go from here, Rico? I mean, what can they do?
I mean, look,
Future of this tournament.
They're doing the right things, aren't they? In terms of they know they're not performing. They had that team meeting you were talking about. It looked like that there were positive signs as a result of that with the batting. But with the field, no, there's not. And they're just, I don't know, you can see Danny's trying to get the leadership in. And even there, that's just a good example. He's trying to get the fielders to come in, and they don't seem to be responding.
Just heads down, isn't it?
Team dynamic, that's the word. Team dynamics is just not there at the moment for them. And that's the wide. And I think that does it, doesn't it? I think that's game over.
Yeah, it is game over. That sums it up for me. Well, a wide to finish, a bit of a flat feeling if you're a Zagreb Sokol supporter. But let's not take away the credit from Royal Tigers Budapest. They did everything they needed to in this game. They bowled pretty efficiently. They fielded well. And then we've witnessed a pretty special innings from Zishan Kukagol. He's going to end up with 53 not out from 21 balls. Well, we said if he bats 10 balls, they're in trouble. He batted 21 in the end. Brilliant.
But he gave a chance. If they took that chance, who knows? And that's what it is. It's a lot of, and you said about Zagreb, what do you do, where you look at? And I think the one thing you look at is if they take their chances, especially against teams like the Tigers, because you know that they've got 3 very good, world-class, strong batters. If you take your chances against them, you do have an opportunity. And at the moment, their all-round game is not coming together. If they do something well with the bat, then they let themselves down when they're in the field. And it's not going to get easier for them because, look, their last match in this the round robin is against Brigade, and Brigade are a team having lost their first match and lost badly to the Griffins. They've come back strong and they are looking better and better each time we see them. Let's have a look at these highlights. They're going to be pretty short and there's going to be a few big hits in them as well. This is a catch and well, that one gets taken. Everything could have been different.
Yeah, it was all happening in that first over. 2 dropped catches, a boundary, and then there was the wicket in the end. And well, if you're a Zagreb Sokol fan, you sort of hoped that maybe a couple of early wickets could have changed the tide in this game, but these half chances going down hurt them until this one was held.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. And this man, he's had a good day. I mean, he's somebody who's trying. And that's another man. And Dan Lazaridis, the captain, he's certainly trying. There's no shortage of effort from him. But unfortunately, it's just not happening for them. And, well, the kids, they're back in the house. They're enjoying themselves. That is the British International School of Marbella, which is about 30 minutes up the road. And there's a frustration once again from Dan. And well, this was a big one, and this one was close to those nice, sparkly, brand new BMWs up there. And this one, well, it went, and just went over the rope. But there was a few that went a long way over the rope as well. There was more chances to come, and there was a lot of clapping there in the dugout for the Royal Tigers. So the champions of Hungary, I should say, the Hungarians, they're looking strong, and they had a few assists as well. That's another one which was palmed over for 6. They sweated in this game, did they, Corey?
No, it's a comfortable win, and when you come into games that you're expected to win, you do want to put on a clinical performance, and that's exactly what they did. And the big thing, they boosted their net run rate. Kukagol, well, he hit another long ball over mid-on, and he's a strong boy. He celebrates a 50 personal milestone. In the end, there was one more drop catch and one more catch to wrap up this run chase, and you can see they're blaming it on the sun, but maybe a few technical issues as well.
Don't you love that when fielders do drop those catches in the deep end when they start? And it's not just they're telling you, they're doing all the actions about it as well. On their feet, applauding, because it's another victory. And, well, the Tigers, the Royal Tigers, they had that defeat yesterday when really they would have felt that they probably should have won that game. They thought they had it in the bag, and that was against Brigade. They started off brilliantly, chasing 130 for victory, but fell short. You knew they were going to come back stronger than they did. This is what we got coming up next. It's going to be Griffins. Now, they had that, well, the defeat to the Norwegian champions, Bojika. So they're looking to come back strong, but Indo-Bulgaria, they have found their form, thanks mainly to their captain, Prakash Mishra. Going to be an interesting match. The Griffins, they're going to be a bit nervy after that defeat. And Indo-Bulgarian, I think they're going to be in a high. I think that's going to be a cracking match.
Yeah, Indo-Bulgarians impressed me with their bowling unit. It's a good 10 overs of bowling, and their fielding's been pretty efficient as well. But still on this match for now, we'll have a quick look at the scorecards. And, well, it was one man at the top, Zishan Kugel, 53 of 21. He took it away, and, well, when an opener does that, it's not easy when you're only defending 76.
Yeah, and look, before the bowling figures come up, thank you to everybody on the chat. I know, especially to Helix, he's been quite busy on there, Liam Day, and everybody else, and Keanu Nolan doing his magic on there as well. Lovely to have you all with us, and remember, tell your family, tell your friends, and get in touch with us as Corey has a look at the bowling figures.
Yeah, Dan Lazaridis, I think, should keep his head up high. He came on with the new ball. I want to see that again when they play later today, and you can't fault the captain at the moment. His energy, we can hear him through the mic. He's giving it 100%. So I know they'll probably have another chat, but hopefully Zagreb Sokol can get something going in this tournament. And yeah, it's not pretty reading this game. They need to forget about this one as well and try come back stronger later today.
Yeah, they do. They need to take something positive out of the day, which can, well, maybe spark something tomorrow in Super Thursdays. But for now, well, it's an earlier finish, so we're going to have a slightly longer delay before we come back to that match between Griffins, the champions of Guernsey, taking on the champions of Bulgaria, Indo-Bulgaria. But just having a look at that match summary, well, Sam Houghton, I think he batted very well again, and he was well supported by Ahmed. But there's that table. Let's have a quick look at this.
Wow,
Tell me about it.
Look at the net run rate boost. That is a huge boost. They've moved to top.
Moved to top. And, well, you can see the next match. Griffins, they'll be looking to do the same. If they can get a good win over Indo-Bulgaria. But look, like I said, Indo-Bulgarian, they're looking to get up there and make it uncomfortable for Griffins and for Vika as well.
Yeah, well, if Indo-Bulgarian pull off the upset, they'll go to 4 points. And then all of a sudden, you have it. Well, it's a logjam. They're all fighting because you want to be in that top three. Absolutely. You do not want to be playing in eliminators tomorrow. Absolutely.
Remember, and the reason Corey says that, the top three do go through to Friday's finals. The bottom three, well, it's going to be a nervy Super Thursday for them tomorrow, because that means they're playing elimination games. Coming up next is that big one. So everything to play for, as you said, Griffins, if they get a win, they move up towards the top end as well. Indo-Bulgarian, though, they want to keep the pressure on because they want a third spot finish. That's coming up in about 33 minutes time. And, well, we'll have Mr. Maximo back in the house. Me and Vinny doing the next one. Well, Corey, you take a well-earned break.
Yeah, I'm off for a coffee and a nice bit of breakfast, and I'll be back in 33 minutes to watch from the sideline.
There you go. You got a bit of chance to make yourself a cup of tea. अपनी चाय का कप बना लो, 2-3 पकौड़े बना लो, समोसे. यार, मैंने भी स्वाद आ गया. Enjoy yourselves, and join us back in just under, well, half an hour time for that match. Griffins versus Indo-Bulgarian. Hasta pronto.
How we play cricket
on the Costa del Sol.
Match 12 is the historic one because it is match number 2000. What a milestone this is. And look, this is an opportunity for us at European Cricket Network to say, well, some of our thank yous. Firstly, thank you to all the cricket players and the teams and all the federations for all of your support, our partners, of course, as well, and everyone that's involved with the European Cricket Network. Thank you for all your support, but more importantly, to our fans, thank you to our global cricket family. Well, match 2000 features Griffins. They're the champions from Guernsey, and they're taking on Indo-Bulgarian. Now look, Griffins, they made a good start winning their first 2 matches, but that was mainly thanks to their captain, Luke Letitia. Now when he had a blip in his form, so did the team, and they lost that game to Bovica, and they got beaten by 8 wickets. They'll be looking to bounce back, and in doing so, maybe finish on top of the table themselves. Indo-Bulgarian, well, their captain, the master blaster Prakash Mishra, he found his form, and in finding his form, he led his team to an impressive victory over Zagreb Sokol, a 68-run victory. That was some awesome hitting that we saw from him yesterday. Has he sparked life back into his team? It's match number 2000. It's the big one. Let's join the 2 captains and the tournament referee, Rob, came in for the all-important coin toss.
Go call. Okay. Keeper's called. It is keeper. We'll bet first.
The coin toss for match 2000. What an incredible journey it has been. And Prakash Mishra, well, he goes Kiba Inu, and it lands Kiba Inu, and no hesitation from him to have a bat first. Well, why not? We know that this pitch has played so well. It does offer something for the bowler as well. It's good for the seamers, a bit of bounce, the ball is moving away, and we've seen spin on it as well. But really, I think if you get yourself in here, you can score plenty of runs. Well, the captain yesterday did exactly that, and he'll be hoping that he can keep going. Prakash Mishra scoring valuable runs for his team yesterday against Zagreb. He scored 67 off just 31 deliveries. He needs support, and I think my man Earl, or as I call him, Super Mario Chris Lakov, I think he's going to be key as well. He'll be hoping to put a good partnership together with the captain. With the ball, I think it's all about the Bulgarian Express, isn't it? And well, can Jamie Batten, well, can he impress our very own Corey Rutgers? Corey had a few interesting words to say about it, but look, I think he'll be on fire with the ball, and I think possibly something like Gagandeep Singh could come good as well. Griffins, they've been led by their captain, and I think that Luke Letitia, he needs to keep the runs flowing, because apart from him, the only other batter that scored runs has been Damien Warren. With the ball, I think Bishard is going to be key. He's getting better as this tournament goes on, and I also believe that Adam Wakeford could also be in the wickets as well. Well, it's going to be an exciting match. It is number 2000, and I know one man that is really looking forward to it is our very own, the legend himself, Mr. Maximo. Mr. Maximo, yes, he's back and he's ready. He's ready to party in the commentary box. Number 2000, over to you, Maxi.
Thank you very much, Rico, for good morning, everyone, wherever you're watching from around the world. It's so great to have your company. We are here for a very special match, for us anyway, as this is the 2000th match we have ever broadcast on the European Cricket Network. So it's going to be a bit of a special one, as you can imagine. So it's great to have your company for this. And a team that's on the up and up, Indo-Bulgarian, the Bulgarian champions. See them coming off a solid win. Their first win in ECL cricket yesterday against Zagreb Sokol. A lot of people in the chat already excited about the Bulgaria Express. Take on Griffins, who had a really strong start to the tournament. Just a little bit of a blip, I suppose you'd call it, as they fell to their first loss yesterday. But I think it's going to be a very exciting day of cricket. Already has been, I suppose. Unfortunately, the Croatians, no luck first up this morning. Getting picked apart by the Tigers. This is what we've got ahead here in match 12 of, should be Group B. It's going to be the Bulgarian winning the toss and batting first. And so we're all set for the first ball. It's going to be Luke Bishard to bowl it. This one has Chris Lakov just feeling for it. Very strong opening partnership in excess of 100 that set up the win for Indo-Bulgaria yesterday. Lakov. Good team player. That's what we'll try and do. Let's knock it round early. He's not really an out-and-out big hitter. Plays some really nice cover drives, actually, this week. So, we're going to see Prakash Mishra for the first time. Batted really well yesterday. First half century in ECL cricket. And we'll be facing up to Bishard. And men from Guernsey. Maybe it was the loss they had to have. It's a bit of a reality check, I suppose. Started very strongly. Mishra pushes. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. Cameron Sanders, as well as Wazza. To everyone else, Alex Chambers, Kieran Hammond, Dummy Esperin, NWRWN, I never know how to say that. And Helix, saying congratulations on the 2000. Well, Rico will be back with me shortly. He's come a long way in those 2000 games, as we all have. It's Chris Lakov, seems to age backwards. Goes after this. Catch up with it. This is a real good game, I think, for Indo-Bulgarian to test where they're at. The men from Guernsey didn't have the T10 experience, but they took to it like a duck to water, I should say. Henry Hamilton in the chat as well. Good morning to you. I've got viewers from all around the planet. And this one down leg side. This will be a wide. Looks like the Sheriff, Charles Croucher, who is at the bowler's end at the moment. The Bulgarian, I think, their plan of attack will be to put 100 plus on the board, and then use the Bulgarian Express to try and ram through the top order of the men from Guernsey, including their captain Luke Letizia, has been in really good form this week. They have shown a natural aptitude for the game. The men in fuchsia. Oh, this is mistimed, and unfortunately so for Prakash Mishra. He's nursing a little bit of a side injury. Saw him take a crab-like catch yesterday at mid-wicket. I'd say he's feeling 100%, but good enough. I don't think you keep him out of this big game for the Bulgarians. Beats Lakov for pace. It's end of the first over, and a pretty good one indeed for Bishard. Only concedes 3, and after 1 over, it's 3 for no loss. It is match 2000, and here's a gentleman that has 2000% energy, as we saw in that wonderful introduction. Joining me in the commentary box is none other than Mr. Balle himself, Rico Full. Welcome, Rico, and a big day for us, big match for us, match 2000.
Oh, what a super moment this is. 2000 all-time matches. You've been absolutely brilliant. And yeah, Mr. Maximo, I think you've done a fair number of those as well, but it's a marvellous achievement, not just for, of course, the European Cricket Network, but for everyone that's been part of this huge, massive push in getting European cricket noticed. Thank you, of course, to all the federations. As I said, they've been absolutely brilliant, and European cricket getting bigger and better as this one is called a wide.
Yes, yeah, Hooper coming into bowl the second over. But he fielded really well, David Hooper, in the first match particularly. Offers a lot. That one, just catch him into the blue line. Yeah, that'll happen. That'll get called. So yeah, big thanks to a lot of people behind the scenes, Rico, as you say. Certainly will be a wide. We've grown. I mean, I remember early 2019, we were shooting matches on a mobile phone camera on a tripod in the Swiss Alps. That was my first experience with ECN. I thought, well, what's going on here? Another wide though. Hooper is getting some good hoop, I should say. This one just falling foul of the wide line once again.
Yeah, it's obviously a plan here, but just getting a little bit too much movement away. Has an agonising look back at the umpire. Sulman Saeed said that's another.
This one's pulled away, and this will be for Mishra. He liked this yesterday early in his innings. This one's closer to him, and he just turns on it. Doesn't hit the cover of it, but certainly what it takes. And that's the first boundary of this match 12 of Group B.
Yeah, I mean, that will make him feel a bit more comfortable. It's always nice to get your first boundary, whichever way you get it. The shot was there. Doesn't quite time it as well as he would have liked to, but no fielders in that area of the ground. Hooper just perhaps a little bit short. That's why he's getting the wide balls as well. He needs to push it up slightly. Yes, Dave, love it. Benzie's back this time. This one goes through pretty quickly.
Yeah, it was just, again, just good bounce at this end. I think something we observed, wasn't it? During the ECC back in September and October. Hooper. This time it'll be cut for 4. So this time he does catch up with it. And the Bulgarians now a healthy start for them. And Mishra, 2 boundaries here in the second over.
Nice shot this. It's not about trying to hit it too hard. It's just about getting it in the area, in between those fielders. He sort of knows what Hooper's trying to do here. Hooper's going to try and do something different, maybe surprise him with a full straight one.
It goes and really fetches this. And he makes the fielders fetch it now. 3 boundaries in the over for Mishra. He's decided he's targeting that leg side. That time came out to meet it. This is quite a remarkable shot to get the ball to the boundary in this area of the field.
Yeah, it's expensive over. Hooper, I think he's far better when he bowls without the new ball. Every time he's got the new ball, he's got punished.
Oh, go on. Keeper forces the keeper up the stumps. Jason Martin, who's been outstanding in that position. So why not just try and force the batter to do something different. Also, he's a little bit conscious about getting stumped, losing his balance, losing contact with the pitch behind the crease. It's a good attacking move from Martin. Another cut, but this time finds a fielder. Good running by Lakoff. He backed up and made that a simple single. And at the end of 2 overs, it's 19 for no loss. A pretty decent over with Hooper. Just struggling with his direction early on with the 3 wides at the start of the over. Again, that over goes for 16.
Come on, yeah, good bit of fielding here. I haven't got a chance to have a look at these tables again, and certainly, as you'll see, here we go. What do you think of this? The Royal Tigers have done themselves a massive favour with that victory right up there at the top. Good net run rate, but you can see there, Griffins, if they want it, they know what they've got to do.
Brigade, I mean, they've won 3 and lost 1, but they still have a negative net run rate because of that loss, the magnitude of that loss against Griffins in the opening match. So yeah, that could be a factor as well. But yeah, top 3, bottom 3, that's what's going to be important after today's matches. Short and pulled and hooked and 1 bounce, 4 runs. He took it on. Got to be brave in this form of the game. Bishard lost patience with Mishra. He tried to badge him instead. This one, a bit of a top edge hook. Takes Indo-Bulgarian into the 20s.
Well, the Master Blaster, Prakash Mishra, he's in good nick at the moment. After that 67 he scored yesterday. And what a lovely innings that was as well. Hit the ball all around the park. Just 31 deliveries, and he's looking to do it again here today.
Sort of like that lack of, again, go on about him, but I would say I like the way that he's backing up. He's looking to push singles when they can't get boundaries. But if he's doing his job, then Mishra gets most of the strike in the power play. And you see he's actually faced, I think, 11 balls out of the 14 in the power play. The captain, who strikes a bit high, and he's probably considered more of a boundary hitter than Lakov. And we'll put away the loose ball. On the walk, hit hard. Well, maybe Lakov's a boundary hitter too. And this one, it's a bit of sway out the way, Matrix style for Bishard, who gets a bit of his own medicine, and that one's 4 down the ground.
This is a sensational shot. This is exquisite. The footwork, the timing, and the execution was perfect. I mean, fingertips away from being, would have been a sensational effort. And well, I like in that moment there as well from Prakash Mishra. He's say good effort, son.
He's been playing in good spirit this whole week. A couple pushes. Mishra probably not quite as quick. Finish the strike back. Lakov, I'll be the first to admit, he's not really built for 10 over cricket. He's more of a longer form player. But you can still use those smarts, I think, when you compress the game. And you see he's treating this pretty much like the last 10 overs of a 50 over game, for example.
Yeah.
Really trying to hustle, be busy. Short, pulled away again, and well, this one has gone a lot further. Well, watch out, that's card territory. Maximo! What a shot by Mishra. And I have to tell you, that I was in the first game. There's a sweep about which car will be hit and where it will be hit, and I had windscreen of the left car. So I'm just going to look at this replay.
This hits. Look, he goes, boom, shakka lagya ho yaar, meri gaddi na tod de, namiyan gaddiyan te
Does this
rakhiyan.
hit?
This definitely hits, I'm sure.
Oh, if that
Yeah, it does.
is that bonnet or windscreen? Because I had choice of. I went windscreen.
Lovely shot.
Should have gone bonnet.
That was a cracking shot. And, well, he's the wild thing, isn't he?
Might have just won 10 euros. Might have just won 10 euros. Anyway, look, I got to mention though, as we get to the last ball of this power play, Rico, it's been an absolute pleasure being next to you over the last year or so. You've come a long way as well, Rico. Wait for this ball from Bichard.
She played intelligent cricket. Good stop.
Yeah, it'll be the end of the over. And so, end of the power play. I was going to say, Rico, we go all the way back to your first time on camera, and I know you're a bit nervous.
What are you up
So we
to?
get to the end of the
What
third
are
over.
you up to, Max?
And have a look at this fresh-faced lad. And I don't know, here we go. Look at him. This is in Rome. Looking. And the thing I love about this is you're just wandering and you never really knew where you were going. I was worried that you weren't going to stop. The cameraman was getting a bit nervous. But there we go. So that's Rico full, ladies and gentlemen. And so what do you think of that? Look, you've come a long way now. Look at you.
Yeah, well, it was. I remember you giving me the old coaching on that. How many retakes did you make me do that time? Because I kept saying, what did I keep saying wrong? There was something I kept saying. I think I
It's a
kept
bit of a
saying
word
something wrong.
salad.
And you said it again. I said, no, I didn't. Did I? Yeah, you did. You said it again. But I reckon you were just winding me up. I got you sus now.
It was perfect. I was just trying to wind you up. No, Rico, it's nice to see. Nice to see that bit of footage. That's back from Rome some time ago. I like the yellow as well. Nice and colourful. Right on brand for us. Here's Mullen. Starts with a wide. Jeez, I love Martin. Could watch him keep all day. That was an outswinger that's a tough hop, but he's there and he's ready to cushion the ball nicely. Well, Yannick as well in the chat. He says congrats on the 2000. And to Tarek as well. Oh, bit of luck for Mishra. And you got to have some, I suppose. Tries to hit this over the leg side, but gets a little edge. It flies over Martin and the circle. 4 more runs to Indo-Bulgarian.
Well, Prakash Mishra, he just keeps going. मैंने पता है नहीं सीख तो पता लगा पता की है इतने खेलने भी आया पर अपनी फैमिली भी लेके आया नाल वाइफ नाल वा सवेरे सवेरे सुबह उठ के आलू परोंठे बनाਉਂਦੀ है आलू परोंठे in the morning and you got the firepower. That's what it is. He's got his family here. He's got his wife here with him as well. I met them yesterday and she said, yeah, he performs, he'll get the prontas. If he doesn't, he'll get dal. And there you go.
That's the spirit. So, this is a really good start for Indo-Bulgaria. Lakovan strike now. Who goes over the offside, slices away, and this is going to be 4 more. Well, he knew if he could get it behind point, he might be a chance for it to run all the way. So that's all about the placement from Chris Lakov, who moves into double figures.
Yeah, well, there's another Chris Lakov there on the bench, the team manager. And, well, look, Chris Lakov, there he is there. And Prakash has done so much for cricket in Bulgaria. And no doubt that's why they're enjoying their moment here. But these are days that they never thought they'd quite see. Yeah. Oh, that is absolutely sensational. Out of this world. Well, I tell you what, Superman, he's got nothing on him. Take a bow. What a catch that is. Sensational.
We need something to go your way when you haven't had an ideal start. And this was just a moment of brilliance. You see this is kind of leading edge. I think Lakov had his heart in his mouth. And the bowler, Mullen, he'll be thrilled with this. And look, just stuck the mid in the air. And, well, that man, Glenn Letitia, he has taken some really good catches in that position in the circle, but none better than that one. Sometimes you just have to tip your hat and say, that was an amazing bit of cricket. Lakov goes for 10, and it's 46 for 1.
Wow. And you know I'm going to say it. Come and build me up. It's all about sexy cricket. We are here in the heart of the Costa del Sol, and that means sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. And what a catch that was. Absolutely love it.
We've seen some really good one-handers, haven't we, in this ECL so far. And that one certainly going in the book.
The turning point. You hear, you may have picked that up on the field microphones. Is it the turning point? Well, it could be, but Prakash Mishra, he's still there. He's the one they want to try and see the back of.
So, brings Chris Webster to the crease at number 3. Cash, not interested.
Trying to get themselves back in this. A couple of good tight overs. But they know that it's Mishra that they need to get. He's hit some big shots. He's had a bit of luck as well, but sometimes, well, luck fortune favours the brave. Well bowled, good shape. And, different ball game, isn't it, when a new batter comes in? That's the end of the over. 46 for 1.
It is. So that wicket just disrupts Indo Bulgarian slightly. Lakov kind of has that supporting role around Mishra, but Webster as well. He can hit a long ball, we know that. And hope you are having a wonderful day, beautiful day. Sun's out here. Enjoyed travelling on the coach with some of these guys this morning, and they're really excited to be here as well. Indo Bulgarian, a sense of enthusiasm about their play.
Yeah.
Yesterday, of course, they want to carry that into today, but big chance to give some thank yous, I think, to some of the people that make this possible. Of course, a lot of people see what we do, but we see all the work that goes in, and we're thankful to a lot of people for our first 2,000 games and hopefully more.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mentioned a few, but Spring Productions, we've got to give them a shout, especially the crew that we got here at the moment. They're absolutely sensational, aren't they?
Yeah, unbelievable, and we're so thankful that we're able to work with people that we love to see every day, because we do spend a lot of time together. Well kept by Martin. He's just been sharp down the leg side. That'll be a wide though. So return to spin now with Adam Martel.
There's that bit of extra bounce that some of the slower bowlers have managed to extract from this end, and that just makes it a little bit difficult for the batter. If he hits, he's gone. Oh, that is superb. Absolutely superb. We've seen some terrific fielding already. We just saw an absolute sensational catch being taken, and now Jason Martin, this is top draw. This is world class.
Well, he's the whole package behind the stumps, isn't he, Martin? And when your team hasn't got off to a very good start, you need to do something. And there's been 2 pieces of brilliance in the field, and he thumps his chest. He thumps that Griffins logo and says, I'm trying to do it for my team. He picks it up one hand, had no time, had to throw it early. Kind of a blind throw of anything. Quick peek. Martin was just so quick to know where it went. Webster, he went straight away. He thought he could get there. It would take a brilliant piece of field to remove him. But unfortunately, he goes for a globe. And that's 2 wickets down now. A big hitter, Webster, back in the shed at 47 for 2.
अरे वाह, कितनी सोहनी फील्डिंग है, कितना स्वाद आ गया आज सवेरे एक सुपर कैच देखिए से हुन कितनी सोहनी विकेट कीपिंग, बहुत अच्छा विकेट कीपर है अपना Jason Martin. That was really good, and well, boys, after being under the cosh a little, they've come back with 2 quick wickets.
So a lot of people talk about ECN. They think, oh, yeah, the fielding is pretty average or worse a lot of the time, and it can be. I'm not going to lie, but you see stuff like that. This over, in fact, last over in a bit, just doesn't get any better, does it?
Absolutely great, that really was.
Come on, boys, couple more darts in here. Keep them coming.
So, it's Batten who comes in. And, well, we're used to seeing him steaming in himself. Let's see if he can get a bit of Batten on ball.
Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. That's fine.
This is out
Get the ball
for
back.
single.
Come on, get the ball
A lot of
back.
talk
Come on.
out there,
Pressure.
and really trying to G up and motivate the players. But this is the battle. He's trying to get rid of this man, the captain, Prakash Mishra.
Yes, plug. Get him. Good on, lads.
Keeping him quiet for the moment. Oh, this is a wild throw. Won't get anything extra from it. It's the advantage, I suppose, once you're out the power play, you can You put three further men back on the boundary.
That's right. This is the Bulgaria Express out there. Batting number 4. Next responsibility for him. I just think those 2 bits of brilliance. Not just any 2 wickets though, it's 2 of their top 4 that you removed from proceedings. It's got to save you some runs down the stretch. Do you think Mishra is the key now? He's been there a while. He's faced 18 deliveries.
Touch. It's a bit.
Leg side. I know I've got an unhealthy obsession with keepers that look clean down the leg side, but really liked the work of Martin. Won't keep going on about it. As well, both sides of the wicket now. That's the end of 5. And the score is 50 for 2. And, well, it was only fair, the halfway point. That's, we saw you in your first time on ECN on camera. This is me. This is a windy day in Lamunga. This is, I think maybe it has aged a bit. Now I look at it.
2019, eh?
2019. That was the first European Cricket League.
Yeah.
And that was the finals date. It was the third. It was only a 3-day tournament back then in 2019.
That's where the Maximo originated from.
Yeah, shows you how far we've come though. Yeah. We've gone from the ECL being. Oh, there we go. Music's going off. We've gone from.
Well, it is
from
match
3 days.
2000, and we got some sounds in the box as well.
Piping music
What's
into our
going
booth?
on? We got sexy cricket out there in the middle. Bit of sounds, bit of grooves.
TJ.
Here in the commentary box.
Here's Luke Letizia, who gets driven away for 1 of his first delivery. Rico's losing it. Strange things are happening. I was going to say, we've gone from an 8-team 3-day event that was 17 matches to now a 6-week 144 match event, which involves 30 clubs from 29 countries. It's quite incredible. Oh, this could be trouble. Oh, he's put it down. That's Wallen, who is now the statesman of the Griffins lineup, and he drops their captain Prakash Mishra. Just had a loop down. It was low down, it's probably shin high, but I expect this to be taken, Rico.
No excuses. This is a dolly. Simple as that.
Will that be a moment? We remember Mishra dropped on 32 in the 6th over. That gets a single here.
I mean, okay, drop that catch. I would love to take it because Danger Man would have been gone. But the way they've responded here is really good. I mean, they've got it tight. It's all been ticky-taka now. We haven't seen a big boundary in a while.
Just go fetch it. Mishra trying to ride his line.
Luke Letizia, the first time we saw him bowl, the captain, we saw him take 4 wickets. Then he didn't bowl in a match, and then he came and had a bowl, and he got tonked all over the place yesterday. So this is a brave move from him, and he's back to his best, but this one does go all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Well, maybe he just spoke a little bit too soon because he waited for it. It wasn't the best of deliveries. You can see that he was looking to unload. He needed a boundary, and he gets one bad ball down the leg side.
Yeah, and this one, once it gets up in the wind, and the wind is back today, isn't it? Not quite as strong as we saw on Monday, but this is perfectly positioned to be assisted by the breeze over the fence. 6 runs, just the steadier, I think, the Bulgaria needed. Last ball for Luke Letizia.
Just a little bit of a friendly warning. And, Jamie Bannon has every right to bails off there if he wants to do the man cat.
He's walking there, but he wasn't quite at the line.
He wasn't part. This time around, he wasn't past the crease.
Right. Goes for it, but it's going to be over the head of the fielder. Maximo! 2 sixes. He adds a dozen after the drop. And the Bulgarians, well, they're excited in the dugout. That 6 overs down, 66 for 2.
This is a powerful hit. Look, he fetches this from outside the off stump, hits it big over mid-wicket for a 6. Well, I tell you what, Chris Lakoff, there he is, the manager, getting excited. Chris, put a little bit of sun cream on your face because you're glowing, buddy. You're glowing.
So 6 over check-in time. They're going 11s. 110, I think it's pretty competitive. When you think, Batten, I think, had a bit of an off day yesterday, the Bulgarian Express. I bet that he's tuned up. He'd like this breeze back as well. The breeze is back behind his back today. As a new over starts, Adam Martell picks up one here. It's good batting by Batten. Gets Mishra on strike. He's the man you'd want to have most of the strike at the moment. He's going at his career strike rate. It's about 200, so 2 balls what we expect from Prakash.
Yeah, I mean, is it going to be back-to-back 50s? Prakash Mishra.
Goes after it. Head off up in the circle. What's the difference in the length there? It's a low full toss. It's hard to get under it. I think if that is a little bit shorter and you can hit it on the up, then you can elevate over the mid-off. It's in the circle that time. Now goes back to Batten. Probably thinking about this wind. Probably makes you feel like you want to drag something leg side. I'm not sure if there's a little nick on this.
I think there may have been, just to get the feeling, the reactions from the bowler.
Martin caught this, going home. It's a big deflection when you get those kind of edges. So you can understand why it doesn't go in the middle of his gloves. And now this edge is going to get away from him. It's going to be 4 more. Cuatro gradas más. The Bulgarian Express pulling out of the station. This time with the bat. Another useful boundary takes into Bulgarian up into the 70s. And the Bulgarian supporters, they're liking what they're seeing.
Well, they're liking it. Well, we saw 1 or 2 of them having a bit of a party yesterday when they got that victory. I'll tell you what, if they can make it 2 and 2 here, they'll be dancing in the sun again.
Clever batting though. I was wondering with this wind, I mean, normally you'd want to take him down the ground, but with this wind, slightly more difficult shot. Wide. It would have been a wide actually. But driven out to deep point for a single.
Just nicely played, and that gives the Mishra 1 ball in this over. I think he's going to go for this. I think, come what may, he's going for the big shot.
Does go for it. Doesn't get it. That's not the worst. It does take us to the end of the 7th over into Bulgarian. It's 74 for 2. 3 overs to play in the first innings of this crucial match. Match 12 of Group B. As we look ahead to what's in store. And I can tell you the format is an interesting one. And we do like this 16 format. This is Wednesday, so it's the last day of round robin matches. All of the teams here in Group B will have played 5 matches by the end of today. Then tomorrow on Super Thursday, the top 3, they are guaranteed a spot on Finals Friday, but they will play each other for position because only 2 of them will get that big double chance on Friday morning, which, especially in a group like this, I think will be very, very important. The bottom 3, well, they'll be playing for their tournament lives tomorrow on Super Thursday. 5th and 6th will play an eliminator. The loser will go out of the tournament. And then the team that finishes 4th will play the winner of that 5 and 6 eliminator. So a lot of cricket still to come in Group B. Now this one is sliced in the air. It's hanging a long time. The fielder comes in and shells it. And Mishra gets another life. This hung up there a long time. And this is the man, Glenn Letitia, that took that catch earlier with the 1 mitt. This time, I think the wind just causing a few problems. This one bounces off his big chest. In the end, they just get a signal they thought of a second, but Mishra gets another life. This time on 47. Batten's feeling for it.
Slow delivery there. But yeah, I mean, it's everything's going his way, isn't it? And he's got to make it count. It's 2 lives. He's been dropped from 32. Now also on 47.
Creeping towards consecutive half centuries, Prakash Mishra. And Batten goes up, similar. I think this is going to be safe too. And this one is a real teaser for 3 fielders. None of them can catch it. And Batten gets another boundary.
Well, sometimes things are just going your way and they're loving it. And why shouldn't they? There's another boundary. And this one, well, 3 men conversed on it, but neither one of them can stop it. It's 4 more. This time, it's time for Batten to get going as well.
I think I'd have a 3rd man with this wind. The wind's pretty strong now. It's right behind the bowler. I think I'd probably try and plug that area up. See, there's a lot of deflections and those kind of shots being played at the moment, because especially against a bowler like Jordan Martell, it's not going to be easy to drive back over his head. If you get it high, it's probably going to stay in the field to play. But they've got long on, long off back. I probably would think fine leg, third man. It's a bit traditional, but I think you might even get a catch down there with the ball blowing that way. Mishra. Well, this one gets through Martin. Not many do. Slower ball. Just gets him on the second bounce, so he'll hate this. I think it might even be his first bye of the entire tournament. But still, gets Mishra off strike, I suppose.
Yeah, I think what doesn't help here for the keeper, I mean, you know better than me, I think when the bowler's coming around the wicket, there's a certain point where you just lose that ball, don't you?
Yeah, well, left arm over.
Yeah.
So it's like
just the angle.
Yeah, it's like
what I should say, the angle of it, really.
Number one thing of positioning, you do have to be able to track the ball from the hand. That's really important. Go straight, and don't worry about hitting straight. Well, this one is going to bounce off the side screen. Maximal for Batten, Bulgarian Express. Well, he's tooting, and that's the end of 8 overs. 87 for 2.
This is a beautiful shot. He just waits for it and hits this dead straight. Here we go. Boom. Shaka Lagya. And that was to the delight of the Bulgarian fans out there. Bulgarian champions, Indo-Bulgarian. They lost the first 2 matches, but they found the rhythm. The spark they needed was lit yesterday by Prakash Mishra when he scored that half-century, and they continue from there. And he's looking to make it back-to-back. That's quite healthy. That's going in the right direction. The worm.
I mean, those 2 wickets just had the potential to derail the innings, didn't it? Especially if they lost Mishra soon after. They had those opportunities. Say, Mishra's been dropped twice between 30 and the 48 he's on right now. He's facing up to David Hooper. Into bowl number 9. And this one is going to be all the way maximal! And Prakash Mishra goes back-to-back, a second consecutive half-century for the Indo-Bulgarian skipper. He moves to 54, and that one takes Indo-Bulgarian up into the 90s. What a good innings from the captain, a 50 off only 28 balls.
Bolo Shaba. Gilly Sony batting giddy apne captain ne allu paron ke kha ke aaya ta shakke badde mare 50 manali apni bahut achhi batting 54. Great knock this from Mishra, back-to-back 50s. He's on fire.
I think he's still got 11 balls to play with. Hooper comes in, keeper up to the stumps, dug out. They're going to go over.
Just got to get hold of this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's well bowled though. It's up in the block hole. Now, I think they're pushing for everything. 10 balls to go. If you can get to a ball, you're up over that 110 mark. 114 is what they get. They get that many from here. And remember, they do have, particularly Batten. See how he bowls today. He's got a win behind him. This one could be out. That has been put down again. Oh, how many is that? Is that 3 catches that have gone down? This is Luke Bichard.
Bichard this time. This is unbelievable. I mean, they've been one of the better teams in the field, and we've seen a sensational catch, sensational run out, but they've also got 3 catches you'd expect them to take.
Ramesh Sathisen, who's watching from Romania, says, well played, Prakash. Good 50 it has been. Had a bit of luck, but you make your own luck. Wind picks up even more now behind Hooper. Low full toss. Sometimes it's not a bad ball. Can be difficult to time up. Mishra just gets the single. But what I like about Batten's innings as well, he's not just playing a support role, he's also shown he can clear the boundaries. That straight 6 was really nice into the wind. And now he's facing up with a couple to come in the 9th. And this is, oh no, says Batten, and he's going to be gone here. He knew straight away that he hadn't quite got this, and this is the problem when you don't have kind of any margin for error. This is kind of a front foot slice from Batten in the end, and he finds the Griffin skipper, Luke Letitia, who says, catching's not that hard, I'll show you how to do it. Slides in. Good work from the big man. 3 down now, 96 for 3, but it's a useful partnership for the 3rd wicket that just got into Bulgarian moving again after a little wobble in the middle.
Yeah, it was a good partnership. He came in, he just steadied the ship first with a few singles, and then when he saw the opportunity and when the ball was right up there for him. He played some big hits as well. That's a really good catch. I wonder if we can see that again, because you see, in the end, he's sliding in, the ball's away from him, and he just really, really well to catch it. Really well done from the captain. Have a look at this. Look how he starts. Look how he finishes. He does really well there.
Keeps his eyes on the ball the whole time and gets his hands in a pretty good position, even though you're right, it kind of drifts to his left. So 49 was the partnership off 27 balls. I think that's a fine delivery. Clever bowling. Hooper sneaks one in on Rohit Diman. He's always happy to see the end of the first ball without getting out this week. And after 9 overs, Indo-Bulgarian are 96 for 3.
Well, we're going to setting up for a crucial final over. 6 deliveries. They definitely want to get to the 100, of course. But if they can push on to 110 and beyond, I think they'd be very satisfied with the work that they've done, because one thing that we have seen all the way through, even the matches that Indo-Bulgaria didn't win, those first 2 matches, they were good in the field. And don't forget, we've got the express train, Batten, who's going to be really up for this. You've got Chris Lakov as well, who's got a fair bit of pace. Prakash himself has got the variations. They're not going to be easy to put away.
Yeah, it's good to see Griffin's put under pressure, though, again. I think this is really important. You get those experiences in the round-robin stage. 10th overtime. This one, oh, it's a fingertip up for Bishard. And it still is going to get over the boundary. So, I guess you call it a half chance, but Mishra gets another life on 56. And that one takes the Indo-Bulgarian side to the century. 100 up on the board with 5 balls remaining.
Yeah, look, he's done extremely well, Bishard, to get to this. I don't think there's too many other players that would have got fingers to it. I think to catch that, it would have been, well, it would have been really, really difficult. I think that's fingertips. What the best result could have been if he stops it going to the boundary. Couldn't.
Once more. Hits it. It's going. It's going. It's gone. Maximo! That one hung up in the breeze a long time. It was touch and go, but Mishra gets 6 more, moves to 66.
Ginnasona. Lovely shot. Gea, Shaka. Lagya.
Strap yourself in for more. This time digs it out, but doesn't want it. And he might be out here. Have a look.
I think the dive gets him in.
Do you think it's a good call to turn down the single? I think probably it is at this stage, because the value of 1 run, you might not get the strike back. It's been called for the 3rd umpire. Won't really make a difference as far as the score's gone. Demand probably doesn't want another duck, though, because he's already got 2 of them. Oh, that one. I think he might just be in. Let's have a look. He's in there. I think, is that grounded? Close enough.
Yeah, it gets the dive in.
Move along.
And just waiting to get confirmation to
Be close, though.
by Suleiman. The Italian stallion says not out.
Hello, Sully. Also, Andy House in the chat saying Prakash, not only a gun bat, but the best Indian restaurant in Sofia. We had a great time in Sofia, didn't we?
Certainly did. He looks after as well. And yeah, Alcy, you're spot on. The food was magnificent, and he just kept coming and coming. There was so much of it.
I'm a big fan of quantity when it comes to these things. Okay, 3 to come. Mishra slightly wants to stay there. He gets a miss hit. This is where you got to run hard. I think they want to get Mishra back, but oh no, he might be run out.
Oh. Well, I'm not going to take him temping bowling with me. He could be on your team.
I like the theory of what Mishra was trying to do there, but the issue was that Jordan Martell, he was going to run him out by heaps. I think Demand's saying, well, I'm here. Why don't you let me bat rather than someone else? So, fair enough. I'll be running no matter what on this one. Wow.
This is very close to the line. I think maybe he's just taken himself away, which makes it look like it was pretty close. But to dot ball in here, look, Demand, we know, after those 2 golden ducks, after a swing and a miss, he did smack one big 6. They'll love one here now, get them past and into this. To 110 and 120, misses out again. Oh.
It's going to be frustrating because a couple of dots to finish, so they won't get any more runs than that, but we'll finish with a fairly healthy score. I'd say it's around a par score. Something around the 110, I think, is maybe par. Indo-Bulgarian, 67 or 34 for Prakash Mishra. Demand, unfortunately, wasn't able to make contact while he was out there. But it's the kind of score, if they bowl well enough, then they'll be able to defend it. But if Griffins, if they bat well enough, I think they'd fancy themselves to knock off these runs. And they just need something to steady themselves, don't they, Griffins? After that loss yesterday, which no one really saw coming against Bjorvika. Ultimately, we've got a really entertaining second half of the game to come in just a few minutes. But right now, it's all about Prakash Mishra. 5 sixes and 6 fours in that innings. 67 of 34 balls. And he was the catalyst for the Indo-Bulgarian innings. Really good knock by the skipper.
Yeah, he's going to get a great round of applause. And be fitting to see his family there as well. But look, 67, his favourite number, isn't it? That's 2 67s from him.
Yeah, he's been good. And if you'd have 67 every time, I think he'll be very, very happy. Lakov and Mishra, after their century partnership yesterday, went out to open the batting for Indo-Bulgarians. Keen to make it 2 in a row after they opened their account in the ECL yesterday. They had a bit of luck, but also some really nice shots. And Bulgarians, they were up and about on the dugout. Good sportsmanship between all the teams this week in Group B. It's been nice to see. They tried out Prakash with the short stuff. And this one almost endangered the cars that are on display. But this is the pure emotion. This is a team that didn't have a very good start to the tournament. I think by their own admission, a bit disappointed in the way they played. They had some tough opponents early on. They're working themselves into the tournament. Mishra, again, not afraid to throw the bat. And speaking of throwing stuff, well, how about that? Glenn Letizia throwing his right hand at the ball. Little bro comes in and says, nice work. Lovely shades of the backyard there. And then a bit of brilliance from Jason Martin, who once again had a very good innings behind the stumps for Griffins. And so, fortunately for Webster, he was run out for a dark, and then the music was going off in our commentary box, and no one had warned us about that. Batten came out. And this was the story after those 2 wickets in the middle of the innings, where I feel that Griffins just missed some opportunities. And this one, fortunately for Glenn Letizia, wasn't able to grasp that one with the 2 mitts. And the balls, they were flying around everywhere. And that was all about Prakash Mishra, who just kept going. It's a real tease that there's another one that goes down as well. Bishard, who ends up moving himself out of that position. The captain had no problems though. He's having a really good week, Luke Letizia. And he'll have a very big role leading his side in the second half of this game. But the Maximos kept coming towards the end. Close call for Demand. Ultimately, he wouldn't be able to do too much with the last couple of deliveries. As Prakash almost run out for 67. Nice moment there. Martin congratulates Mishra on his half century, 67. And so it's all set up for a very, very interesting second half. There's the card, 67 off 34 for Mishra, including 5 Maximos. And apart from that, Lakov, well, he ended up going to a gun catch from Glenn Letizia. He made 10, but it was busy as usual, hit a couple of boundaries. No luck for Webster, who got run out. Batten, a useful role, 22 off 14 with 2 fours and a 6 in that partnership of 49 off 27 balls. Just steadied them back, got them over the century, gives them something to bowl. I'm sure we'll see the Bulgarian Express in the second half of this one just around the corner. As we see the bowling figures, Adam Martell didn't take a wicket, but he was the only bowler to not be in double-figure economy. The wickets went to Hooper and Mullen. I think for me, Martell was the best of the bowlers. As we look ahead to the second half of this game, number 2000. Well, will it be a golden ball 2000? I guess it's that kind of a total where it's very, very possible. But the Bulgarian scoring, the way they were able to recover from those 2 wickets in the second half, I think, is very, very important. And that's why we have a game on here in match 12. Indo-Bulgarian trying to go 2 wins out of the last 2 games. And Griffins trying to avoid 2 losses in the last 2 games. Find out what happens when we return in just a few minutes. We will be back with the chase. Griffins, the Guernsey champions, will require 108 for victory off their 10 overs. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Happy 2000 to you wherever you're watching from around the world. This is ECN, and you're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Cricket Oval in Malaga on the Costa del Sol, the wonderful region of Andalusia in the south of Spain. You are watching the second ever European Cricket League brought to you by BET2BALL and Keeper Inu. This tournament much bigger than the first, which took place in late July 2019. That was all the way back at the beginning of the ECN story in its current iteration. Saw 17 matches back in 2019, but this time we'll see 144. And the competition has grown from the original 8 sides to now have 30 of Europe's top clubs taking part over 6 weeks to vie for the chance to become the kings of European cricket. VOC Rotterdam were the team that won it back in 2019. And after the pandemic, unfortunately, ruined plans for 2020 and 2021. We are back in 2022. We have seen a really entertaining spectacle so far. This is just week 2 of 6 weeks. And right now, this is match 12 of Group B. This is the final day of round robin fixtures between these teams, as only one of them will have the opportunity to join Tunbridge Wells and the qualifiers from Group C, D and E in the championship week starting on the 14th of March. And in this match, they're Bulgarian. They won the toss, they batted, they put 107 on the board in their 10 overs. And I hope that you've got your tickets, because it's going to be all aboard the Bulgarian Express here. Jamie Batten opening the batting. It's going to be a really good contest. Luke Letizia is having a good series as well. This first one gets through him for pace. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And joining me in the commentary box is Rico Full. Rico, that first one certainly woke up Letizia.
This is a good start. I'm liking this, promising, because well, he's gone for the line that worked for him the first time we saw him at this sort of pace. Just short of a length outside the off stump, not over pitching.
Oh, it's too quick for him. It's in the air. It could be caught. Oh, and it just, I'm not sure if he gets there in the end. Rohit Durman. I'm not sure if he gets a finger on this or not. Hung in the air a long time, but the issue with the wind, it kind of blowing away from the fielder back towards the batter. So Letizia, let's just say it's an unconvincing start to his innings. He's off the mark.
Yeah, he's got very fortunate here.
He does get there on the full. So you've got to put that down as a chance.
That's one where you've got to dive forward.
Hooper. Hooper gets one. It's still going up when it reaches Shafkat Khan, who I've noticed has gone back about 5 or 6 metres. This is the thing. When he's had the wind behind him, it certainly adds to his pace. It's a bit of Jason Gillespie about the action, I think, of Jamie Batten.
Yeah.
Just the way he loads up. Quite whippy.
Look at the carry through there as well. That was quick. That was sharp.
Love to see it.
Oh.
This is a guy, Rico, that bowled 12 dot balls. First time we've ever seen that. Without taking a wicket anyway. None for none were his figures a couple of days ago.
I think he's trying to prove a point to Corey. I wasn't in the box, but I think a few people took a dislike to one or two Corey's comments.
They always like sledging, but sledging Corey, don't mind it. 2 to come. This time it gets some bat on it. And that's the thing, though. If you can get bat on ball to this kind of pace, then you're going to get value for your shots. Hooper this time finds the fielder, but he's off the mark. Here's the thing. If you get a bit conservative against a ball like Batten, as you can imagine you will. Hello to everyone in the fan zone.
Buenos dias.
Buenos dias. ¿Qué tal?
It's the dancing queen. We remember you from yesterday.
Bit early for that. Fast ball for Batten. And this is cut away nicely. There's a fielder protecting that one. It's deep sing. End of the over, but pretty good one. And first over costs 3. 3 for no loss. In fact, the identical first over score to the first innings. Bulgarian Express hasn't really had too much luck with the wickets, but he has been really economical. That's the issue, chasing 108. If you then pretty much give it up against Batten and say we're happy just to survive, well, that probably pushes the rate from kind of the 11 required up to the 12, which doesn't sound like a lot, but chasing 120 versus 110 is a different feel to it, I think.
Oh, Vinny, they've started already. Henry Hamilton He's already said, I'd like to see what Corey has to say about this.
Corey's hiding, I think. Too scared to commentate this match, I think. So what I heard. That's why I had to come in.
I don't think they've seen yet an express train in Guernsey. Somebody's saying out there.
Here's where, in the Bulgarian innings, things started taking off. As Demand gets reversed straight away. Oh, this is an extraordinary shot. It's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Oh, he doesn't stick around at all. Letitia, this is off middle stump, Rico. It's a big risk to take, but it pays off and he gets a boundary.
It's a big risk for a man who's dropped on 0. And but he plays that well. It's all about how still he keeps his head.
Huge risk though. I don't want to lose him early. Goes the other way. Maybe he was better left-handed. This one hits a mile outside the off stump. Yeah, but what I was going to say was they both these teams scored 3 off their first overs, but then the next 3 overs for Indo-Bulgaria, 16, 17 and 10. That's just what got them moving. This one skews away, and I think this will be 4 as well. Well, there are plenty of these in the first innings. Letitia, the captain, gets a second boundary. This one not quite as convincing as the first.
Well, both captains, it's got to be said. I mean, Prakash Mishra, he had a bit of luck when he was out there on his way to that score of 67. And, well, maybe it's the same here with Luke Letitia. 4 more to him. Riding his luck a little bit at the moment.
He wants it this time. He gets one. This is even better. But it's the same result. It's 1 bounce, 4 runs. And they're just trying to force a field change. But it's really good batting. On the artificial surface, I think you can trust the bounce a little bit more. Makes these shots a little bit easier, but still takes a lot of skill to play the switch. And he's played it twice beautifully in this over.
Yeah, this is good batting. And it's showtime here at the Cartama Oval. We've certainly seen a bit of sexy cricket. And it's captain Luke leading the way now.
Oh, it's good keeping. This could have easily been 5 wides. And I've got to say, that's well done by Shafkat Khan. See, now you're not quite sure where you're bowling to him because you don't even know which way he's going to hold the bat. Goes reverse a 3rd time. And this is football style stop from Deep Singh.
He does. He's trapped this. What a trap this is. Well, that's one way to do it, Deep Singh. Oh, he's hobbling a bit now. Of course he is.
This one comes back. But it was all about the stop there.
There's that bat plugging again.
Got to be careful. I wouldn't be running off the pitch. I'd be running off the edge, I think. It's a much healthier over so far. 14 off it plus this. Straight to Mishra. Shapes to throw. Doesn't. End of the second over. Entertaining one, if you like. Switch hitting in the modern game. After 2 overs, Griffins are 17 for no loss. As we'll take a moment to look at the table. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how things pan out. Because the top 3, bottom 3, that's the biggest thing. That's the biggest cutoff. Into Bulgarian, if they can win this game, and their net run rate's pretty healthy, you know, they are pushing for top 3. And Griffins, they're no guarantee to stay top 3, although they do have a good net run rate. Burovica, they're the ones I think might be in a bit of danger because they've only got the 1 match today.
Guess who they play?
Guess who? The Bulgarian.
Yeah, that could really, this group, as in where teams finish and who finishes in the top 3, but that could be the match that decides it. They could be playing for that 3rd spot. Interesting. What's your thought on Hooper opening batting when you got the strength that they have? I mean,
they had Wallen up there. And yeah, it was a bit hit and miss. I think it makes sense. You've got to try a few things. You don't want to be too concrete. He has to throw sitting down because he slips there. No, but to answer your question, I think you need a mixture of stability and flexibility. So I think having Luke Letitia up there, he's a lock to open the batting, and then you can probably mix up a little bit.
Yeah, I think also the other point making here, and I mentioned that he had an injury yesterday, is MacArthur. He's not playing. So
Yeah.
that he would certainly have been up there. And talking about up there, this is up there as well, and it's been taken. That's the wicket they needed. And a little bit to do with the win here, just holding up and allowing the fielder to take the catch. That's a big moment.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, they brought Webster back instead of going back to bat. So they're keeping Batten up their sleeve a little bit, and the gamble pays off. This is just kind of mistimed, I suppose. So the benefit of having the field up in the first 3 overs, that's Chris Lakov. Thanks to the catch. Well, might look like your average science teacher, but he's a really good cricketer in all 3 facets of the game. Lakov wasn't never going to drop that. Hooper has to go for 1. It's 18 for 1.
Yeah, Super Mario taking the catch. And, well, putting a few smiles on the faces, not off the men in blue in the middle there. The champions from Bulgaria, Indo-Bulgaria, but also their spectators. Good wicket to get. Hooper be disappointed because the last delivery that he faced that went for a single, and I think it was a full toss.
Yeah.
He would have liked to have latched onto it.
I'd be upset, but we've got Webster with his tail up. People in the chat call him the pocket rocket. He'll want to certainly contribute after being run out for a duck earlier in this match. He's in now. Jason Martin, the keeper, is coming out at number 3. Pushes confidently. Gets 1. So, yeah, just getting those wickets, getting those top order wickets. And particularly, I think Luke Letitia is the key now for me. If they lose him at this stage, it's a long mountain to climb. Long, high? Long climb of a mountain. 2,000 games, you think I'd be able to string a sentence
But that's
together.
one thing both these teams have got in common. Captain scores runs, they win the match.
Yeah.
Prakash Mishra has scored the runs. I think going to go on
Reverse here.
and win this all-important match.
Stands, delivers, and gets 4. No one back here. That'll long on. And no one back in that region. So gets the boundary, stands, hits, 4 carreras.
Yeah, nicely played. Nobody out there. I mean, they've got that man on the offside patrolling the boundary. That now, look, this is a little bit dangerous. They're moving him into the ring, going deep, just to put, I mean, are they following the ball here? Because, well, this now probably falls into the plan for Letizia, because he could go for that reverse again. Or the switch.
He does, and he gets away with it. Not quite the contact he was looking for, Luke Letitia, but this one just sneaks between the keeper and the man in the circle at 45 on the offside. The result is another 4 runs for the Guernsey champions, Griffins.
Yeah, I mean, this is always the, I mean, he doesn't quite get it where he wants to, but he knows gets anything on this, it's going to go to the boundary. So playing about with the Indo-Bulgarian field set here at the moment, they'll be happy to get this over done with, power play done, and then they will be able to spread the field just a little bit more.
So I'm saying at the rate they want to be 33 off 3. Close to at the moment. Beats him for pace. Webster dialing it up. Last ball of the power play. That ends it now. 3 overs down, 27 for 1. So they're going at 9s. And they need 11s throughout the innings. Just the power of 1 wicket or even 1 tied over to create that chance. I think these two both very experienced campaigners. You'll see here on the urban development chart, as I know Joe Wigasani, our night specialist, likes to call it, the way that they were able to get some of those big overs after losing those 2 wickets. In the 4th and 5th, they lost 2 wickets in the first innings. And the 6th finished with back-to-back 6s, ended up going for 15. That just got them moving again. They ended up getting 56 off the second half of the innings after they scored 51 in the first. So they were able to lift things. As we're going to see, Chris Lakov took a catch. Now he's going to be into the attack. 4th over. Field goes back. Just takes 1 here, Martin. I mean, Rico, probably when you were playing, you probably didn't have batters trying to hit you left-handed and right-handed. How would you have dealt with that kind of complication?
Very easy. Full, straight, middle peg out the ground. Thank you very much. Off you go. Adios. See you at tea time. No, but look.
It's not a bad call, though, because you want to force them. If they miss it, you want to take their wicket, because it's a risky shot.
Chance straight into his hands, and he says, oh no. And oh no, it is. And that's one man who can't do anything wrong at the moment. Prakash Mishra, captain, hits it straight to his opposite number, the opposite captain. And Prakash Mishra, well, his day just gets better and better, takes another catch. And that is the end of Luke Letitia. And, well, is that also the end of this chase?
Big moment in the match. Huge moment. And Lakov, well, he's going right off. He's got the big wicket of Luke Letitia. And Prakash Mishra, every string he's pulled has been a winner so far. He brought Webster on. He took a wicket. Now Chris Lakov takes the huge wicket of Luke Letitia, who contributes 24 off 13 with 5 boundaries, but he's going to have to go. And still, there are 80 runs required. It's 28 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big wicket to get. Just hits this at a nice, comfortable height, doesn't it, for Prakash Mishra. And either side of him or above him, that's going to go to the boundary. So, yeah, he's disappointed, and we heard it, didn't we? And you probably heard it at home or wherever you're tuning in from. The oh-no, as soon as he hit it. And, well, work to be done here now. It's going to be Martel that comes out. Gordon Martel.
Well, they call Chris Lackov the conductor sometimes because he follows the train. And let's just say, if he was a musical conductor, he was dialing up the volume there because he was thrilled with that. As we see Prakash Mishra just going off the field, maybe taking that catch. He's just got a bit of an issue with his hands or fingers, so he'll go off the field. Hopefully we see him shortly. He's also a bowling option for Indo-Bulgarian.
Yeah, so just checking. I mean, hopefully it's nothing too nasty. Sometimes, I mean, there was no reaction from him straight away. I'm just wondering whether maybe split his webbing or something there, because you don't notice that. You don't actually feel it until you start to see the blood on your fingers.
Back two-hand, 12th man comes on. Good in-swinger from Lackov. New batter out there, Jordan Martel. So now this is where you want to settle, but you're already looking at to a ball from here. Now it's just crept up above that slightly, so you don't have too much time to settle. You keep scoring boundaries. I think that 2 boundaries and over is crucial just to stay on the rate. Martin, the man in the hot seat. Goes down leg side. Good swing though, I think it'll assist that in-swinger. This breeze is mostly behind the bowler, slightly left to right on your screen, but Lackov just not able to control it at that time.
Yeah, I mean, gets his line slightly wrong there, but the length has been ideal. He's not over pitching, he's not too short. That makes it very difficult for the batters to really play any kind of attacking shot, apart from perhaps guide it down to third.
Yeah, I'll get one here. There's a man out there in the chat calling Chris Lackov a Ted Lasso lookalike. I've just pulled it up for Rico because I know you have no idea what I'm talking about from Jason Sudeikis in a recent movie.
I still think it's Mario, or you ever seen My Name Is Earl? Look that up. I mean, that's definitely like.
I know My Name Is Earl. That's a good shout, actually. Can anyone tell me if that Ted Lasso movie's good? In the chat? This is how I get my reviews.
Bowling!
No, I tell you what, the chat, they can be a bit unkind sometimes, can't they?
It's all part of it. Keep it respectful, but I don't mind a bit of...
Letitia should stick to football now, come on.
I wasn't going to read that out. But
Well, I know that Matt,
that's just
his
good
father,
mate.
he's actually out there. I think he'll have everything to say about it. So that's a good delivery, good seed that.
Good-natured banter.
Yeah.
That's Matt Letitia is their uncle, Glenn and Luke, but they're having a good tournament, both of them. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
It was just one mishit ball. So as we get to the end of the 4th over, the score is 33 for 2. Very well welcome to all of you. We appreciate you, whether you have been with us from the very start or whenever you joined the ECN journey on the way. One thing that I do want to say is I'm really, really thankful to the viewers, because of the viewers that we're able to do what we do. I always think we have the best viewers in world cricket. They're so supportive of the game. They're knowledgeable. They are fun. They are getting what we're doing. Okay, it's a different sort of cricket. It's a different mindset, but certainly the viewers are what makes it for me, Rico.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, as I always say, without you, I mean, we're here for you. And we love the fact that you're there for us as well. We've got the best in the world, and they make it exciting and entertaining for us. And yeah, I mean, thank you so very much.
And I love that we've just been able to grow this community and bring people into the game of cricket that may feel they didn't understand the game or they found it a bit intimidating, to really break it down on a level that people are wanting to get involved and wanting to watch cricket. Maybe just felt a bit intimidated before to learn all the rules or all the kind of jargon and the terms we use. Yeah. So whether you're a seasoned cricket watcher or whether you're new to the game, no matter where you're watching from, it's great to have you as part of our ECN family. Hopefully you stay with us. There's plenty more cricket this year. It's going to be a real test up for the man on the boundary. Well, just left it behind. That's Chris Webster. Herring around the boundary. does keep it to a couple. Yeah, so plenty more cricket to come, Rico, this year. Don't forget, you know, you might be just watching the Bulgarian Express right now, but you can flick us on Monday to Friday at the moment. 10 matches a day. Plenty more cricket here in Spain, and then other locations as well throughout 2022. Remember, we had 1,200 plus matches in 2021. And who knows, the way we're going, we may even bring up the 3,000 before the end of the year. That's actually quite possible, you know that? Let's just remember this moment. Oh, this is trouble. Big, big trouble. Kulkarni grasses it. And a life for Jordan Martell.
Well, I tell you what, the captain, Prakash Mishra, is back on the field. And the reason I can tell you that is because when that catch goes down, he was the first man who shrugs his shoulders and says, oh no, I can't believe it. That's a big moment, maybe.
I mean, you've got to be really aware of the wind on a day like this with those high catches. And I just think it's a slight misjudgment from Sid Kulkarni. It's always blowing towards him. He got in a decent position, but he was on the move, just couldn't settle. Just be one down the ground. But Henry's been asking, will we hear from the Bulgarian Express today? Well, funnily enough, I did run into him at dinner last night. Jamie.
That was a collision then.
Lovely guy. Yeah, the Bulgarian Express.
That was derailment.
As we get to the end of the 5th over, 39 for 2. Well, the thing is, you'll hear this. You know where he's having dinner. You know why? It's when you're walking past, it's like ding, 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 ding.
Your hands were
anyway,
like
so he said he's not doing any media at the moment. Definitely not during the round robin stage. He's too focused.
Well, okay.
He did say he's enjoying it. He does say he's really excited with his Indo-Bulgarian journey and where it may take him this season. So we'll get back to you. If you put some questions in the chat, I'll see if I can pass them on. But yeah, he's hard. His manager was blocking me as well. It's a hard man to get hold of. Anyway, here's Prakash Mishra. He's back on the field. I think they have I assume it was something to do with his hand. I know he has a bit of a side injury. First one's pitched up and driven to head off last over. Checking how many off it because there seemed to be too much damage at the moment. There were no boundaries. There haven't been boundaries for 2 overs now.
Well, 2 overs have just gone for 6 runs.
6 and 6.
Mishra, watch out for his slower delivery.
Well, turns on this one, and this one will be a boundary. And in fact, it's gone all the way. Maximo! Jordan Martell needs to get things moving, so he does. He doubles his score to a dozen. Griffins, they need more of that as they try and work their way back into this chase.
Yeah, nice shot. Just once again, just going down the wrong line. It's almost a flick, isn't it? But it's timing. Just moving the field around slightly, Prakash. Look what he's got here now. So 2, 3 deep on the leg side, including long on. Mid-wicket inside the ring.
Oh, this is trouble. I think, not sure there's anything on this. No, it was. A little touch. I thought for a second might be wide, but Martin gets 4. There's Martin, of course, was able to stop a lot behind the stumps. As Martin hit the 6 early in the over. Now he gets a little boundary, little tickle down the leg side.
Good start to the over. Griffins.
Straight. Where your defense has to be on point. And that was really good work. Long on, long off. Key fielders, aren't they? 50s come up in the 6th over. Already we're into the second half of the chase. It's come quickly, hasn't it?
Yes, I like the intent also here from the batters. Good pressure being put on them, on the fielder, looking to try and make 2 there. Oh. White ball. Was Martell. You can see when he gets to that end, he goes about 3/4 of the way, and when he realises that is not on, he goes back.
Pitched up, driven. They want to, I just can't see him getting it. It's one thing. Oi! Wow. Shafkat gets the second bounce off the edge of the pitch and almost lights out for the keeper. Luckily, he does well to block it. It is always about getting something behind it. Yeah, could be an idea to maybe put the lid on. Shafkat, I've liked this because sometimes he's been kind of back 2 or 3 metres, but now he's right up to the stumps. He's doing a good job. I mean, it's probably more difficult going back 2 or 3 metres. Look at this, nice take.
Brave though,
Yeah.
no lid.
Chris,
Yeah,
sit
well,
back.
we've seen a bit of ball on head action, haven't we already? Hopefully nothing serious as it go to the end of the 6th over. I did have the 6 and the 4, but in the end, apart from that, just singles and a wide. So 14 off the over, 53 for 2. Let me check this run rate required because they're not quite halfway there yet. They need 13.75 and over. So now if you can pull a single digit over here, would you be tempted to maybe bowl the express? Could be risky as well to do that.
I think this is a fair call. Lakov, he was got a wicket.
Yeah.
I know he conceded just 6 runs. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'd go with him. I mean, if you can keep hold of the express just for a while, why not? But, I think if this is a good over, if this goes for I don't know under 10,
Yeah.
then I
Double
would
digits.
go for Baden for the next one
Yeah, you think?
to try and really kill the game off.
Yeah, the other thing at bowl that fast though, I mean, especially at the end of the innings, things can happen, you know, little deflections, they're going to go for 4 or worse, you know, so certainly something you're thinking about. Lakov, I think, is a good call here. Bowled well, bowled the 4th, and didn't concede a boundary, only singles. Went for 6, did pick up a wicket as well, big wicket.
Is the Sheriff doing the laces up there? A bit of stitching.
Tall man, the Sheriff, but gets down to the ground. Jordan Martell. And let us know who you think Chris Lakov looks like. He's got about 3 or 4 lookalikes.
Yeah, you can let us know, and just got a little bit of time. Once again, what a moment. This is all-time match number 2000.
2000.
I mean, so many highlights. What would you say would be some of your big... I mean, I know we can't pinpoint 8 things.
I mean,
some of your bigger highlights.
Highlight that I watched, because 2020, I wasn't able to be in the booth during the pandemic, but I think the first golden ball that you were on, and I still remember, this was back in March 2020.
Yeah.
I think it was day 3 or day 2 of the Alicante series, the first ever ECS we did.
That's right.
The one where all the Ducks were watching. And then, of course, having been to that ground now, I loved watching
You were
that.
attacked by those.
Yeah, I think of the ECL and all the excitement around that, even though it was only 3 days, but that really was the nucleus of what drove us forward and what got people talking about European cricket and trying to move it forward as well. For me, it's always about continual and gradual improvement. Some of the highlights for me, though, as well, is the one-handed catch in Kiel last year. I always go back to that one. I think of the ECC and the fact that we were able to broadcast the first T10 international ever on the European Cricket Network between Spain and Belgium. That was a big highlight as well. But I mean, that's the thing. We are just spoiled to have so many highlights, to have so many experiences, and the fact that we're constantly moving around. And I'm sure a lot of our viewers who may not have been able to travel over the last couple of years or had difficulties, I know so many of them have contacted me saying that they love the experience of just watching all of these different places. Anyway, here is Lakov. He wants one. It's going nowhere. And then this is a tackle from behind. Could be a yellow card for that.
Was it studs up as well?
There's no padding on this side. Look at it. Boof. That's a
tackle
yellow.
from behind.
Quick apology.
Yellow. And, well, there you go. You can see he's getting warm up. Some of the teams doing the practicing at the back. That might be Brigade, I think. Goes for this, and this goes big. Ball! Well, that goes into the zone where Brigade are just going through their warm-ups. And shirts off over there, boys. It's getting warm, getting hot, and it's getting a little bit hot and spicy here in the middle as well. This is a quality shot.
Well, 6th the game needed, really, from Martin, who goes bang. He's had a good tournament. And the Sheriff smiling.
He liked it.
A few people think also Lakov looks like Ron Burgundy, or that's a good one actually. I like that one. Let's go again, and well, I think he's going to get more, and he will get 6 more. Maximo, back to back, and Martin. This is exactly what they needed. Now he gets 2 in 2.
He timed the assault to perfection, Martin. This was a really good shot. Two top shots on the trot.
It's like the on-screen. Might have the batters the wrong way around, but I've got Martin now on 30 after that. So keep an eye on that. I'm sure they'll get fixed up pretty quickly, but lack of back-to-back sixes. That wasn't in the plan. There's another one. It's a bit obscure, but Henry Hamilton's comment that got blocked because I think the filter blocked it. But it's an emoji. It's an emoji with glasses and a moustache. So look that up on your phone. I think that, because when he wears his glasses as well, it looks a bit like that emoji. That's pretty good. Anyway, to me, he's the conductor. He's in again. Length ball. Shafkat does well. It's nice to see Shafkat a bit fitter than he was last year, where he was struggling with a leg injury. He was pretty much a statue with 2 gloves at that ACS Bulgaria final, where he couldn't really move at all, but he has to be on his toes. You think of some of the bowling options coming at him in this series in the Bulgarian. Pressing for 2 wins out of 2. Still anybody's game, I think. It's one thing when the rate is 13s at the moment, but you've got 8 wickets in hand. You've got a guy there, Martin, who's got 30, 14. Jordan Martell there with 8. That's we do appreciate it. Sir Richard Hatley is another lookalike. As we see the Sheriff, Charles Croucher, out there with Suleiman Saeed. We do apologise. It is really important, of course, we get everything technically right, because we want to make sure that all the scores are correct and make sure everything is working in the background. That's why from time to time we have these delays, just to make sure that when you're watching, we want you to know the score, we want you to know exactly what it is, so that no one's under any misconceptions. I think that's really important. Gives us another chance to talk about some of our highlights. Now, I talked about some of my highlights, and there's plenty of them. And well, how about you?
You know what? My highlight, I mean, I'm not going to, there's nothing specific, but the main thing for me was having played cricket for so long, almost 40 years, and being introduced to this new format, and just seeing things that in 40 years you never saw.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about batters going out to bat and going bang from the very first ball, and you think, hang on a minute, is that allowed? Are they allowed to do that? And we've seen it here. We saw it in Group A.
Yeah.
Drew.
Yeah.
Match 13 against
crazy.
Tunbridge Wells.
Yeah.
I mean, it was unlucky for Tunbridge Wells, but it was awesome. 13 minutes of madness.
13 minutes of madness.
Those sort of things when I was playing cricket, you never saw, because it was all about take your guard, make sure you're not out first ball, and
tell us about your European cricket journey previous to obviously being part of the European Cricket Network, because it's quite a long journey, isn't it? And maybe briefly, because hopefully this delay isn't too long. But, I mean, obviously, European cricket, when you first got involved, looked absolutely nothing like this.
Nothing at all like this at all. And I think I'd be fair to say that most of it, especially here in Spain, was started by expats.
Yeah.
They came out, got together, wanted to play cricket. It was firstly trying to find somewhere to play. And La Manga was great, but in other areas it was finding golf complexes where you could maybe get a wicket set up, and it was using coconut mats and things like that. And then cricket started, word got out. That's how I got into it. I think cricket was. I was in Spain probably 3-4 years before I learned it being played up at Sporting Alfest, where I started playing my first few games. But it's just grown, and that's the nice thing about it. It started off with expats, but now what's happening is, especially with the locals coming into the game, people coming and watching, learning, asking questions. And the big thing about it here, Vinny, is this format, this T10 format, fits in so well, because I think it fits into the lifestyle of European cricketers.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. From a practical perspective, I think it's a format which, because we can fit a match in 2 hours. It's got a lot more in common with football, the duration of this match, than cricket. 45 minutes aside. It means that, for example, when we've got double headers in the ECS, if there's some reason that maybe you can't make the first half because of work commitments or family commitments, you still get down and play some cricket.
That's right,
It's also good when you look at Gibraltar. I know that they're planning to play social cricket at night there, even outside the ECN matches, which will be probably 10 over matches, I think, a couple of them. Also gives you more opportunities, play more matches, even if they are shorter matches. Anyway, we're ready to go. 42 required off 19. Lakoff's got one more ball, and it's going to disappear. Well, that delay was no problem for the batter, as Martin goes bang. Maximo to finish over number 7. And the score now, 72 for 2. And that makes it 36 off 18 balls. 2 a ball. Blockbuster finish coming up in match number 2000.
Yeah, look, this is an important phase here because what we've seen there in that over is both batters going big, both batters hitting the shakars. And, well, like off his first over, he went for 6, but you can see what it's finished on.
Yeah, so big finish coming up as we look forward to the next game. Well, you mentioned 13 minutes of madness. Well, this is match 13 in Group B.
Yeah.
Strange things happen in match 13. Zagreb Sokol. Well, you wouldn't put somebody else's money on them against Brigade the way they've been playing. But match 13, strange things can happen. And Brigade have won the toss. They're bowling first. Zagreb Sokol out there batting first. Can they put innings together? They just need to find a way to beg, borrow, or steal 100 plus. And Brigade, I'm sure we'll have the M-Wags in. The mothers, wives and girlfriends.
That's what I'm going to say here. Choo-choo.
Uh-oh. I can hear. Here comes the train crossing. Jamie Batten. So, yeah, they've obviously said, especially with that last shot, got to back down to the zone of possibility. Let's unleash the train. 8th over. Gets across and hits it straight to the man.
Well, what do you reckon? I reckon if this hits the stumps, he could have been in a spot of bother here.
Yeah, maybe. But it was a tough pick up and throw. He didn't really get time to get balanced. And one stump to aim at. I think now you're not turning down too many runs.
And Jamie Bannon just making sure he gets his fielders where they want. And there you go. No, he just he gets there. Good running, good technique.
Yeah.
And doing what you say, running on the edge of the strip.
Martel on strike then. This one gets through him, and if you can chew a few dot balls up here, it's worth your weight in gold. Yeah. That's why I think probably is a good time to bring him on. I guess we'll judge it by how the over turns out. But if you can sneak 2, 3, 4 dots at this stage, then that 12 and over required gets up to kind of 15, 16 pretty quickly. Running out of opportunities, Griffins. Also, it makes you think, who will they bowl in the last 2 overs? Look at some of those options in a sec. First, all aboard the Express. Wide. It's a bonus. We'll get to bowl that one again. Yeah, so I've got Mishra went for 14. He's one they probably normally fancy at the end of the innings. They've got Webster that has an over as well. I think more likely they're the 2 that they'd use, but yeah, they haven't got Demand, who bowled a good second over. He's been bowled out. This one does get through him. And this is where I think to Batten, you're more concentrating on just getting bat on ball and hoping that the pace does the work rather than loading up and swinging hard. Because I think swinging and missing is no good to anyone. I think you're probably just trying to lay something on it. See the footwork non-existent there from Martel.
Yeah, Martin just takes an opportunity to go up and say a few words. I like that. I think we don't see enough of that.
Driven nicely, low full toss. Just get one here. He's doing his job so far. As that one makes it 33 required off 14 balls. Keep you up to date with the score. Apologies for the lack of on-screen graphics at the moment, but 33 off 14. 2 balls left. This over has gone 1 dot wide dot 1. So 2 legal deliveries left in the 8th. And this one sliced away, and this is going to be 4. Well, this is what I'm talking about. And Martin, who's batted really well, this one takes him to 28. He just slashes at this, and if you get bat on it, it's going to fly. That one almost went for 6, but the result, 4 runs to Griffins.
Yeah, he's the key for me. And he's seen the ball really well. We've seen him play shots all around the ground now. He's hit the ball straight, cleanly, crisply, and just seen that shot there as well. He's got to stay there and bring this home for Griffins.
29 off 13. Huge delivery. Last ball of the 8th over. Misses. And so that's the end of the over. Martin won't have the strike. It'll be Martel facing up as we head into the 9th. It all happens in the 9th, and it's all happening here at the BET2BALL European Cricket League. The score is 79 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he needed to do, didn't he? He needed to come on and try and restrict the number of runs of the over. Of course, if he could have picked up a wicket as well, it would have been great,
yeah,
but he's done that. But it's going to be interesting because I think that Prakash Mishra, I reckon he will probably come on for to bowl one.
Last over.
Maybe he's going to save himself for the last bat. He's the one. They certainly will target him, but this is all about leaving as few runs as possible going into the last. So this, the 9th, is the big one.
Now buckle up, because we got a big finish on here, and it is the pocket rocket, Chris Webster, to come on in over number 9. And well, this is a huge over, and it sounds obvious, but whatever you get this over, you don't need in the last, and vice versa. Whatever you do get, you don't need. I think you're just trying to get kind of into the mid-teens here. 2 boundaries this over, and every ball that isn't a boundary, the batters are going to feel that pressure increase. So Jordan Martell facing up to Webster. And he works away nicely, nobody home. And this one's got all the way. Maximo! An ideal start as Jordan Martell, he wins the race to 30 with Martin. And yeah, it was just a length delivery from Webster that he turned and used the win nicely, 6 runs. That maybe swings the momentum in this match.
It's a really good, nice shot. Executes that beautifully. Seen him play that earlier in his innings as well.
Let's come back from Webster. Oh, length again. I feel like he probably fancied hitting this behind square, but didn't quite get that kind of timing. Went out to mid-wicket for 1. That 6 certainly relieves a lot of the pressure off the first ball of this over.
Yeah. It's going to be important here now to see whether it's the big shot that Martin goes for, whether he's quite happy to give the strike back to Martell, who seems to be one who seems to be hitting the ball nice at him more crisply.
Well bowled, full and straight. Not quite straight enough to knock over the stumps, but yeah, I think you're acutely aware as a batter in this situation that ones aren't really good enough. So you're trying to take that kind of plan B just to take a single out of your game. You're trying to kind of wangle 2 or more any way you can. That's where Webster needs to be. They've got nobody back at deep square leg or deep fine leg, so you can't throw under the pads. It gets funky. Oh, and he gets it really good. This is going to be 4. Cuatro carreras.
Such a good shot, this. Such a good shot. And this is, well, this is all about anticipation. It's all about knowing where the fielders are. It's all about predicting what the length is going to be. And he absolutely nails it. What a quality shot that is.
Really good shot. Because you think, well, will that force a field change? I'm not sure it will. It's a risky shot as well, because if you get this wrong, can't go straight up in the air. Again, it's the length that he can ramp it. If you get it Yorker, it's really difficult to play that. Webster's just been probably, I don't know, about 1 metre short of that block hole length a couple of times, and he's gone for a 6 and a 4, 18 off 8. 2000th match. ECN's got a funny way of kind of acknowledging these highlights, don't they? Goes again, and this one, well, it's going to be even better. It's all the way. It's a backwards Maximo. Rico, it's a Maximo. 6 more.
It's showtime at Cartama, Cartamania. Well, no wonder. It's gripping the world, taking the world by storm. It's time for some sexy cricket. That's nice. That really is. He does 2 in the trot. Maybe not the best bit of bowling.
Well, he ends up almost outside the infield when he after he follows through after this shot. Martin, and he's going to force a field change, or is it? And they've kept him there up in the circle at fine leg. They've got a fairly fine third man, but you can't bowl that length. You've got to get fuller. Wants to go again. Now this time it's in the air, and how's it gone to this guy, and how's he dropped it? And I don't think it's 4, I think it's 2.
He's, oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! Ki kar ditta yaar, ki karda? Oh yaar, chakkar aa gaye.
I think that's 3 or 4.
Oh, what's happened here? What is happened here? Is he been on the Victoria?
Well, we're going to have a look at this. 3 might be a better result because that brings Martin on strike. What has happened here? I mean, firstly, it's gone reverse ramp accidentally. So it hasn't gone to deep fine leg. It's gone to deep third man. And
well, I never. I mean, it is match number 2000. It's all happening. Well,
now, we do have the replay here. Now, that's fine there. But then what happens next? He drops the ball, and then the ball...
Oh, that's 4 runs. I think that's 4 runs.
I think it is.
I think that's 4 runs, you know. Well, would you believe that? Now, listen, I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question here. If the batters had run, and they've completed a run, now that, would you get the single? Because
Are you saying is that overthrows?
Yeah, I'm saying because he's thrown it. I mean,
Nah, I don't think he's actually thrown it. That's why I think it's only 4, because it's not a willful act, and to me, it's not the result of a
but
throw.
doesn't he have the ball and then it goes?
Yeah, but he doesn't throw it. It slips. I think it's a bit different for me because he doesn't complete his throwing action. You see, he's here, and then when he doesn't actually throw it,
See, here the ball stationary.
Yeah,
See, this is why I'm saying.
he was about to throw, but he doesn't throw.
I
it
don't
slips
know,
out.
Vin.
No, I'm
I
sure.
don't know.
I'm sure that's only 4. What it does do is
I'll tell you what it does do. It means that the third umpire and Rob coming in his team have got some work to do.
Cost them 1 run in the end. I mean, you should say it probably should have just, well, it should have been out. Otherwise, it should have been 1, or it should have been 2, or it should have been 3. Instead, it's 4.
Listen,
all right.
The scorers are having some fun here today. Well, they're just about a stone throw away from us, and
Well,
it's all happening.
would you rather have? Here's the thing though. Does it work out? Would you rather have Martel on strike needing 8, or Martin on strike when they need 9?
Yeah, but look, you got both batters are set.
Yeah,
so-
I know. Yeah.
Anyway, I think they've made their decision. Back to live action.
8
Prakash.
to win, and this could be 4 of them here. There's half of them. Well, Griffins have come with a wet sail late on. You'd have to say there's a couple of moments I'm sure the Indo-Bulgarian would want back. They needed 8 off the last over. Martel says, I'm very happy to take the strike. And he helps himself to 4. And now that takes the under a runner ball. 4 required off the last 5. And Griffins, they're up and about.
Yeah, they're on their feet. Look, this was an interesting run chase for me. I mean, Luke, let's see, you know he'd be up there. He opted to go with David Hooper. There's me then thinking that maybe that means that a man that's been in good form with the bat, Wallen, is going to come in at number 3. He doesn't play a part in this at all. Martin and Martel, they put a superb partnership on together here. And, well, this is worrying signs for other teams going into Super Thursdays
So
tomorrow.
now, a boundary can win it. They need to dodge the boundary. And, well, they've moved the fielder down here. Just get 1. That's really tough. Because you need to find a dot from somewhere. This is where you'd love to have the Express to an encore, because he's a dot ball machine. But with Mishra, he's going to have to work his field out. I think they need to bring someone up in the circle on the leg side. Just 3 to win now. And this one gets through, and it's going to be game over. Griffins are going to do it with 3 balls to spare. And the bench goes absolutely crazy in a highly entertaining match, match 12. It is this partnership between Martin and Jordan Martel that has won this game for Griffins. They lost their skipper early in the piece, but they had to really fight hard. And Indo-Bulgarian, well, they will be so disappointed that they don't get the result. They were on top for a lot of this innings, but ultimately, maybe just the cricket smarts of Jason Martin and Jordan Martel just managing to pinch this one out of the fire, and it's Griffins that win with 3 balls to spare.
Sensational match. Match number 2000. And it had everything, didn't it? It had the exceptional catches. It had the dolly drops. It had the funky shots. Sexy cricket as well. 2 teams, well, they've done us proud for match number 2000. But also, what about that partnership? That was 81-run partnership. And that's 2 batters who haven't really made a mark in this Champions League of cricket in Group B up until now. And like I say, that is a good sign for Griffins, but probably a worrying one for their opponents.
Maybe, but they did kind of really mix it with Griffins, and they were on top for so much of that second half. Bulgarian, they'll be so disappointed. Griffins knew this was no foregone conclusion, and it was the Bulgarian Express early, making things happen. That was the first of some of these opportunities, which I think if the Bulgarians take them, I think they're walking away with the points in this one. A bit of luck, which you are going to expect. But we saw the Bulgarian Express and Webster then come into the lineup. This is a nice catch, Lakov. Well, they'd like about 11 Lakovs in the field, I think, because he doesn't miss too many, no matter what you call him. And then he was up and about as he got the big wicket of Luke Letitia and to go for 24. Apart from that, just felt that that's a couple of moments that we'll see here. This is one. Kulkarni just spilt that one.
Yeah, look, that is massive, because that was Martel being dropped on 4. So that was key. And then also, don't forget, you also had early on Luke Letitia. He was dropped early as well.
Yeah.
You take your catches, you win matches. especially against good teams, and I say that all the time. You give them a chance, and they will hurt you, and that's exactly what's happened here. Martel does the job.
Probably wanted Charles Croucher to tie those shoelaces together if you were to see what was to come. And Lakoff went back-to-back sixes at this stage in the 7th. In fact, 3 sixes came in that over. Still, this game was in the balance. Who would hold their nerve in the pressure situations? Now, we're going to see a couple of things that you wouldn't believe unless you saw it with your own eyes. It's a classic match here in ECN Match 2000 as that Jason Martin and Jordan Martel partnership grew and grew. They had their moments. They weren't happy with themselves. It was Martin that took the calculated risks here in the 9th just to keep ramping away. Gets away with it a second time. They still had the 5 leg up in the circle. And this is where Griffins really started to believe they were getting on top. And then this somehow gets the third man on the boundary. And then he slips and just a fingernail in it. But you see the hand and the ball touching the line. It cost him another one, which meant there were 8 off the last over. Sid Kulkarni, I think he might go viral for all the wrong reasons. And yeah, they were happy with the extra run. That meant that Martel had to face up with just 8 required. And they were fired up. Why not? As we saw this one cut away, and it was game, set, match. 2,000 matches down. And it is a blockbuster finish. Jumps in the air and punches the atmosphere, which is electric around the Costa del Sol today. And you can see his teammates. They are incredibly happy to walk away with the points in match 12. Looking ahead, match 13. Well, funny things happened in match 13, as we said. Brigade from Ireland taking on Zagreb Sokol from Croatia. The Brigade, well, they'll want to really keep improving, which includes a pretty workmanlike performance, I'm sure, over Zagreb Sokol, who are desperate for a win. And for these teams, this is their last group match as well. So after this, they won't have the opportunity to score any more points on the round robin ladder. And this one will be starting in around about 15 minutes. We'll be back in about 10. The news from the toss. Brigade won the toss. They're bowling first. So obviously they think they fancy their chances of knocking over Zagreb Sokol based on the form we've seen so far. But I suppose, as we said, anything can happen. And we know that Jared Newton, he looked really good first game. Hasn't really fired since. Lazaridis, we're still waiting for him. And Houghton at the top of the order, I think batted pretty well this morning. But let's go back to the current match. And it was all about that partnership, which just rescued Griffins from a position where you felt the game had gotten away from them.
Yeah, it's a really good partnership. As I mentioned, 81 runs. And both of them, what I liked about them, and I think that was the perfect partnership because they both were prepared to back each other. They were able to take singles. They weren't worried about taking the singles. They both played the shots pretty well. I mean, okay, there was that chance to go back to that Martel when he was dropped on 4. That was huge. And, well, maybe that was the point where this match was decided. But a very interesting and exciting match.
Yeah, so once again, I just want to say a big thank you on behalf of the European Cricket Network team, from myself and Rico, for all of our support that we get behind the scenes and for everyone that works so hard to make these tournaments a reality. And thanks to the viewers again. This was match number 2,000 on ECN. And who knows, Rico, like we said, maybe we'll see 3,000 before the year's out.
Yeah, you know what I'm looking forward to?
Go on.
What year are we in?
2022.
Coming up next week.
Well, maybe we will. Maybe it'll be on the 22nd of the 2nd, 2022. We'll have to check that out. But for now, we need to take a breather because that was a highly action-packed match. We'll have Corey, who will be giving Rico a break in the next one. So hopefully see you for the next 2,000 matches, starting with match 13 in Group B. When we return, it will be Ireland versus Croatia. It'll be Brigade versus Zagreb Sokol. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day. Happy 2000 to you as well. And see you shortly on ECN for more BET2BALL European Cricket League.
Match 13 is going to be an interesting one, with the teams going to have to contend with each other, and with the weather, the wind has picked up again. It's going to be Brigade, the champions from Ireland, and they're going to be taking on Zagreb Sokol. Now, Zagreb, we know they're having their troubles here, but can they put something together? Just a reminder for them. Match 13 in Group A, well, that was a sensational match. Remember it? It was when the eventual group champions, Tunbridge Wells, were beaten by Dreux, and those runs, 86 that Tunbridge Wells put on the board, were chased down in just 19 deliveries. It was a special occasion. Is this going to be a special match for them? Can they register a win in this match? Brigade, they've been strong. They lost their first game to Griffin by 53 runs, but they've just got better and better with each game. So, well, Brigade will be looking to finish big and cement their position at the top of the table. Well, can the Croatian champions come back with something themselves? This would be an upset. Well, let's go over to Rob Kevin and the two captains for the all-important coin toss.
Thank you. Best of luck today, Gil. Thank you.
Your call.
Keeper.
Keeper is called. It's a roller. Good morning. We'll have a ball time.
Thank you. Good luck.
Well, Dan, he went for Kiba Inu, but it wasn't to be this time. It was to be BET2BALL. So Andrew Britton, he has won the toss, and he's going to have a bowl first. So he's looking for, well, the key bowlers in his side to go out there and do the job. And that's going to be the likes of the Barr brothers. Both the brothers, David and Glenn, have been really good. And also watch out for somebody like Macbeth. With the bat, Andrew is looking to score runs, isn't he? He hasn't done so just yet. He's been relying on the likes of MacArthur. Could be an injury scare for him. And also Adam McDade. But a man who's coming good at the right time for his team has also been Hussain. Dan, the captain of Zagreb, he knows they've got to do better. They're getting better. They are improving with the bat, but they're letting themselves down in the field. They've got to take their catches. Well, I'd like to see the new ball taken by Jared Newton and by Dan himself. And with the bat, well, I think they did the right thing. Houston was up in the order. Dan, he's got to get some runs himself, and maybe Jared Newton can perform here as well. It's going to be an exciting match. One man that is looking forward to it is in the commentary box. Let's go over to Corey Rugness.
Thank you, Rico, and welcome back everyone around the world. More T10 action coming your way. And well, we've got the bright colours of Brigade. That's a very outlandish kit. And they'll be versing Zagreb Sokol. Can they get their first win? I sure hope so. And very happy to welcome back Vinny Sandhu. Vinny, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Good last game. Now this is
-4 fantasy points. This game, he is going to step up and have a blinder for his side. I'm going for Zagreb.
well, you do get 4 points just for playing, so he's back to 0. To win by, according to the supercomputer.
It's a generous 84, don't you think?
I think this is a computer with emotions, because Zagreb Sokol, let's just say, based on current performance, you'd think that 84 is ambitious. But you know, having said that, I did like some of the way they went about their batting this morning. Sam Houghton is a man we saw opening the innings for the first time. It's not really a spot that he probably would choose to bat, but I think he was asked to do it. I thought he did a very good job. As we start match number 13, Andrew Britton, the captain, to open up. And first ball is turned away by Jared Newton. He's a man, Corey. He needs to score some runs if Zagreb Sokol are going to put a competitive score on the board.
Yeah, his first few innings in the tournament, he came out the blocks really well. He's probably had a couple of failures of late, but oh boy, I would love a little bit of an upset here. I know lots of Brigade supporters probably don't want me to say that, but I'd love to see Zagreb get their first victory. It'd be great for the competition and great for their confidence.
In the air, and it's just going to get over the man at backward point, and it's going to be a boundary. Houghton has been a revelation at the top of the order for the Croatians today, and he gets the first boundary of match 13.
Well, he gets a little bit of width, and we know he loves going through point. He stays leg side of the ball, gets enough bat of it, and it goes away for 4. But they're so top heavy. These two, Lazaridis, hopefully he's going to fire, and Ahmed in at number 4. And fingers crossed they can get themselves up to a competitive total.
So, give him a little bit of confidence. Britton with the comeback. Similar ball, similar shot, but this time, close to the fielder. Houghton took off with the shot. Didn't get Newton running. It'll be a dot ball.
What are your thoughts on the Brigade kit? It's very loud, isn't it?
I like it. It's like fire and diamonds together.
You're a fan of it, are you?
I like it. Yourself?
Pajama party gone wrong, if you
Why
ask
not?
me.
Why not? Pajama party. Short, wide. Picks out the other fielder, square of the wicket.
Sam will be disappointed with that. That's his bread and butter. That was short and wide.
I like the Croatian kits, the blue shirts as well. They've got that kind of squarey, it's not a perfect square, but the Croatian kits have the square kind of motif, which is synonymous with Croatia. I like that. I like that as well. And this time it's flown to third man, and he's somehow held on to this. Wow. We've seen some action in this part of the field in the last half an hour. And it's Ewan Wilson who was down there. It was Houghton who just kind of hung the bat out. It could have gone all the way. And Wilson completely botched this. It bounces off his shoulder and somehow pops up for a simple catch. Houghton has to go. First wicket has fallen.
Yeah, look here, off the hands, off the wrist, back into the hands. It doesn't matter how you take it, as long as you take it. And a big smile on his face. Almost a clanger there, but he holds on to the catch. It's the first one. It's a big wicket. And Sam will have to go. He'll be disappointed with that because that was also in his own.
Oh, I mean, how unlucky can you be? If you're Sid Kulkarni, who's the man that botched that one down there at the end of the ninth over in the last game, he's probably saying, well, how come mine didn't pop up and just make an easy catch? Look at this. This is a lovely moment as well. Yeah, this is Sohail Ahmed coming out to bat. And big sacrifices made by these players. Of course, a lot of family time as well. The distances you need to travel to play. And that's a really nice moment as Sohail Ahmed just gets a little kiss from his son as he walks out. Have to bring a tear to your eye, Corey, even though you're pretty clinical and cold when you're in the commentary box. But even you, would you think that you almost get a bit of emotion out of you?
Should be 1.5 metres, shouldn't it? No, it's good to see. It's good to have the kids here. One thing we know about Ahmed, he doesn't die wondering. He loves to get on with it.
Pushes and runs. Just been on his heels a couple of times, but they do get through the run. So Zagreb Sokol lose Houghton in the first over. It's 6 for 1.
What are your thoughts, Vinny? So obviously Lazaridis has slipped himself down to 4, hasn't had the greatest tournament. Right decision?
Yeah, maybe change something up, take a bit of pressure off him. I mean, they've got, depends who you've got to replace you at the top. I think Houghton's been a good call, even though that hasn't worked out for him this time. I think that allows Lazaridis to maybe drop down a spot. And Sohail Ahmed is a man we didn't see in ECS Croatia because of personal reasons back then. So he's back in the side. So I think that's a little bit more depth. I think for me, it's about Newton, though. I think he's got to stick around for a while. And Lazaridis, it'd be a different kind of a game if he can come in the second half, maybe 6th over, with some wickets in hand and already a bit of a base built.
Yep. I have a feeling Lazaridis, like Lazarus, is going to come back from the dead and finish this tournament really well.
Well, he better do it quickly, otherwise it might be finished. So I think they're acutely aware of that, the Croatians. Here's Macbeth coming into bowl over number 2. Slide to run and forces the fumble. They do get one in the end.
Well, that's good aggressive running. Got to get on with it. But yeah, there's one thing about Ahmed. He doesn't die wondering, and Newton might be trying to look to maybe play the holding sort of role. It's what Houghton did in the first game for them. It was probably the best we've seen them bat as a collective because they don't have much after 4.
Yeah, I don't think he can afford to be too conservative, Newton. So little click as I went past the bat. I wasn't convinced though. Number 7. So look at this replay.
There was a little click, but I don't think he was.
You know, sometimes it just doesn't feel right. Oh,
nah.
It's inconclusive. I have a suspicion that there's a little under edge on that.
Can we afford hotspot yet?
7 again.
Can we have hotspot at these tournaments, Vinny, or Snicko?
There, look, just a suspicion, but I don't think that we can convict the batter on this evidence. They're talking about hotspot.
Snicko?
Do you know how expensive that is?
very, very
You know,
expensive.
actually.
I do
You
know.
got a bit of international cricket pedigree and franchise cricket pedigree.
Well, that's where we're tracking at the European Cricket League, maybe next year.
Yeah, maybe we do that. Yeah, we could be doing that. But I'd have to say, get a bit more investment. I'm still, you know, just trying to pay the bills at the moment, keep the lights on. That's one way to do it. Tail Ahmed tries to launch this one, sees the deep mid wicket, which is unattended, but he's not able to make any contact.
Yeah, don't mind that. Someone has to be the aggressor in the power play, and obviously he's going to take up the mantle. What's their road to victory here, Vinny? What do they need to get to?
They need 100, and they need to take early wickets. So, template I'd probably use for most teams, actually.
Pretty good template.
Yeah. Remember talking about discussions yesterday about Lazaridis, will he bowl spin or will he bowl pace or will he not bowl at all? And yesterday, today I should say, this morning, he was bowling a bit of pace. I still think that missing a trick, not bowling him with the finger spinners. I think. I guess we'll have to see. Just a few lively discussions in the Croatian camp at the moment. Let's pull the over. This one's okay. Maybe by the shoulder. You allowed one of those for the over, Macbeth. He found it hard to score off he who shall not be named. Yeah, maybe just below the shoulder, but regardless, the dot ball 8 for 1 after 2 overs. And gives us a chance to look at the table. It's really tight in the top 4 at the moment. Top 3 will go through to finals Friday and have a free pass through, but they'll have to fight for the double chance tomorrow. Just seen some of the kids from the British International School of Marbella come in with none other than ECN celebrity Lee Rimmer, the Gibraltar series. I know Corey's a bit starstruck.
I thought I recognised him.
He almost kind of battered Costa del Sol last year into this tournament.
Arguably should have.
And you remember that? Actually, you do know because you were with me then.
I was with you.
Nice rainbow.
And forced a man-cad, which you know the partnership's going well when you force a man-cad. Lee batted really well. So Lee, just saying hello to Lee this morning. He's had a bit of an injury lately, but he's looking fighting fit to me. I've had to ask the kids, what's Mr. Rimmer like? Is he pretty cool? Yeah, you have to say that because he's here. I want to know what you say when he's not around. He's a pretty cool teacher to have.
I've got my eye on him as well because 3 years living in Spain and he's qualified.
Is that right?
There you go.
There you go. Might have to,
Never know.
have to pause for some contract
Give up the
negotiations.
teaching, play for Spain. Life's good.
Teachers. Shout out to all the teachers out there. Not an easy job.
Or what? It's not an easy job.
Not blaming the kids for that, but I'm just saying that there's a lot of work that goes into being a teacher behind the scenes that people don't realise.
Well, I'll tell you what's not an easy job. It's getting bat on ball. So I reckon Ahmed's missed 5 on the trot.
Yeah. Well, maybe need 1 or 2 more kisses for luck down there from his son. Anyway, he's still there. That's the thing. If you're still there, you can still change the game. This one getting closer. So,
Just playing himself
how about
in.
you seem like you would have been a nightmare for your teachers, Corey, because you're a bit disruptive. I mean, I'll be honest with you.
I was pretty good actually. I was scared of Mum going back home. So
Yeah,
I was
did
a
they-
straightforward student. Did all my studies. Ate all my vegetables at night as well, kids.
that right?
Make sure you do.
How tall are you?
6'3".
It's a lie. All right, quarter of the way through the innings, 10 on the board. This time he does get something on it, but not that much. Just gets 1. And this is what I like as well about obviously doing what I do, what we do, Corey. We move around, we get to see familiar faces when we go back to places a second time. Of course, you're seeing some of these Croatian guys. You were with me for the ECS Croatia. And this wind we've got is pretty stiff at the moment right now, but there's nothing on that day we spent in Croatia where it was a code yellow. And I was wondering what a code red was. Maybe it was when the world starts spinning the other way. That was really windy that day.
Yeah, let's not reflect on that too long. I didn't enjoy that too much. But it's been pretty blowy down here at Cartama as well.
You did your first 2 overs under a blanket and you wouldn't even watch. That was one of the highlights. And yeah, thanks again to all the kids, and I'll see a bit later on. Play some cricket, I think. And now here's a man that's on one leg, Graham McCarter, doing the fielding. He's such an important player, though. They keep fielding him. They're trying to hide him. Don't know if we'll see him bowl.
He's very handy with the bat, though, isn't he? So, I mean,
Yeah.
do you carry someone like that? Happy to hide them at 45 fine leg just so that he can bat?
Can do. I mean, it depends on a couple of other factors, like will it make the injury worse? That's one thing you have to consider. And you have to consider like which matches to use him, because maybe he can be a bit selective. This is maybe one they would have thought with the situation. They might have been able to sit him out.
Well, run out chance here, Vinny. Oh, he just misses. Ahmed gets a life. Well, they've got to try and lift the tempo and got to do it somehow. Brings an end to the third, 13 for 1.
Not a lot of power in the power play. Lost Houghton. Again, sometimes when your luck's down, your luck's down. I mean, I don't think Ewan Wilson will mind me saying he totally botched that catch, but it bounced off his shoulder and just perfectly positioned off the rebound in front of his eyeball that he could almost just grab it out of thin air. And, that lost Houghton, who looked good this morning. It's hard to control those shots to third man, those kind of uppercuts. And as you see there, just say it's more sandcastles than skyscrapers at the moment, Corey.
Yeah, not the greatest power play, but, I mean, only 1 wicket down. They've got plenty of time to try and get on with it. And Brigade will go to the spin now.
Could be trouble. I don't know if he's got what it takes. Well, I'm wrong, because that's got all the weight. Maximo! Well, that's a good shot. And this man, Sahil Ahmed, he's missed a few, but he's still there. And look, that takes him to a run of ball 10. If he can get a couple more, this innings will be back on track. But and the spin came in, David Barr. Sahil Ahmed was having none of it, 6 runs.
Yeah, good start to the over. They need to maximise this and get maybe 15 plus off it if they can.
A bit of the draw about the batting of Sahil Ahmed, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. So I mean, he's swung pretty hard at 7 on the trot and he's hit 1. Yeah, it's all or nothing, isn't he? He's not going to nudge a single, is he?
It's like a semi-delay from Barr. It's an awkward bounce, but it's well fielded out there. Yeah, it's Adam McDade. He's a hero last night. Survived it. Say contentious caught behind. He's able to strike a boundary to win the match off the next delivery. Get Brigade 2 extra points. Yabba dabba doo from Newton, who's pretty quiet. He hasn't had a lot of the strike, to be fair.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? I mean, because their confidence is down and most of that middle order hasn't made runs, they sort of feel like they have to bat through, especially opening, but they got to get on with it a little bit.
Peel, I don't think umpire was satisfied. As we have one more ball in the 4th over. And, yeah, that's where he's just trying to hit with the wind, which is slightly left to right. Last ball of the 4th. Well, this is not exactly where he wanted it, but it's going to be 4, and they'll take him however they can get him at the moment as Ahmed moves to 15. And the score after 4 overs is 25 for 1.
Yeah, well, you got to make your own luck, and he gets a little bit of luck there. Little edge goes for 4, and they need a lot more of that because they're going to need to get to 100 against this confident Brigade side.
I just want to say a quick hello to everyone that's out there. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruckers over there. There's Lee Rimmer, who's here with the kids today. And look, looks like maybe he's been fielding at third man because we got a bit of an injury going on here, Corey. But good to see you guys here. Hope you're having a great day. Of course, the British International School of Marbella.
Oh, they're off.
And, yeah, they're off. Had their camera time. There you go.
It's about time I got back on the camera, actually.
There we go. Yeah, big head out the way. We've got good kids here, good teachers, good volunteers as well. Bringing cricket to the kids. Don't think we've ever had a walk-off before. That's a bit like when you have got a controversial interview and someone walks out halfway through. It's just one.
Yeah, that's very true. No, it's good
Were
to
the
have
questions too intrusive that I was
possibly
posing?
No, it's good to have the kids here, though.
Yeah.
I've been here all week. Lots of kids enjoying the cricket here in Cartama. It's good to see. It's a growing sport here in Spain.
Yeah, it is. Spanish national team coach Corey Ruckers with me in commentary. He loads up and gets this one into the wind, and it's going to hold up. And well, that one kind of really kind of demonstrates the wind, doesn't it, Corey? As he gets this one up in the stratosphere, but it blows into the field of play. Sahil Ahmed, his entertaining knock is over. He goes for 15, and it's 26 for 2.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that one, Vinny. I mean, came off the toe of the bat, and yeah, it does get held up in that wind. We did say a couple of days this week it's been quite breezy, and well, that was a perfect example. Even though he towed it, on another day that might have gone all the way for 6. So he's dismissed. Bit of an odd innings, never really got going, and he'll be disappointed with that as he walks past his captain, who comes into the crease now, Lazaridis. So another wicket, and you sort of feel in this innings it has to be Lazaridis or Newton who has to go really big now, Vinny.
Yeah, and you know, Lazaridis coming in at 4. I mentioned, that's so nice, isn't it, Sal Ahmed, going for 15, kiss and a hug. But Lazaridis coming in at 4. I said maybe he should come in around the 6th though would be a good time. He comes in the 5th, so slightly earlier.
Yeah.
But what's really important, I mean, these are their 2 batters, I think, that they would have, at the start of the tournament, said, these are the guys that need to make the most of the runs for us if we're going to be competitive this tournament. Look, they're out there, and they've got 5.5 overs to try and put something together. And let's just hope the big Lazarus can get something going.
Well, if he bowl... Yeah, I was going to say there's only 3 in the ring at the moment, but third man will come up to the spinner. But yeah, for Lazaridis, you got to hope that he gets into a bit of form. He's had a poor tournament so far. He's a better player than what he's shown. And if Zagreb are to have a chance in this match, he needs to get on with it early.
You have to go saying the successful bowler. Lazaridis just knocks this one into the leg side for 1. Oh, now they're going for a 2 that's not on well.
That's the greatest 2 I've ever seen.
Yeah, coming off a bit of a run of outs. I think this is a rush of blood. I think even a clean pick up and throw here. That ball was stopped. I mean, you should be able to field a stationary ball.
It's the first,
look at this.
First genuine 2 I've seen in a long time.
Wow. That's a curious decision. Back to live action. Short, pulled away. So, I guess it's tough in any form of the game when you're not really getting runs with the bat. But in longer forms, you have a bit of time to settle and get yourself in. But you don't really have that luxury. And I feel like it just compounds the problem sometimes in T10 cricket.
Yeah, possibly. And quite a lot of ownership as well. Everyone knew coming into this tournament he was the man that had to fire. So it's a lot of responsibility.
Newton just dabs for 1. We haven't quite seen the attacking panache that we saw from him.
Good
on
work,
the opening morning.
Panache, good from you.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, I do.
I've been reading some good books. I'm going to mention them, actually, if you stick around in this match, because I've got a good book next to me, actually, with regards to some of the brigade side.
Well, Vinny, he's got a bit of luck there. Thickest edge, falls short, another one.
It's the end of the over. So, scores 31 for 2 at the halfway mark. Well, the supercomputer predicted 84 for Zagreb Sokol. They'll have to wriggle on to get there. But having said that, they need probably 10 and over to get around that, closer to 11. Got 2 players there. If they do hit their straps, then they could score at that kind of a rate. But at the moment, not much given away. Only the 1 wide in the first half of match 13. But match 13 is where funny things happen, Corey. Last week in match 13, it was Dre that smashed all the records against the eventual qualifier, Tunbridge Wells. But I mean, that's a game 1 week ago that we'll remember for a long time. So happy 1 week anniversary.
Yeah, happy anniversary, Vinny. Well, yeah, match number 13, but, I mean, for Zagreb to pull something out the hat here, you sort of feel like Lazaridis needs to go big. Newton looks like he's going to play the holding role. So, slight distraction, fixes the pad up. But yeah, he has to produce something pretty special here to get his team up to a competitive total.
It's a difficult win for the left-hander, this one as well. Goes offside. Nice shot, cracks it. Just gets 1. I think if we were batting at the other end, then Lazaridis would love this win because he'd be able to launch it over mid-wicket and just get the ball high. But I feel like he's fighting himself. That was a nice shot through the offside. Now Newton, he has to try and lift a gear. We're into the second half of this innings already.
Well, what gear would you call that?
It's neutral. It's just stalled. I think he's hoping for a wide there. It's clever bowling by David Barr. Sneaks it in. So he will knock it through for 1. Yeah, not easy as well. Early in the season as well, some batters are going to have some success early, have a lot of confidence. Someone like Zishan, for example, he just doesn't have any cares in the world. He knows he's got batters behind him, but I think when you haven't played competitive cricket for a while, it's not really going for you. They're still going to put you out there. Difficult situation to be in. Lazaridis gets 1 down the ground at the moment. The boundaries have dried up, haven't they? Have to go back to my notes. Let's see, we haven't had a boundary the last over and a bit. The last one came off this particular Hussain before he was dismissed. It's pretty well struck by Newton. The kamikaze fielding. I think it's quite how he meant to do it, Ryan Barr. But just keeps it to 1.
Yeah, it's a bit of dead space in the game at the moment. Yeah, Zagreb just struggling to get it away. It's not through lack of trying. You sort of feel this last ball over, something big's going to come. I'm going to call it, Vinny. I reckon this ball's going for 6. Give us a Maximo.
I think it'll be a 1. Pushing it. 1 it is.
Well done.
Call me Nostradamus. 6 overs down, run a ball pace. Zagreb Sokol, they're 36 for 2 after 6. Now, one thing I will say, gotta love the kits, gotta love the caps as well. The baggy cap there, Zagreb Sokol. They'll be thrilled to receive those. I'm sure that they'll look after those for a long time. It's been a nice little element. Have a look at this, pretty as a picture as well. A bit of wind around today from behind the bowler's back. But you can see that certainly worse places to be in the world. Worst places to be weather-wise in Europe at the moment as well. So hello to all of our European viewers that are watching. But of course, you can interact with us in the live chat. Maybe let us know what the weather's like in your neck of the woods. In our YouTube live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, or on Fangirl in India. You have millions and millions of viewers every day. Every day between 20 and 50 million viewers watch European Cricket Network action here in Cartama. Well, this one, he just jumped over it. And it's a pretty good bit of fielding. I'm not entirely sure he's pulled this off.
No, we're going to have to take a closer look at this, Vinny. I have a feeling it's 4 just from his body language.
Yeah. I think he stops it, but then when he falls, I feel like it might come into contact with him. That would be my guess. It's the far side from us. That's fine. Now, does the ball hit the rope?
It has to hit the rope.
Hit coming. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 4. I think he would have seen it there. So, signalled 4 by Harrison Ward. Fresh from a
couple of days off.
Rest and recovery time for Harrison. Yeah, but yeah, good call, good work from the camera crew as well. Oh, could be trouble, and he's gone. Back pad, and Lazaridis, well, he gets his boundary, but then the next one he just tries to make something out of nothing. And the question there was height because he's a tall man, but he's adjudged LBW for 10, and it's 40 for 3.
Yeah, let's have a closer look at this. Given out by Harrison Ward, and yeah, that's 3 reds for me. That's hitting middle stump.
About the height, he is tall.
No, it's hitting the top of stumps. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
No, fair enough.
Good decision from Harrison. And yeah, this is kind of what got him in trouble before. Mistiming. This kind of pull shot. He's looking for it, I think, on length, and maybe it's not quite short enough to play that shot comfortably. So, unfortunately, for Lazaridis, he's going to have to go. He'll be disappointed. Still got some opportunities to try and impact this week, but right now he's gone and it's 40 for 3. A second wicket for Iftikhar Hussain.
Yep, second wicket for him, so he'll be happy. But you got to feel for Lazaridis a little bit. Hasn't been the tournament he would have hoped for, and another poor score. Zagreb Sokol, well, it's a slow death at the moment, really. Not getting away with too many boundaries, and they just need to find a way to get into this game.
So I'm going to ask you.
Yep.
Rico and I, we asked each other these questions earlier. So I'm going to ask you as well, Corey.
Yeah,
Bit of
sure.
time to think about it. First we'll look at Hussain. Goes after it. Wow, he's caught this. Oh, how's he pulled this one off?
What a
This is
catch.
outstanding fielding. Mohamed Shaikat has come out and he's got plenty of it, but he put it in the zone of possibility. And it's an outstanding bit of work out there on the deep wicket boundary. So Hussain gets a 3rd wicket. He's on a hat-trick. And Zagreb Sokol is more pain for them, 40 for 4.
Yeah, great catch. Good movement to his left, and he snares it just a couple of inches above the ground.
Ryan Barr has had a really, really good series.
Yep.
Particularly in the field. And useful with the ball as well. And that one coming forward at pace. That can't be easy. Blustery conditions as well. So Mohamed Shaikat, disappointment for him.
It's a king pair. He got a golden this morning as well, so not a great day for him. And unfortunately, can't do much more. Good catch. But hat-trick, we haven't had a hat-trick in the tournament, have we?
No, we haven't had a hat-trick this year.
Yep.
We had a curse on the hat-tricks. 2022 is cursed. We've had it dropped hat-trick. Remember the final last week. Not sure if you were still
with us.
fully functional by that point, but yeah, it went straight up in the air and it was a reared and should have had a hat-trick. It was dropped.
You feeling it now?
Nope.
I'm going to go hat-trick. I'm feeling it.
I'm going to say you're wrong. It's been a strategy that's been working for me so far. All right, here we go. Hat-trick ball, and it's up at Shukla. Oh, bit of bat on this, I think. Bat onto the pad. Could have gone anywhere. Little inside edge. So, still, we go hat-trickless in 2022. What I was going to say, though, talk about some of our highlights on ECN over the first 2,000 games. Some of your personal highlights since you've been with us. I know you haven't been with us as long. I mean, in a way you have, because you played in the first ECL. Shukla doesn't get off the mark. He'll be stuck on a globe. Still one ball to go in the over.
Do I have time?
Yeah, you got as much time as you like. And while you spend that time, I'm going to give a quick shout out to one of our favourites, Johnny Grimmer in Malta. Was previously the oldest wicketkeeper we've had. Shukla, not sure if there's any bat on this. Maybe not. I think it'll probably be a leg by to finish the over. It's 41 for 4. Yep, Johnny, happy birthday. Could be 63, I think, today. He's famous for one of our all-time highlights where he got hit in the head and then accidentally got head-butted by the trainer as he walked off. You've seen that one, haven't you?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You and everyone else. Anyway, you can see that this is the format. Group A, Tunbridge Wells from England qualifying. This week we're in Group B, and you can see these 6 teams this week, and one of them ultimately will qualify on Friday afternoon to join Tunbridge Wells in Championship Week, which starts on the 14th of March. And then we have Group C, D and E to come. Looking ahead to Group C already, just a quick one. Some familiar faces, Brescia CC, Cluj and the Prague CC Kings. Alton we've also had before. And Carlton, bit of an unknown quantity. And the Turks, St. Bernard Zaffa. Are you looking forward to that?
In popular opinion, Prague CC will qualify from that group.
You like it?
Yeah, definitely will.
They do have the beast. Sudesh Wickramasekara.
Exactly.
Aaron Ashokan. As we start another over.
My favourite memory, probably from everywhere we go. I mean, we've been to Portugal, Cyprus, Malta, everywhere. It's just the nicknames we come up for people. Yeah. I do enjoy it.
I know who
the characters.
I know who you like as well. You've got to have loved watching the Hitman Bowl. I love seeing your face because I'd seen him play before. And he doesn't often really pull out the afterburners, and he did that weekend, didn't he? Spanish Championship weekend. So Mohammed Kamran, he's a player we'll see for Paco Care, Badalona in Week 5 in Group E.
Yeah, all the nicknames and all the characters you meet along the way, it's pretty exciting stuff, I have to admit.
Must be one again. Am I going to have to spoon feed you your highlights? I'll give you another one of your highlights.
I can't remember. I've had a long...
Your highlights are, because I've been here for all of them.
All the catches?
The catch, the first ball of the game when I was having lunch, and it got caught, and then the guy went behind his back and knocked it up, and the other guy caught it.
That was unbelievable. Yeah, remember that?
Right. It's the greatest catch in any era of cricket. That was what you said at the time.
Didn't I?
You did. Don't disagree. That's a nice shot. Yeah, really good shot. This one is hit through extra cover. And Shukla, well, he's trying to get something moving. And this one is piercing the field in the offside. 4 runs. Badly needed runs for Zagreb Sokol.
Yeah, a little bit of life into this game. Good cricket shot. They needed that. Hopefully that will help him expand a little bit more.
Hello to Sri, who's watching from Luxembourg. It's part of their SARCC operation last week. Another one. Plays a miss. Another one of your highlights, the painter in the
that's
Netherlands.
the best one, when the painter got hit in the tush. Can we say tush live on the air?
You can say tush.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Cover your ears, kids. It bounced off the rope and got him right in the... I can tell you, it's the gluteus maximus.
We need to get that back on the air sometime, eh? That was unbelievable.
Be in the highlights. That was a good series. We had players getting lost in the woods trying to find the ball. Remember that?
The first day of Croatia was still the best.
First day of Croatia. Footpath on the field.
Yeah, happens.
So, moment, see Zagreb Sokol. I know things haven't quite gone to plan, but I mean, no matter what happens this week, I think they'll look back and they'll be really thankful for the experience because it gives them an idea of where they've got to get to. And we'll see them ashore in ECL 23 as well. So, one more ball in this 8th over. It just deflects nicely.
They're playing a different game, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, they probably feel like, look, we want to get some runs here, you know, so that the big shots aren't really working. The bowling's pretty good as well. It's the end of the 8th over. The score is 49 for 4. Keanu liked the painter in the Netherlands as well. So, that was a Nice little deflection. And you can see there the worm slowly heading up, but you look at the scale's only 50 on that worm. And so, yeah, Newton's the one. He hasn't had a lot of strike. He's faced 12 deliveries. In fact, after that, maybe that's 13. He's faced 13 deliveries in 8 overs. So that's less than 2 balls every over that he's facing. So we go into the last 12 balls of this innings. Leg side, be a wide. Nice bit of keeping by Simon Alford behind the stumps. And this is Macbeth coming back. So they'll take every run they can get at the moment. That one brings up the 50 for Zagreb Sokol. There it goes for it, and it could be another catch, and this time it's held on the first grab by Ewan Wilson. Well, this one wasn't a head, shoulders, knees and toes job. This is straight into the mitts of Wilson, who gets his second catch. And Sokol, they lose a 5th, and this time it's Newton who batted all the way through those 8 overs, but just didn't have a lot of the strike. And the score now is 50 for 5.
Yeah, another wicket falls to the third man region. It's been a bit of a hot spot in the day's fixtures. And, well, that was a bit of a slow, painful death for Newton. Not much you can say about that.
He was only facing 1.5 balls an over on average. Now, who's to blame for that? Is it the other batters for not rotating the strike? Or, I mean, there were a couple of times, especially early, he was kind of on his heels at the non-strikers. They're not really backing up, not really looking to score. But Newton, he'll be upset. And he ends up going for 11 off 14 deliveries. The score now, 50 for 5.
Yeah, it's been pretty difficult for Zagreb the whole time, and it's only going to get more difficult now. Not many of their batsmen are in form, and they've got to try and get a couple of boundaries late in this innings to have something to defend.
Yeah, what else have we got? Some other highlights come in the chat. I love that everyone else is coming up with your highlights. The chat is. You're one of those goldfish.
Yeah, short-term memory for me, Vinny. Yeah. It's been a big 8 days.
You know who I am. You know where you are. I hope so.
Slow game of cricket, this.
Is a little bit by our standards. But the other ones, the one-handed Grish Singh, Hand of God, the one-handed catch from the Coimbra Knights in Portugal is one. That's a very, very good catch. And what else? We've got, when it was flooding in Greece, when we had floods and had the water park on the field.
That was exciting, actually.
Of course, the end of that split final in Croatia last year, when Mohamed Shaikat bounced off his leg onto the stumps to force that run out towards the end of the decider.
Yes, perfect!
As Warner Muscle is out there now, over and a half to go. And Luke Belgium's just listed the scores for Zagreb Sokol so far in this series: 77, 45, 55 and 76. It would seem like, at best, they're probably pushing 60s here. Not sure they'll get out of the 50s at this stage. Beth gets cut way behind point. Murdoch does the fielding, just the one.
Sorry, Vinny, I'm back. Just having a bit of communication in the box. I'm just trying to think, how can Zagreb get themselves into this game? Bit of energy, bit of excitement. What can they do, Vinny? Give me something.
Well, I'm going to
T10 guru.
I'm going to ask you in a second as a coach, actually. I was going to say, what are you chatting to him about tonight? I'll tell you what. This is a nice shot, and this is cracked away. Well, the highlight's only 1 ball away. That's sometimes what I say to the players. And this is a nice shot by Arpit Shukla, who gets a length ball outside the off stump, and he just goes and he is able to crack this one away. Nice shot. That takes them up to 55.
Well, that's a bit better. Nice cricket shot, that. 4 runs. And, well, for me, I like seeing Zagreb take the game on. I know they want to bat time and a bit of depth, but take it on. You never know what's going to happen. And he comes again, and there we go. Takes it on, and it's a glorious shot. Bit of positive energy into the innings. Back-to-back 4s. And, well, if you give the game a go, usually it looks after you. 59 for 5 after 9 now. I mean, Brigade have bowled really well, but I think they've actually been overly respected by the Zagreb batters any time they've shown a little bit of aggression, they've been able to find some boundaries. And, well, one more over to go. You sort of feel if they can get, let's say, 15 off it, get themselves back to that 75 mark. Not easy to do, though. Brigade, they're doing everything that's been asked of them. They're bowling pretty steady, pretty tight, and doing all the right things. So here we go, last over. As Vinny joins me back after handing out some sweets in the back of the
I hope
complex.
that you like chilies. I've just been handing out Rico's jelly beans.
Well, I'll have to pause you there. It's 3 fours in a row. Another good shot. And, well, 4, 4, 4. And that's what I mean. A little bit of intent, and that's what can happen.
Yeah. Well, that was a good shot, wasn't it? As he whacks this one away. And something's happening. I thought we needed a bit of spice. So I decided to spice up the commentary box. We had the kids in here, and they played Rico's chili jelly bean roulette. So they've just had various ones.
Oh.
Samir had the hottest one. He had habanero.
I'll focus on the cricket. Single down the ground. Maybe they push for 2, but not there. So a single after 3 consecutive boundaries.
I've got one for you, Corey. Because
Absolutely no chance.
I've already had one. So here you go.
Only if you put it in my mouth.
Well, so enjoy that one. Yeah,
That's
they might be
horrific.
struggling to get up. That was the Carolina Reaper I gave you. It's the world's hottest chili. Hey, I said they might struggle to get out of the 60s, or out of the 50s. They're up in the 60s. Now, the next one is going to be one. And it's all about giving the kids an experience they'll never forget. I'm sure they'll never forget that jelly bean. You really didn't last long with that Carolina Reaper one in your mouth, did you?
Oh, I'm on fire here in the commentary box, Vinny. Oh, that is spicy. Oh, no.
There you go.
Oh,
Eat
no.
that.
You did put it in my mouth.
How long did he last? Not long.
Yeah. It's probably the most exciting replay in a few overs.
Well, come on. Bit harsh on Shukla. He's got 3 boundaries. They do say give the kids some memories. So I did my best there.
Not sure that's a memory they want, Vinny.
That was Rico's idea he brought to the team building workshop.
Yeah,
He
okay.
brought that to try and get people talking. Certainly got tongues moving, but maybe not the way. So 3 to come.
Hit into mid-wicket, into the hole. They might think of 2, but no, they're going to settle for a single. So a better finish here, Vinny, but still they've struggled throughout this whole innings to get away from this good Brigade side.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, they're going to end up probably in what would be about their average. If I go back and have a look at kind of how they've gone. This is probably around bang on. Full toss, reasonably high. And just get the one here. So I have to say, Shukla, he's tried hard, hasn't he? He's got 16 as we head into the last ball. And we'll be on a Muslim on strike. Big swing and a miss. He shouldn't miss. And I think he's knocked the bail off. He has. So there'll be a run out off the last ball. And they're going to finish at 67 for 6 off their 10 overs. 68 will be the target for Brigade, who'll feel pretty confident at this stage. And as we see there, Muslim, well, you can't blame him. He tries to hit this one over the cars. In the end, plenty of time for Alford to break the stumps. He'll get a nice little stat there. And they're going to finish 68, actually, is what I've got. Though I would have thought that'd be a run out last ball. So I think we'll finish with 67. So going to get some confirmation about that in a second. But Zagreb Sokol, certainly they'll be disappointed at this stage where they're at in this match. But still, they're going to have a sudden death match, you'd imagine, tomorrow. Well, it was match number 13. Spooky things happened on the Costa del Sol. And Brigade, they had a slow start to the tournament. There are a lot of interested onlookers of every species, as it was a bit of luck, actually, which brings the first wicket. You see Wilson, that was cue the circus music. That was a juggling act, that you'll remember. And this is also very, very nice to see these family moments. But ultimately, Zagreb Sokol looking on with some trepidation as this innings just unravelled a little bit as well. Newton at the top of the order, couldn't get much of the strike, and unfortunately, eventually he would fall as well. Brigade had a bit of a training drill feel about it to them. Remember, they did lose their opening match against Guernsey. And Lazaridis, well, he dropped himself down to 4. Had hit a nice boundary, but then this last one, where he faced, just going after the pull shot when it wasn't quite there. That was an outstanding catch by Barr. Ryan Barr, that is, in the outfield. And just, Corey, you can say, if it wasn't with his rear guard by Shukla at the end, you felt like they probably weren't getting out of the 50s. And Sokol, 68, well, we have seen this kind of a score defended before, but it's hard to see it happening. I guess when it comes down to it, they just need to try and give it as good an account as possible. Try and get something working for them. Try and put together a half of a game, maybe just an innings, as this is their last opportunity, as we see you enjoying that Carolina Reaper. But it's their last opportunity, 10 overs of cricket before they're going to go into a sudden death matchup tomorrow. So I think they'll be very keen to at least put on a good showing and not get blown away in the second half of this match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously it hasn't been the tournament they were looking for, but they've still got nothing to lose. It'll be good for them if they can come out here and show a bit of fight, a bit of spirit, and see if they can get some wickets early and, well, just give them some confidence. Just something. We'll have a quick look at the scorecards and, well, Shukla at the end I was impressed with, 16 off 11. For me, though, I sort of feel that I know they want to bat the innings, but you have to take the game on a bit more. They're just a little bit defensive, and yeah, it's the reason they're not scoring more than 90.
I look at the last game that we were watching Indo-Bulgarians, and Mishra had plenty of the strike opening up, and he was their draw card. He at Newton faced 14 balls in about 8 overs, just over 8 overs.
Yeah.
So it just didn't have an opportunity to really get going at all. And with the ball, well, all single digits, and they all did a good job. All the balls went between 11 and 16 off their 2 overs. And Iftikhar Hussain, he was the destroyer, 3 for 10, but also wickets for the captain, Britain. Nice comeback from him as well. And Ryan McBeth, who I think is having a very good week. And the Bars, well, they're not twins, but they do have twin figures. 2 overs, none for 16. Corey, we'll be back in around about 8 minutes with the chase. And it will be 68 the target. Brigade trying to continue on their winning ways. Both these teams, their last round robin match before we head into Super Thursday. So join us when we return in a few moments. It will be the second half of match 13 in Group B. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Ruckers. We'll see you shortly on ECN for more BET2BALL European Cricket League.
Hello and welcome back here to the beautiful ground in Cartama. We are in Spain, sunny Spain. It's winter, but it feels pretty warm here at the Oval. And we're at the halfway stage in this pretty crucial T10 match. Because Zagreb Sokol needs some momentum before the eliminator tomorrow morning. And they're versing Brigade, and Brigade have been pretty sensational so far. Really confident with their bowling and their fielding. They didn't make many mistakes, and they will be the happier of the two sides halfway stage in this game. They need 68 for victory. And we want to say welcome to all our viewers around the world and those on YouTube via the YouTube chat. Always great to interact with you, and those especially in India via fan code. Hope you're enjoying the European Champions League of cricket. The Champions League was on last night with the football, and then the cricket's on during the day. An exciting time if you're a sports fan, especially in Europe. So what can they do here? What can Zagreb do to maybe get themselves into this game? It's been a difficult tournament so far, but they have to believe that they can cause a couple murmurs in that batting lineup. So it looks like Newton with the new ball. Here we go. Ball one in the run chase. No, it's not. It's a dead ball. Well, almost caught it. Looks like a change to the batting lineup as well. Looks like Simon Alford, the keeper. I had him listed to come in at number 10. Well, that's not true. He's opening the batting, and he's with McCarter. Oh, how is that? That's closer than you think. And, well, a little bit of shape back in, but probably doing a little bit too much. We'll have a little look. Yeah, he's come shuffling down the wicket as well. Maybe a little bit high, maybe missing leg stump. There's a few things wrong with it, and you can understand why big Harrison Ward gave that nod out. Another good delivery, blocked into the offside, and they'll scamper through for a single. And, well, you don't see that every day. And that's McCarter basically hobbling his way through to the other end, because he seems to have picked up a serious injury. Now, that makes me think, with finals around the corner and such a low total to chase, would you risk him? I personally wouldn't, but obviously he thinks he's fit enough to continue. So he hits it straight to mid-off, and this is one thing you might see with someone that's carrying a little bit of an injury. He won't be able to run those ones too hard, so I expect to see some pretty big shots from him, especially in the power play. As that hits the under half of the bat, and another dot ball. So yeah, pretty rare you'll see such an injured player walk out to open the innings. Good start from Newton. Well, that's going to be some leg buys, and just the one leg buy. I dare say he won't be turning back for any twos. Yeah, definitely leg buys. So he's not off the mark just yet, but Brigade, they'll just be looking for a couple of boundaries in this power play, maybe settle any nerves if there is some, as they ease their way to this total. Zagreb need a couple of wickets for the confidence. It's a good ball, and hit wide of mid-on, and they'll scamper through for another single. So that will bring an end to the first. The score is 3-0, and pretty sedate start in this run chase. It's been a different old T10 match, a little bit slower. But there's nothing slow about this, man. Vinny, how are you?
Appreciate that. Take that as a compliment. He's got some more kids from BISM up here with us. 3-0 loss. Seems a bit of a popular total off the first over today. 3-0 loss. And Alford getting an opportunity. McCarter, I overheard you there. I agree. If you've got a guy that's a bit suspect physically, and you've got really important couple of days of cricket, pretty much your biggest 2 days of the tournament coming up in the next 2 days, I would
rested him.
Yeah, because Brigade only have the one match today, right? So I would have thought that it's a good opportunity to take a whole day off and just maybe just leave him at the hotel to get some R&R. Here's Lazaridis. Let's put on the leg side. Still willing to see him up. There's a bit of an internal debate about whether he should bowl his spin. You can see some of the other kids. And a few really strong ones as well. So I'd like to see many kids do you reckon you could wrestle successfully?
600.
I think 3 could take you down.
No, it's 600.
Discreet. Pretty bold. Get a leg side though.
It's definitely pitched outside leg and missing leg stump, but good energy. Well, Lazaridis did bowl earlier in the day, Vinny. He opened the bowling. He hasn't opened the bowling in the and he bowled all right. He bowled pretty steady, so obviously thinking, let's go again. It's not too often you see in the T10 format 2 left-arm opening bowlers.
Yeah, that's true.
Ashish Nira and Zahir Khan.
Which reminds me, when they were bowling to Hayden and Langer, that was in Test cricket. It was a while before they... it's not often you see 2 left-handed batters and 2 left-handed bowlers. There's RT. A bit more about that in a second. As this next one is just worked away, and well, they're looking, and they're going to have to go and fight it, go and fetch. Maximo 6 to Makata, and that's what he's in the side to do. And the Teddy Bears enjoyed that one.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter if you're injured or not. When you hit it that far, it's always going to go. Nice shot for 6, and well, the Teddy Bears almost caught it as well.
Yeah, remember we had a sweepstakes on which car would be hit and which part would be hit. I said the left one windscreen. Not sure if it's already gone down, because there was one when I was watching game 1 in the fan zone. One of the 6s literally bounced in between the 2 cars.
Oh, really?
In between 2 cars. And these are cars that are, they're not cheap.
Can you name another left arm opening pair while I've got you on the hot seat?
Oh,
Vinny?
probably. ECN cricket or non-ECN cricket?
Big cricket. We said Ashish Nira and Zahir Khan. Got another one for me?
Well, that was what I was thinking of, because I still remember that there was 2 left-hand bowlers and 2 left-hand batters. Are you thinking of one?
Chaminda Vas and Zoysa.
Oh yeah.
Ooh,
I
old school.
actually trained. I was a net bowler for the Sri Lankans when they were in Perth in '99. Zoysa.
Weren't you a wicketkeeper?
Yeah, that's just before I made the transition. Maybe it was after getting whacked around by those Sri Lankans. They went after me. Oh, this is in the air, and this will be a chance. Look, it should be taken, and it's dropped.
No!
And that is Jared Newton.
Oh, no way. They just can't buy a trick. Oh, I feel for them a bit. Oh, no.
Dear me.
This has to be the tournament of tournaments for Zagreb. Everything's just gone wrong. Everything. I've never seen a team have such bad luck and things go wrong and drop catches. And
he had one man under that.
Yeah,
you'd want it to be Newton.
Oh, it's a slippery slope.
Doesn't even get the next opportunity as this one is going to be sent out of the ground. Well, guess what? I might have to put myself in for an early lunch the way things are going. As this one is whacked over leg side. 6 more. Maximo Makata moves into double figures.
Yeah, nice shot for 6, and he'll be pretty happy with that. And Keanu, I did see your message. He said Langer and Bevan. Well, that shows you how much Keanu knows. Langer and Bevan were Langer bowled right arm.
Good, mate. Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah, well, Keanu knows a lot. He's probably found a game in a second innings or something where Langer bowled left-handed and Bevan opened the bowling that we don't know about.
Dear Amazon, turn Keanu's TV off.
I've told you, you're not allowed to do that because you're setting off people's speakers in their house. As we get to the end of the second over, the score is 20 for no loss after 2.
Isn't it true, Vinny, that when you're having a bit of a tournament that doesn't go well with the bat, with the ball, that the fielding just generally just goes down with it?
I'm shocked that Newton dropped that. Maybe not as shocked as he was. As we have a look, and now all teams have played 4 matches now, so it's even footing to see where we're at. And you can see now that the top 3 has emerged. So Bjorvika, they've got a really crunch game coming up later on against Indo-Bulgarian to maybe push up. As we see the next ball, first ball of the 3rd, it's driven away nicely. And it's just Newton who comes on, gets full, but it's a classical cover drive. Carter looking very good so far in the power play.
Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't matter if you're injured, it's good batting. And, well, looking at that table quickly, if Brigade win this, that confirms their top 3 spot, doesn't it?
It certainly does. So, a week not starting according to plan, but now things are starting to click. Carter will lip one here. I had a question from behind me. I love the chat, the YouTube chat. The question was, what's your name? And again? It says Marzi asked me a really good question. She asked, has the ball ever landed up here? And the answer is yes. Last week, a ball came right here And when the ball comes in the commentary box, which isn't often, I don't normally worry too much about catching it. I worry about protecting all this stuff because this is worth thousands and thousands
I don't.
of stuff.
I catch everything. I haven't dropped one yet.
Corey's dropped six times the ball's been hit to Corey when he's been either not up here, but down there. And he has dropped 6 in a row. And in fact, last week, Corey was down there and the ball went hit to him and he tripped over all those wires and crashed into the giant ball.
Dear Alexa, turn off Vinny's headset.
Maybe we should do this. Interact. I'm getting questions from the back. Someone catch this.
Please catch it.
For the love of God.
Oh,
And
no.
he's dropped it. Oh.
No, Vinny. Oh, it's like a bad car crash episode for a team.
He's another guy with a really good pair of hands, Sam Houghton.
Honestly, they've dipped the ball in soap. It's just a big bar of soap coming from a blue sky. It couldn't get more difficult.
There's no way I can drop this, and he has.
Tell you what, that team meeting last night's not helped.
The team meeting tonight might be a little bit more fiery as Houghton is able to grab this one on the ground. Well, one thing is for sure, the bowler knows how he feels because Newton was the one that shelled one last over.
Is that Sam?
That's Sam Houghton.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, some days you just want to bury your head in the ground. I tell you what, when the next one goes in the air, no one's going for it.
So that's 3 overs down into the power play. Oh, Zagreb Sokol, 27 for no loss brigade, but Zagreb Sokol, you have to be, you just have to turn and shake your head. But you know, I'll say Star CC last week, they couldn't win a game in the round robin stage, but they pulled off a shock where everything did click for them. And this is the kind of format where that's possible. But I don't think anyone saw that coming. It's going to be the Beehive. They come in now, Mumba Shy Cat.
Oh, no. Oh, well, not. Oh, no, that is huge, Vinny. Who's catching that? That's massive. That's in the big bar.
Yeah, that one's up, ordering a Victoria Cerveza. As it was a little bit short from Shy Cat. He got the punishment. 6 runs, 6 of the best. McCarter, or maybe he's going to get a rest because it looks like the way he's going, they might finish this game a bit early.
Yeah, well, that's a beautiful shot, isn't it? And it doesn't matter if you're injured. If you can get it out the middle of the bat, it's 6 runs, and he's moseyed himself to 26 off 11. But, yeah, how do you feel right now if you're Zagreb? You don't want that ball going in the air, do you? What do? LBWs and bolds?
Start planning for tomorrow. Paolo Butchamaza in the chat thinks that maybe some of the Zagreb Sokol fielders have been watching Corey's catching lessons. You know what it feels like to drop a couple.
Never caught one. I never dropped one as a player.
It's called wide. Another one. Another halfway to the target.
Yeah, they're getting to this total pretty easily. It's going to be probably a big boost for their net run rate, but we think that should be pretty obsolete for the Brigade side. I think if they win this, they'll confirm themselves in the top 3.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Goes straight, hits it pretty good, and it's going to clear the fence. Maximal! McCarter moves into the 30s. It's 32 out of the 40 runs in this innings. And it does look like we're set for a slightly early finish here in match 13.
Both my games have been early, Vinny. It's pretty rare you have T10 games like this.
Hope you're getting paid by the over. Save a bit of money.
Oh, please be a dot ball.
Sharkat. Oh, now I think he's going to get 4 here. This is a fortunate one. Unlucky for the bowler. He just stands, doesn't really move the feet, tries to swing this one across the line. Polite applause for that. I think it was a moral victory for the bowler, but the 4 runs will go to Brigade, the All-Ireland champions.
Do you know what his injury is? Why he can't run at 100%?
It's a lower leg injury, I think.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't checked with him. Getting it pretty closely guarded, but you know, he normally would bowl for them as well.
Yeah.
And so we haven't seen him bowling the longer this tournament's gone on. 36 now though, 13. So you see why he's in the side.
Oh.
And well, that's asking for trouble. And this one's going to bounce off the giant ball. Well, Corey's having flashbacks, and that one is out of the ground. Chaka, Lagia, 6, Carrera, 6 más. As this brings up the 50 partnership for Brigade. It's been dominated by McCarter.
Well, I said this morning Shakat should never come around the wicket because he just bowls it into the wheelhouse and you just have to help it on its way. That's exactly what's happened there. There's the giant ball. Well, I caught that one last week, that is for sure. But yeah, good batting. Doesn't matter if you're injured or not. And well, looks like he might be coming. Here we go. He's changing to spin. Well,
All right.
you got nothing to lose.
Yeah, why not? It'll be all time. That's a fast spinner. It's worked around the corner. And, well, really nice bit of fielding. Sahal Ahmed out there. So just one. And now McCarter. Well, not often you see someone score a half century with a target of 68, but he's getting close. He's up to 43. As we have one more ball left in this over. And Alford, who's played a bit of second violin during the first 4 overs. He's on strike. He'll get one here. And that will take us to the end of the 4th over. So not long to go in this one. 52 for no loss after 4. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Ruckers. Now, I have been given this, and I can't wait to read a bit more of it. I was just peeking through it. This is called Big Roy, and it's all about Roy Torrens, who's been really a big loss for everyone around the Brigade Club. I know that he passed away late last year, and this is all about his life, and it's written by people that knew him, by his friends. It's 120 pages long, so I can't wait to have a look at this. Uphill and into the wind, Big Roy, his life in cricket, including a contribution by our very own Sir Rob Kemming. So,
Oh, wow.
yeah, I'm sure.
Pretty touching, that.
Yeah, had a lot to many people. Alford tries to get funky, and he'll get a dot here.
Yep, good decision by the umpire to not give that a wide because the batsman moved across. But yeah, that's nice, Vinny.
Beautiful pictures in here as well. That's Big Roy, his life in cricket. And on Morgan and Kevin O'Brien, these kind of names all there. Nell O'Brien as well. Shukla into the attack. It's an easy read because just 1 or 2 pages, you're getting a lot of different perspectives and some beautiful colour pictures in there as well. So, again, condolences to Torrens' family and the Brigade community. I'm sure we'd be very, very proud of how Brigade are going about this tournament. And this one is dragged. Should just be one.
So you know how we have like the statistic charts come up and different things, the worm and handgraft. Should we be accounting drop catches and missed opportunities should have a chart? Because the team, I think it's usually the team that has the least amount in a tournament goes on and wins the tournament.
That's probably a fairly good point. I suppose it's a bit subjective.
It's better than the worm.
I think it's a bit subjective though. I mean, you're dealing with known data versus subjective data. What is a chance? What is not a chance?
I'm doing my pluses and minuses next week.
You should do it.
Next week.
You're asking other people to do extra work. I'd like to see you get the Andy Simons pen and paper out.
I'm overworked.
Pluses, minuses. You're not today, because this is going to finish early.
Oh, yes.
Bit of seam back from Shukla. He's had a pretty good game, Shukla, actually. Remember, he counter-attacked with the bat. Bit of nice late innings hitting. Got him up into the 60s, otherwise this game would be over already.
Good to see Mark Davies there, keeping. 66 years young.
Yeah.
Doing a splendid job.
I don't think he's quite 66 yet. I think he's 65 still.
Rounded up.
66 this year. Alford, they've put him up there to get some batting. Hasn't really clicked for him as yet. Not as easy as it looks on TV. You can tell that to everybody. As I have a look at a few people in the Czech Republic agreeing with you there. Nice to see some drop catch statistics, missed opportunity statistics. Halfway through this innings, it's 54 for 5.
What I'll do next week, I'll keep track of the whole fielding operation by the 6 teams that are coming, and we'll have a look at who's the best fielding team, and if the best fielding team next week goes on to get it. But here's a look at the scorecard, and well, one-man show.
It is at the moment. I need 14 for victory. Only 6 required by McCarter. You asked what is he doing out there? Well, you can see what he's doing out there. On strike now. No ball called,
no way.
and they'll probably catch this now.
Oh, no.
And it's a big wipeout from Lazaridis.
Oh, you got to have a giggle sometime, don't you? It's just not going their way. It was a no ball anyway. He didn't know it was a no ball.
I think they get 2 there, did they? I mean, that's not ideal, is it? So, things just not really working at the moment. First ball.
Yep.
Good call from the umpire. And now free hit. And it's
catch
the
it.
Alligator.
Hey!
Oh, he pulled that off. Oh, well, that's Lee Rimmer.
He's in my... Oh,
That is Lee Rimmer.
that's another tick in my coach's book. He qualifies in 2 years.
And well, all the kids parted like the Orange Sea there and left it to Mr. Rimmer. Takes an outstanding catch, but well, let's focus back on the batter because that brings up McCarter's 50 off 17 balls. Gets nutmegged by the next one. But McCarter, yeah, you mentioned about whether it was smart to risk him in this game. He could have had a whole day off, but he brings up his half century in quick time as well.
Yep, credit to him. He's batted really beautifully. He's timed the ball sensationally. They always say beware of the injured batsman.
Yeah, that's what they say. This one's into the hitting zone as well. And it's adios pelota. That one's on the roof of the tents as we're getting closer and closer to the final bell here in match 13. And McCarter hitting him for fun now. That one was really long.
And, well, Vinny, if my maths are correct, that might be it.
Yeah, well, I think we'll have to just do the recount. Happened very, very quickly.
Well, the players seem to be... No, they're not. They've got to get one more opportunity. My maths are correct, Vinny. They're all walking together then as if the game was done.
Tommy Esperin says, look and learn, Corey, about that crowd catch from Lee Rimmer.
It's actually CGI. That's me out there. CGI
right?
these days is phenomenal.
Someone give me a score.
Well, it's pretty easy when you're in sports clothing. I've been trying to take catches in chino pants
come
and
on.
polo shirts, and
Getting there wasn't the problem.
I'm going to take a couple in the ECS this year. Maybe not these.
You're not allowed.
Nah, ECS I am allowed in
No,
Portugal.
you're not. Not if you're plugged in.
There's a bit of a pause on the game here because I think it's over. Is it
I think
over?
it is. I think you might be right, actually.
I think so.
Yeah.
Well,
so,
wouldn't you just bowl another ball anyway? Why not?
no, because something will happen. Someone will get injured. You'll get sued, and that'll be the end
Maybe,
of the ECN.
maybe you'll get uninjured.
Well, a few people that think it might have ended, and they said, no, we'll have another one. So everything's gone down. The internet's gone down.
Oh, no.
Everything's cracking.
Well, Zagreb getting on the offensive. Everyone comes into the ring. It's a bit late.
The 9 slips might have been a shout. Of course, well, if we have one more, might as well have another one. So, yeah, I think we might have broken the scoreboard because I think they might need a negative number now.
Well, -2 to win.
Oh, there we go. Now, if you want some more, here's some more. I'm not sure whether this will count or not, because if they pass the total, it'll be void. And in the end, I think, no ball.
No ball for.
Let me get a free hit first ball next game. Because, yeah, it was too high. McCarter says, thank you very much. That's going to do it. And in the end, it's going to be a comfortable victory for Brigade, who finished their campaign 4-1. They did have that stumble on the opening morning. And this is going to set up a really interesting Super Thursday for them. And we could see a return matchup with Griffins that did a number on them back in match 1 of Group B. But it was McCarter that dominated that chase. Yeah, and I would have thought maybe it was a good opportunity to get some more batting into some others. I mean, I think maybe that's why they kept McCarter up there. They gave Alford a chance up the top, but he wasn't able to really get going. Mark Davies, and that's him right there. The oldest player to appear in the ECL. He'll be disappointed. He had the best seat in the house to some power hitting from Graham McCarter in the second half of match 13. This unbroken partnership wins the game for Brigade as they get over the line by 10 wickets. Zagreb Sokol, they needed a miracle in match 13. I didn't know if we were going to see lightning striking twice after a quite unexpected result in the corresponding fixture last week. But the kids, well, they were pretty enthused. And there's Sam Houghton. He was about to be laughing on the other side of his face when you see what happens early on. And, well, the Teddy Bears were scrambling. And, well, RT, of course, always in the thoughts of the Brigade crew. But then this was the story for me. Newton drops an absolute sitter. Probably their 2 best fielders who got opportunities. They weren't able to take hold. This is the other one, Houghton. Runs away to end up on his knees. And he was praying he'd get another chance. He didn't. And well, the chances were always going to be few and far between as Brigade cruised to victory.
Yeah, it just wasn't falling into the hands for Zagreb Sokol, but credit to the Griffins, Brigade I should say, getting ahead of myself. Brigade have played a pretty flawless T10 game. They bowled well, they fielded well, and we saw some brilliant power hitting there at the very end. A couple more boundaries and they've cruised themselves to a victory, but more importantly, that means they are going to finish in the top 3 and they're going to have a couple of chances to get to Finals Friday.
Yeah, they'll have to wait and see exactly where they finish. That'll determine when they play tomorrow. Lee Rimmer, well, he showed them how to catch, didn't he? Out there, 20 metres over the boundary. It was last right time. And it was Brigade that cruised to their 4th victory on the trot. After that little wobble and a lot of enthusiasm. Good to see the fan zone filling up. Beautiful day for it as well as we look ahead to the next match. And it's going to be Griffins versus the Royal Tigers. Both these teams identical records. So Royal Tigers would love to get a 4th victory, which would entrench them in the top 3. Same with Griffins. Look, they probably could lose and still get there, but it depends on things like net run rate then, potentially. So I think there's a lot to play for in match 14. It's just around the corner. Go back with Rico for that one. As we have a bit of an extended break, about 35 minutes before we will be back.
I want to pick your head on this, and it might be an unpopular opinion. Star CC last week didn't win a game, got to the eliminated one. Zagreb Sokol haven't won a game, get to the eliminated. Look, it's great to have so many teams in. For me, I think we should be saying goodbye to our first team right now. I feel like, what happens if Zagreb Sokol rock up tomorrow? Lazaridis finally turns it on, or Newton. One of them hits an 80 and they knock a team out. Now, the only reason I'm asking you that is because I know you're big on the fixturing and everything like that. I just think it's a little bit, I don't know.
I know what you're saying.
I mean, it means every team's guaranteed to get to the knockout phase, and I don't think that's the way it should be. That's just my opinion.
What it is, and I take your point, for sure. That's a good point. But it's partly to do with so we don't have any gaps in the fixtures on the Thursday. Because no one wants to sit and watch this, which is nothing. And the other reason is, look, if you are down there, it's all about giving cricketers opportunities. And of course, you saw Star CC, for me, it's a positive that they got the opportunity at that moment. If you're good enough, you're going to have to still beat every other team on the trot. And it's very unlikely to think of a team that would lose all 5 games and then win all 5. But if you do, I think you deserve, you've done it. And it puts them under that kind of finals, that knockout pressure. So I think, again, for me, I like it because it's a bit of extra experience for them. And so, look, Zagreb Sokol, they've made things really hard for themselves so far. But again, they will have that opportunity. But I certainly do take your point, Corey. It's an unusual format, but I think it also gives opportunities and extra matches to teams. That's what they're here for. You know, they get the opportunity to come here. We don't want them sitting on the pine for 2 days. So it is a 10-wicket victory for Brigade here in match number 13. It's been a pleasure bringing it to you. And Zagreb Sokol, well, they'll have time to lick their wounds tonight and come back for that crunch match. Obviously, it'll be against whoever finishes 5th. Corey, thank you to you for your contribution today, even though you got 2 of the earliest finishes I've ever seen. We're going to grab some lunch. Rico will be back with me when we return in about half an hour for the 4th match of the day. Match 14. It'll be a shootout between Griffins and the Royal Tigers. You don't want to miss it. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Rutgers. And you're watching ECN. This is the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
Hello and welcome to the coin toss for match 14. Griffins, they're taking on the Royal Tigers. This promises to be an exciting game. What about Griffins? Look, they had a defeat yesterday. They were beaten by the Norwegian champions. They had to come back strong today, and they did. They had a good win against Indo-Bulgarians in a very close game. Match number 2000 it was. But they won, and they've got the confidence, I think, going into this match. The Royal Tigers, look, they had a comfortable victory, didn't they, against the Croatian champions. They too will be looking comfortable. This is going to be, I think, again, a battle between the big guns of the Royal Tigers against the more traditional players of Griffins. Let's join Harsh and Luke and Rob for the all-important coin toss.
BET2BALL. We're gonna have a ball. Okay. And the Griffins are gonna bowl.
Captain Harsh of the Royal Tigers, the champions of Hungarian cricket. Well, he calls BET2BALL, but it falls Guinea-Ibu. And no hesitation from the captains of Griffins, Luke Letizia. He says, okay, we're going to have a ball. And I think this is all about them being able to time their run chase once more. Well, captain will be pleased and relieved, really, that someone like Jason Martin and Jordan Martell were able to perform with the bat. And remember, they put that 81-run partnership on together against that victory in a very close game against Indo-Bulgarian. With the ball, though, I think he's hoping that he himself is able to keep the pace off and pick up a few wickets, and maybe Bishard can return to his best form. They're up against a team that are known for their power hitting, and this could be another one that perhaps something like, first of all, I think Harsh, the captain, I think he could have a big part to play in this match with the bat and with ball. But they've got those big hitters, haven't they? They've got the likes of Zishan, Zahir and Abhishek. If they get going, well, we know that they can put a big score on the board. And once they do that, well, with the bowling, Cartama will be key again. He's always there. He's always performing for his captain. And I think Harsh himself, putting a bit of spin on it, taking the pace off, he'll be hoping to pick up a few wickets himself. I think this is really going to be a good one. Just a reminder, toss won by Griffins, and the captain, Luke Letizia, deciding he is going to have a bowl first. Good match is going to be. It's going to be exciting. Maybe feel about a golden ball about this one. Who knows? But I know one man that's looking forward to this match is in the commentary box, and it's Mr. Maximo.
Thank you very much, Rico Full. Welcome back. And it is time for match number 2002 on ECN. It's been a great journey, a bit of a milestone today as we reached our 2000th match all-time that we broadcast on the European Cricket Network. It's great to have your company once again as the action's really hotting up in Group B as the round-robin stage comes to a conclusion today on day 3 of Group B. And this should be a really, really interesting match between the Royal Tigers from Budapest in Hungary taking on Griffins from Guernsey. You can see the news from the toss, you saw it right there. As Griffins won the toss, elected to bowl first. Surprised me a little bit. I think they know perhaps that Royal Tigers like to chase, and so they're going to get them out there, maybe try and expose them early. Zishan has been good, as has the protractor. And how about that? The supercomputer, the robot, thinks it's narrowly Griffins 100 to 94. Must say, it's hard to see the Royal Tigers not cracking 100 if Zishan gets going. You see both those teams well on the timeline. They just had the one loss so far, 3-1. And for sure, whoever wins this game will be in that top 3. The bottom team could be at risk. It could potentially come down to net run rates, and the margins might be important as well. Yes. This is a game I'm really looking forward to. Contrasting styles between the two teams, slightly. Contrasting experience levels at ECN level. But anyway, here's Bishard to start things off in match 14. And he's not going to stick around. He's going to put this one on the bank. Maximo! 1 ball, 1-6. Tigers out of the cage early. And it is Zishan Khan Kukakal. I don't think he gets all this one. Just angled it from Bishard. Zishan. Yes, thanks very much. Seis Carreras. And there's no warm-up deliveries in T10. It was fielded by his Tigers teammates. This one just whelped round the corner. It's going to be 4 more. And so Bishard just trying to drop the length a little bit, but He's getting that in movement. And Zishan was quick to get across and help it round the corner to 4 more. They hit double digits in no time at all. It's going old school. Showing the whole face. Nothing to hide. Zishan Kukakel. 10 off 2. He's out there with Mark Ahuja, former captain of the Tigers and national team skipper for Hungary as well. I think they make a pretty good pairing at the top of the order. Mark Ahuja has shown he can play the support role and play some attacking strokes as well. Nishan sits back and cracks this one, no run. And Mark Ahuja, I'd probably compare him a little bit to Chris Lakov that we've seen as far as what his role is. I think he's aiming to give as much of the strike to the out-and-out hitter at the other end. The run between them gets hard, but can also play some classical strokes to the boundary. Zishan once more, he misses out, come back from Bishard. So much of this game I think might be determined in the power play. If you can grab Zishan, remove him, put some pressure on some of the other batters, and they do bat pretty deep. That's one thing I probably would say. Both these two teams have got pretty strong top 5. This time finds the man at square leg. A deep mid-wicket and a deep third man. I don't mind that actually at this stage, because I think with this wind, the way Zishan swings, can easily come off the edge and go all the way to third man. We've seen a few catches down there already, some taken, some not. Live chat back up now after solving some technical difficulties. Nice to see everyone back in there. Let's ball the over. Zishan swings and he misses. It's 10 for no loss. The 4 dot balls. Good comeback from Bishard. Does that over look to be heading out of hand? Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu for the European Cricket Network today, as we are at the midpoint of week 2 of a 6-week tournament here in Cartama. Joining me once again, welcome back to Rico Full.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Lovely to be here, of course. I'm looking forward to what we both believe is going to be quite an exciting contest. Should be close. Zishan, we saw him get hold of 2 deliveries there, but Bishard came back well. But I think he also was a little bit fortunate. A couple of loose deliveries there, which I think Zishan, if he wasn't thinking about hitting the ball so hard, should have really made contact with a couple of those, but gets away with it. And we're going to see Mark Ahuja facing his ball, and no change here in their approach to the opening attack. They were sticking with Hooper, who up until now has been expensive.
Yep. Here is the hoop. Mark Ahuja. Stan Ahuja also in the side. He'll be behind the stumps today for Royal Tigers. Mark Ahuja pushes for a single. That's his role, I think. He's surprised me a little bit, ECC. Someone said he may not be able to hit the big shots, and can do it, but I think Zishan is the plan A for that. This skews away, and it goes in that area I talked about a moment ago. This one goes over the third man that was in the circle. There was Bishard in that position. He swings so hard, Zishan, that he's always a chance of maybe skewing the deep third man. He does, but there's nobody home, and it's 4 to the Royal Tigers.
Well, there's always a chance in pulling his shoulder out as well. He really does swing. He gives it everything. He doesn't hold anything back. And that one goes over Bishard. On bound, 4 runs.
Keeper up to the subs now, and well, it's an attempted slide tackle from Wallen. Now the babysitter's gone rogue. He can't get it, and there's 4 more Royal Tigers bouncing away in the power play.
This is an interesting way to try and stop this one. You see this again, and it was, like I say, nothing textbook about this try and stop. It's the old sliding tackle.
It was a flying Wallen. Was it a bird? Was it a plane? This one's okay. Yeah. Again, it's also risky. You're hoping the batter misses it, because if he gets bat on it, you've got the 2 fielders behind point, but it goes between them. You got 4. If it goes over them, you got 4 or 6.
Once more, going to get a good one in. Goes full, and look at those good hands again from the keeper, Jason Martin.
Yeah, he's been really good behind the stumps.
Good knock with the bat as well earlier. And well, more fortune. Tiene poquito de suerte en este partido, Zishan. Dos veces ahora, twice. Not where he intended this, gets the edge, and it's the unfortunate Hooper that has to go for 2 boundaries in the over.
That's why I said it's a bit of a risky tactic, because you better hope the batter misses it, because if they do get a bit of wood on it, it's likely to fly, especially with the wind. And so it's the end of another productive over for the Royal Tigers. 2 overs down at 23 for no loss. Well, now we're into the second last of the round robin matches, Rico. And of course, it's all about top 3, bottom 3. Heading into Super Thursday tomorrow. And I know that both these 2 teams will hope they're in the top half. Well, they are at the moment. Will they stay there? That's the thing. The team that loses will be at risk if Bjurvika can pull off a victory against Indo-Bulgarian. It will come down to net run rate. So, a lot to play for. Still here on day 3.
Yeah, it'd be interesting how much Griffins watched the match that the Royal Tigers played against Brigade. It was very similar to this, though it was the Royal Tigers that were chasing. They made a brilliant start in the power play, and then Brigade managed to contain them outside the power play. I wonder if that's the plan here. Good work. He does throw himself around. That's Bichard. Yeah, I mean, going back to that, I mean, made such a great start, and he thought they were going to knock those runs off very quickly indeed. It was only 112, so 113 was required, and then they went off to a blistering start thanks to the likes of Zishan and Abhishek Cartama. They were then contained because of good field placing and taking the pace of the ball. I'm sure that's what they were trying to do here. Swing and a miss, and Abhishek does well. He holds his head. He seems to think that if this hits, he may have had his man. I'm not too sure. We'll see it again.
Feeling it's might be closer than you think. Hooja just kind of wandering. I think look at the boot come in here. Oh, yeah, maybe we're doing all right, but we've seen lots of kicks attempted. We haven't seen any actually anywhere near the stumps though. That's the thing. So maybe stick to cricket.
Yeah, we are cricketers, probably. A lot of talk out there, a lot of noise. Bichard took the 10 in his first. Shot, 4 runs. Swing hard, hit hard, good contact made, and this flies through the covers. And with no protection there on the boundary, that's always going to be 4.
Yeah, it won't be a completely passive role for Marco Hooja. So he just gives himself a little bit of room. He's a very talented batter, does like to batter at the top of the order in the longer forms. I actually think he's found a home at the top of the order in this level as well, especially when you pair him with an out-and-out excitement machine like Zishan Kukakel. First boundary for Mark Ahuja.
Oh. Is that this one? And then we keep hearing, every so often we hear this bit of noise, don't we? But I think that again,
yeah,
it's probably bat on surface, is it?
Yeah,
something?
maybe that was just the gloves on the handle of the bat as well. I think he hits the ground there, but certainly was a little sound, but it's a long way away from actually being a genuine edge. Bichard, last ball of his spell, he's come back well.
Yeah, he has indeed, Vinny, and just a single there. So he's gone for 15, and the second over, so only going for 10. That's really good comeback.
In his last 10 balls, he only went for 5 because there was a 6 and a 4 off the first 2 balls that he bowled. Anyway, into the power play, 28 for no loss. And who have you got ahead at the moment, Rico, after 3 overs?
Well, I'm going to say that I think that this is so far going the way that Griffins, the champions from Guernsey, would have planned. The power play is over. They can now set the field. They've also got Bichard out the way, and Bichard is one that they probably could have gone big on. They don't. So yeah, I think this is all about going back to that match that the Tigers had against Brigade. I think that's what the Griffins will try and do here. Let's see if it does go to plan. Only thing is, haven't lost any wickets.
Yeah, that's it. And there's the big Z still out there, not facing though. He did face 11 out of the 18 balls in the power play. Scoring at 200. Mark Ahuja with 1 boundary. Third over, Dane Mullen.
She's just split the gap, and it's a good bit of fielding there. And they just settle for the single, and I think that's all to do with Zishan wanting the strike.
Yeah, I think so. That's GLT. I've heard of the BLT. That's the GLT territory there. Glenn Letitia, he has taken an amazing catch this morning.
Oh, would you believe it? When luck is on your side, well, this is the sort of day that you have. Zishan again, this is the third boundary that he's hit, and the ball's come off the edge. So 12 runs of that on his total.
I'm going to give him a bit of credit here, because I do think he tries to do this to an extent. I don't know if he wanted to get it quite in that area, but he does kind of open the face and try and maneuver the ball. He's quite aware of the field placing. But anyway, 4 more. He moves to 26.
Well, that's all he's going to stay on, because that's middle stump. Well, he's losing his bat as well. And that's a really good comeback. Well done for Mullen. Gets the man, gets the wicket. That's one of the big guns gone. Zishan goes for 26.
Well, all good things must come to an end. And Zishan Kukagel, who's out there, he was throwing the bat at everything as usual. This one, he just tries to play it on length. It was a bit fuller than he thought. Middle stump goes back, and you'll see here, he's disappointed. And unfortunately for him, the show ends at 26 for Kukagel. It becomes the first wicket to fall. Well, couldn't even handle the bat after that. Royal Tigers, 33 for 1.
Yeah, you can see he's bitterly disappointed there with himself. I think that was clever bowling, though. I think that was a bit quicker. It was a good line. To this type of batters that we know that we have in this format, that's a very good ball to bowl, because you know they're going to try and take it on. Look, he keeps calm, and then all of a sudden, he says, wow, well, that's why they're the Tigers.
I didn't realise it actually throws it down. Well, that could be
it's a naughty.
Problem. It is a naughty.
There'll be a few words, maybe.
I think it might be more.
You know what? I'll tell you something else. That's expensive. These phones are quite expensive. You don't go throwing your phones around, do you?
Yeah, you won't get any reception on that bat after that. Yeah, what do you think? Put yourself in the match referee's shoes.
He's going to have a word.
Deliberate throw.
Deliberate.
It didn't endanger anyone. That's it. Didn't endanger anyone. So maybe it's just a warning, but this is a bit of a fortunate one for Marco Huja, and he will get 4 here. In fact, that is Marco Huja that is able to get this one to the boundary. So it doesn't matter how you get them. He's been joined by his captain, Harsh Manjan. So you've got the previous captain and the current captain out there together. The result, 4 more to the Tigers. And the runs keep on coming, despite the loss of Zishan.
24 in edges, though. So have a look at that score. So really, 14, you could say authentic. This one, he does well. I think this one, unlike the one that got Zishan, he held this one back slightly. And he was just able to get enough on there.
Well, the groundsman, David Cooper, wouldn't be too happy with the old bat into the turf either. Regardless, as we go to the end of the 4th over. The score is 39 for 1. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Fool. This is match number 2002, now on ECM. We celebrated our 2000th match all time today. Yeah. 2002, what were you doing back in 2002?
I tell you what I was doing in 2002. I was introducing my baby Sonia to the world.
Oh, well, there you go. Of course, big shout out to your family. They're very understanding as well. So
they are,
Charlie,
because I have to put up with you every day, and they say, how do you do it? How do I do it?
Yeah, sure. And your dogs as well?
Yeah.
As well?
They're very sympathetic as well.
Yeah.
No, I miss them a lot. But
dogs watch cricket?
Not really.
Okay.
They chase the ball, though. That's how I keep my arm in good shape.
Dogs are good fielders, for sure. Anyway, let's get back to the live action. Adam Martel comes in, and he just angles the ball in. Doesn't really spin too many away. If he could get that one, I think add an extra element, like Clayton Floyd did last year for the Netherlands 11. I'm going to ask you again after this ball from Martel. Going nowhere. So Zishan, do you think that's just a warning, or do you think that maybe is one match on the bench? Certainly a player that Royal Tigers want to have available. I
think it's the way that the umpire sees. I mean, if you don't do those sort of things where, well, let's just pause for a minute, see where this ends. It's okay. Yeah, you don't do those things when you know that you're being watched. It's being streamed around the world. It's not a good example. It's certainly not what we promote. And it's certainly not what we want the youngsters coming around to the ground watching lovely cricket to see. So there's an element of that about it. But I think that the tournament referee will also understand the frustration. He'll probably give him warnings there, right, the next time you do it, too much. And it's another wicket. And, well, keep holding your bat. That's the advice I say. It is disappointing when you have to go, but Harsh, the captain, man, he has to go now. And this is disappointing. He goes just for one of the 2 balls that he's faced.
Yeah, it was an interesting shot selection, wasn't it? And there's a bit of Luke Letizia about the stroke from Rashmanjian, but the Tiger skipper will go no more. He gets in a real tangle.
I think he drags this onto his stump.
Yeah, it gets caught up, I think, in some arm. I think we'll probably see in a second exactly what happens, but I know that Adam Martell doesn't care how it went back onto the stumps. The point is it has. And Harsh Mandian's got to go 2 wickets down now, and it's 40 for 2.
Yeah, now this is what I was talking about earlier when I think they're going to follow the example. So you watch this again. Yeah, I think glove was at the bat.
I think it goes glove to leg and then back on the stump. I think it originally hits the glove, comes down onto his kind of thigh, and then just rolls back. We'll probably ask him. It's just there. Anyway, Mandian has to go second ball. He'll be disappointed, just a single.
Yeah, he will be. Yeah, and what I was saying there, Vinny, I think this is exactly what Griffins were looking to do. They saw Brigade do it. See these guys, the big hitters out at the power play. Set your field right, take the pace of the ball. It's working.
Yeah, he's been a very clever bowler, Adam Martell. But like I say, I wouldn't be banking on him turning too many away from me. I think I'd just be treating him a bit like an in-swing bowler. Maybe not quite medium pace, but ball's going to be coming in, and it does again. This one's taken off middle stump. Let's just get one. Hello to James Stewart, who's watching from Estonia. And also we've got I Want Beautiful Wife in the chat.
Excuse me?
Name. I like it when it... sometimes you can have your bio and your username can be the same thing.
Are you sure that's not Suleiman out there using his mobile? This is going up in the air. This is going to be a charge, no. But just for a moment there, I thought the fielder, Adam Wakeford, was getting himself set to perhaps take a catch, but this has gone all the way. There's a nice pickup, probably a little bit wind assisted as well. But here we go, boom, shakalaka.
Wind assisted, I think that is what it was. Once it got up high, and just was going to creep over, just the 3 or 4 extra metres it needed as we get to the end of the first half of this innings. 5 overs down, it's 47 for 2. Who's ahead now? I'm going to keep asking you because this game, to me,
Griffins. I'm surprised. Look, Zahir Safi, he had a good knock at the beginning part of the week, didn't he? I think he scored, did he get to his 50? I'll go back to my notes in a moment.
I remember him most for his knock against the Netherlands 11 last year in ECC when he scored 57 off 22 against a high-quality attack.
Yeah.
Come back to that. New over starts, it's driven away, and this one is more catching practice. Well, who's that down there? Is that Lee? Well, Lee's already got one catch today, Lee Rimmer. This one, I think, there was a bit of interference from the kids, but the result, Maximo. 6 runs, and the Tigers past 50.
Yeah, good shot. Let's have a look at this. He takes this. Oh, well, that, I tell you what, that's hurt.
Should have quit while he was ahead,
He's going
Lee.
to go into the medical tent. And this one is going to hurt the batter even more. It's a gentle full toss. And, well, what a soft dismissal. I mean, Safi just smashes a big 6, leaves a hole in, who was it out there? Leaves a hole in the hands of the man who's trying to stop it, and probably in his chest as well. And then look, slow full toss, slow, gentle. Clever bowling though.
He'll be disappointed. It dips. See, last moment, it looks high, and then just dips because it is a slower ball. And Safi, we go 6 now, to be so disappointed about this. Mullen, the easiest of return chances. And so the Tigers lose another one, 53 for 3 now. Doesn't matter how you get them. Full tosses can be a bit awkward. You still got to time them. And that was horribly mistimed by the batter. Zahir Safi will be disappointed. But it does bring the protractor to the crease, Abhishek Kedapal, and he is a guy that can do some damage. And we're into the second half of the innings already, Rico.
Yeah, he definitely is. We've seen him probably being one of the most consistent batters and performers with bat and ball. Kedapal, yeah, I was looking up Sufyan's batting, and he did do well early on, doesn't he?
Zahir Safi.
Yeah, but he's Safi, yeah. Did get a 50, but after that he hasn't really done anything. So I was surprised that he came in before Abhishek, but Abhishek is there now. He's got to get a bat with his head screwed on.
You need a few screws because it's one of the bigger heads. in this ECL. You won't mind me saying that. He's a real character, though. And so, all Tigers just on the brink. They need a partnership here. Makahuja's still there at the other end. Given away. And this is just weird. Tricky chase.
Well, he had to get down, and I think they're never easy, but I think he knows should have done better. Now, look, this could be nasty. I'm not liking the look of this. Luke Letitia is not getting up.
Oh,
and, well, I hope he's okay. He's holding his knee there, giving it a rub. Has he hit the boundary marker there?
I didn't think he got that far. For me, it was in the landing. Well, let's have a look, see what we get, because he is a key player. Again, this guy's coming from the off-season there, and then I think it's in the roll.
Yeah, I think
it's got to be in the roll. It's nothing we could really pick up there. I thought maybe sometimes you kind of plug in the surface. But here, that first bounce, I don't know if we can go back to that again, that first bounce of the right knee, I think might have been where he's hurt himself. And I would consider just giving him a breather for an over or two.
I mean, look, he's hard, and he falls hard, he gets up as well. Give him a round of applause, everybody. Come on, he's back on his feet. Well done, that's the captain. And he's taken one for his team there. Unfortunately, couldn't stop it, but he's back up there, and that's what's good to see. He's okay, though he's going to be hobbling a little, I'm sure. And this time is over him. And well, just rubbing salt into the wound.
I guess to run it off at least. Well, here's the thing, as we see, that nice shot elevated. So back-to-back boundaries for the protractor. Good start from him. That was a good slap, wasn't it? Got the elevation. I was going to say Griffins, due to various reasons, including some of their players unavailable because of COVID. So what I was going to say is that they pretty much have their first choice 11 on the park, and they've got Rob Thompson as an emergency 12th man, who's their manager as an option, but as to come in. But they've been using the same 11 players every game. Right now, they're doing the job, but a few dramas in that sixth over. 62 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very important point that you make there, because remember, we just ended today. We're just, more or less about the halfway point. Big day tomorrow. Of course, that's another reason why they would not want to finish in the bottom 3. They will want to finish in the top 3. It's important they do, because that's extra matches. They don't need the extra matches. I think they would probably avoid that, but they'll be looking for a good win here at least.
They'd love double chance as well, of course. Allows them to perhaps just play twice tomorrow and then potentially twice on finals day.
Wanted to take the single. The ball wants the strike, which is interesting because, look, Ahuja, 19 and 14, that's not a bad strike rate. You've got to take the runs when they're there.
He knows his job, though. Protractor.
Now, you see, this is where it doesn't make sense. If you don't want to take the single, well, then why'd you take the single?
Well, this is why. I mean, he wanted one more ball, try and hit a big one. But if he then refuses that, well, where does it end? You end up just playing out 5 dots. I think fair enough maybe to give himself one more ball, but couldn't get away. Over to Ahuja.
Oh, he does go for it big, and Ahuja says, well, has it been taken? Is it? Well, he's taken one in his chest. Well, this has been taken. This has been hit big. It goes all the way. Shaka. Well, this is Mark Ahuja going up to get a ball and saying, give it to me. I can hit it.
Yeah, well, that's right. Why not give him the strike? And, well, as the late, great Meatloaf once said, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. And Lee Rimmer takes the catch.
And, well, this is not the first time we've seen this. The big hit goes for 6, and the next ball is a wicket. And this time is all about one man. And who's he? Who are we talking about? Jason Martin, top draw.
Yeah, class act behind the stumps. And he just has to block out the batter and the swing. You see that bounces pretty much on the crease, but he stays down on it. Sometimes you see keepers coming up a bit too early. Jason Martin, hasn't come to him. In fact, Ahuja never turns around. He knows he's gone. So maybe a bit of an unnecessary stroke to leave his crease there. He didn't get a lot out of that half step, did he? I'm sure he'll have a look back at that. But Mark Ahuja, he's got to go for 25 off 16. 2 4s, 2 6s in his knock. 69 for 4.
Yeah, that's not intelligent cricket, actually. I mean, he's a wicket keeper himself. He should know better. Is that a thing? If you're a wicket keeper, you don't actually want to be stomped by another wicket keeper?
Yeah. No, it is.
Is it?
Yeah, for sure. I've only ever been leg stump stomped once in my life, and I hated it. It was in a final. But I guess occasionally got to take some of your own medicine.
I suppose he was out the ball before. Caught the other side of the boundary.
That's true.
Catch that, actually. Look, I reckon he could see this ball first. I reckon he's got a good chance of making the Croatian national team.
Oh, yeah? You think so? Well, I can tell you, Lee Rimmer has 2 more catches in the crowd than Corey now. And the other thing is, Lee Rimmer is qualified for Spain. Did you know that? So Corey was impressed by his catch earlier.
There you go.
Not the drop so much. Stan Ahuja has come out to replace his brother Mark. And this is Ketapal, who moves to 11 with that single, and he retains the strike. 7 overs down. Royal Tigers are 71 for 4. And I did mention before a little bit about the format. So we're into match 14 right here. The group week format, 16 format. After today's matches will be at the end of the round robin. The top 3 will play round 2, which is basically a shootout to see who gets the double chance. Only 2 teams will get that double chance on Finals Friday. The 3rd team will be seeded 3 on Finals Friday, and they'll be joined by the winner of the eliminators. So basically 5 versus 6 will play the first eliminator, and the winner of that will play against the 4th ranked team. So your head's on the chopping block if you finish 4, 5, 6 after today's matches. It does look like we have Zagreb Sokol and Bulgarian will be in that bottom 3. We don't know exactly how the middle of the table will shape up. Here's Jordan Martell. He's a clever bowler, got good changes of pace. I think got pretty good control. 3 big overs here, because with the protractor, he could easily go and take 40 off these 3. They get up to 110.
Yeah.
But if they can hold them, maybe take another wicket, maybe they could keep it down to something in the 80s or around the 90 mark.
Missed the first one, but he doesn't miss this one. This is well hit and out of reach of Luke. That's the running, but can't stop it. 4 more. It's not ideal for him to be running around chasing those at the moment, but he seems to be walking and moving around a lot freely. I wonder if he's going to fancy having to bowl as well. I picked him maybe to bowl his slower deliveries here, just keep the pace off. I wonder if he's thinking about it, or maybe that knock on his knee has put him off. This is such a good ball. He's so unlucky here. He really is. Now look, this is a good delivery to watch again, and people that have been watching and maybe looking at some of the LBW decisions and saying, why isn't that out? This is why. This pitch has got good bounce on it.
Yeah.
If that's hitting the pads, a lot of people would have said, God, surely that's plumb. Good example of why not.
Just losing his shape a couple of times here, Ketapal, who can hit through the line. He can also hit these cut shots, these kind of back cuts in the kind of top left quarter of your screen. Right, he seems obsessed with trying to lace it over mid-wicket. And I think he just needs to have a look at that here. Martell being crafty with his changes of speed.
And, well, gets past one fielder, but not past Bichard this time. Makes the stop. This is all about pace off.
Yeah.
And this is something that Brigade learned. As I said before, I think Griffin, they're learning it as well. Don't give them the pace, and try and use your seamers in the power play. That's well bowled.
I think you've got to be playing for the slower ball for Martell. A really good over from him, though. Does get the boundary and a single, but 4 dots in the over. So it's 76 for 4 after 8. But yeah, yes, he's got the one that can keep you honest, but I think you need to be a bit like you're facing someone like James Faulkner, a bowler like that, left-hander. You got to set up thinking it's a slower ball, and then if it's not, well, then you can adjust and maybe just knock it for 1. But I think you got to be thinking, I'm going to play a big shot against a slower ball, and always treat him like a spinner with your setup and your footwork and your timing, because you saw they just were feeling for the ball. They're a bit early every time there. Again, these 2 teams, they could meet again on Super Thursday or later in the week at some point. And so it's all about getting to know who you're playing. And it's easy for us here. We've seen Jordan Martell a fair bit, but remember the Royal Tigers, it's the first time they've played against him. So, yeah, good over. Here's Hooper coming back for the 9th. It all happens in the 9th.
Yeah, I think Ketapal will go after Hooper. Well, he's not able to. Hooper's done him. Done him with this in-swinging Yorker. It takes a leg stick. And it wasn't to be for Ketapal this time. either. Abhishek has to go 16 of 13 deliveries. Unlucky 13 for him. Well, Hooper comes on. I thought that maybe this could have been a bit risky because he has gone for a few, Hooper, and the big hitters have liked what he's done, but this was a lovely delivery.
That's where you want to be, full and straight. I think if in doubt, it's a great place to put it. And we've seen a protractor swinging and missing a fair bit. The ball's missing the off stump. This one, just look at that length. That is spot on. It crashes in the leg stump. So that's a big hitter. That will take no further part in this innings. Goes for 16. 11 balls remaining. It's 76 for 5.
Yeah, well, the key big guns gone then. Zishan went for 26, also off 13 deliveries. And Harsh Mandian, the captain, wasn't really able to get going, 1 off 2. Zahir Safi hit a really big 6, and there was Cornyn Barber Mullen off that very slow full toss. And now Abhishek BET2BALL also has to depart, 16 of 13. Hooper, can he continue with that line? Because he knows what they're all going to try and do here now. They're going to try and go across the line. And simply pushed out, takes the single. Not the best of running here.
Kaiba Delda, who is out there at number 7. Can bat. Can hit a long ball as well, Kaiba. He's another one who they'll be shuffled around that middle order, typically anywhere between 4 and 7.
It's a nice, sweet pickup of the ball, and that goes all the way. Nice shot. Manos. Arriba, 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 Vidro. 6 carreras.
It's down to Huja, very experienced in his form of the game now. We've seen him play domestically in Hungary, also in Romania. We saw him playing for United.
Oh, and this is another. It is 2 in a row. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna Sona, Ginna Bada Shaka.
It's a really good shot. It's a front foot pull shot, basically. Just reaches, feels for the ball. Gets 6 more. Good counter attack.
Goes that way again. Fielder thinks about getting the dive in, makes the right decision. It was an awkward bounce. Gets a single. That's okay, because basically I think what you're saying here to Delda, right, you got 1 ball. Do what you can with it, but I don't want a single.
Yeah, true. Last ball of the night.
And well, that'll do. That's runs. And well, that takes it to 28 that have been scored in this sort of mannerism. And that's healthy. It also takes the score into the 90s now. So 94 with an over to go.
Yeah, handy runs. Just need to try and sneak up over that 100 mark. There's no sneaking by Huja. It goes back to back. Maximos during the over. Look, earlier it was Griffins that chased down a target of 108 against Indo-Bulgarian, but it certainly wasn't the way they intended to do it. Losing a couple of wickets in the middle. Ended up doing that in the last over. With only 3 balls to spare. So, I mean, the way it's shaping up here, another good over of, say, 12 to 14. Could have a similar kind of target. So,
Getting that acceleration in when they need to. 47 it was at the halfway point.
Jordan Martell's back. Oh, I think that looked very high for a long time, and it is a slow ball, so it comes down.
Yeah.
But when? My feeling was it was past the batter when it came down. Guess the square leg umpire's in the best position. Oh yeah, probably just died at the right moment. It was past the batter, but it wasn't past the popping crease. Good dot ball.
Again, another one. It's just you need to just wait a minute. It's almost like you want to shout out to them, count to 1, and then play the shot.
This is a hard ball to hit over mid-wicket. I think I'd be trying to hit this over cover. There's a deep point. There's a long off. Hold your shape. Now he's getting way out of his crease here, trying to counteract that lack of pace.
Oh, this is, well, he's been so good, hasn't he, behind the stumps, Jason Martin. Well, this ball, well, is outfoxed. 3 of them have outfoxed the batter. Well, this one outfoxes him.
I've got to say, I'm really surprised that Jason Martin's not up to the stumps, because you're getting a bunch of slower balls here from Jordan Martell, and he just creates a problem for himself trying to take them on the second bounce. A rare one gets away, 4 byes, and a bonus for the Royal Tigers.
Yeah, that's disappointment.
It'd also keep the batter back in his crease if he did that.
And, well, bit of target practice there also going wrong. I think if this hits, then he would have been out.
Makes a bit of a movement here, down and outside the off stump. Yeah, I mean, I would have thought it would be a good opportunity for Martin to get up to the stumps. Certainly can handle the pace. But I don't think we've seen Jordan Martell bowl any on-pace deliveries, have we?
Yeah. So, a run to get them to the 100. 2 balls to go. And I get the feeling that Stan Ahuja will be coming down regardless. At least get that one run. But I think Dildar has other ideas. He wants to send this out of the ground. And he makes good contact, and that's exactly what it does. And he goes all the way over. Shaka Lagyan. That one takes them past the 100 mark. Now this is better, isn't it? Rather than what was happening with Ahuja trying to hit it just in one area.
Yeah.
He does thump this.
It's almost front on, Delda. I'd say it's the most classical technique. He's really shaping up. He's on the walk. Where's he going? We'll find out. 105 last ball.
Plays this well and watch the spin, and does well the fielder. And yeah, screams of hold it. I think that's fair enough, because I don't think the man backing up was quite in the right position there, and that was Damien Wallen. So they do get 2. And the score goes to 107.
Going to get a bit spooky.
Go on,
The
Charlie.
target earlier was 108 for Griffins in match number 2000. That was a humdinger of a game. And right now, once again, the target is 108. Nice bit of fielding down there from Hooper, who's been very dangerous in the field. Martin, yeah, he probably could have run him out here, but I think they decided, well, just in case he missed, he's probably saying to his teammates, well, do you think I'm going to miss from here? I'm only about 2 metres away with 3 to aim at. But it's going to be another very, very exciting chase in a match which, look, it's very functional as well. The team that wins is guaranteed a spot in the top 3, but also, you know, may not be the last time these 2 teams meet this week. So it's also for bragging rights and a bit of confidence. Nice work by Delda at the end. And Stan Ahuja had a big 9th where he was able to get a couple away. In the end, the Royal Tigers, I think more or less a par score based on what we've seen, maybe 5 short, but certainly something to bowl at. And if they have to bowl well against Griffins, and Luke Letizia missed out in the first match with the bat, and slight injury concern about the Griffins skipper. But let's have a look at these very good-looking umpires, Dilkesh and Sully out there. And the Royal Tigers, they've had a good week, and Zishan, he loves to go from the first ball, and he certainly didn't disappoint once again as he got them off to a fairly fast start. The Tigers, they were having to do their own fielding early. This is one that would have gone to a man deep on the 3rd-man boundary, but they got away with it. Well, the cricket's been great, but the football probably not as good. We've seen some tackles that haven't been fantastic, and let's just say, well, maybe Zishan is auditioning for the javelin. I'm sure someone will speak to him about that one. Mandian had no luck here, got himself in a terrible tangle back onto the stumps. And I did like the bowling of Griffins. They stuck at the task, and a couple that got over the top, you can imagine, and that's inevitable. Whereas I liked some of their bowling options, Dave Mullen, Adam Martell, and Jordan Martell at the end. His clever, slower deliveries. This is a moment of concern as the ball went to the boundary, but look at Letizia. Watch this right knee here. When it lands, just bounces. Get all that weight going through the right knee. Certainly someone that they want completely fit and firing. And we saw some nice shots. This was Lee Rimmer. Takes it easy as you like. May have pushed 1 or 2 kids out the way, but that's what you have to do when the ball comes your way. He made it his. And then the very next ball, smart bit of work from Jason Martin behind the stumps. A nice straight hit, this one from Ketapal. The protractor, I'm sure we'll see him in the second half with the ball steaming in from sideways. But then he wouldn't last too much longer. Good Yorker to start the 9th over from Hooper. Took care of him, sent him back, and then a bit of innovation towards the end. Delda, he had that kind of front on, square on tactic of opening himself up and just still able to manoeuvre the ball over cover, which I think is probably the shot against those slower balls from Jordan Martell. And last ball, it's well done by Hooper. Can't prevent the second, but does prevent the boundary, which results in the total of 107. It's exactly what the Griffins side from Guernsey were chasing in the first match they played today. That was back in match 12. And Royal Tigers, they'll feel like they're in the game. If they field well enough, then they will have a chance in this all-important match 14. This is the last round-robin game for both of these teams. See, the openers contributed 51 to the total. 26 for Kugakelt, still was the highest scorer of 13 balls before he was bowled by Dane Mullen. Mark Ahuja looked good for 25 as well, but he was stumped at a key moment. He saw margin, no luck. Zahir Safi, well, he patted a full toss back for not many as well. Nice little kicker, though, towards the end of the innings as Royal Tigers scrambled their way there. Teenagers, Ketapal, Ahuja and Delta, all between 13 and 16. With the ball, Adam Martell, he was outstanding, 2 for 17 off his 2 overs. Apart from that, I've got to say Jordan Martell didn't pick up a wicket, but he was really hard to handle, hard to get away, only conceding 13 off his 2 overs. Dane Mullen, 2 wickets, and Hooper, the 1. Bishard as well, shout out to him. He only conceded 15 off his 2, went for 10 off his first 2 deliveries, and fought back well to only concede 15. Well, if the last one's anything to go by, you certainly want to tune in to the second half of this, as once again, Griffins from Guernsey, they'll be chasing 108 for victory on day 3. Hope you can join us in just a few minutes. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Bull. We'll see you shortly. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and this is the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
Hello, cricket lovers around the world, and to you, our global cricket family. Welcome back to the beautiful, the magnificent, the picturesque Cartama Oval Cricket Ground. What a view that is. We are in the region of Andalusia, the host city, Malaga, and Cartama. Well, it's on the road between Cartama and Coin, going towards Marbella. And what a setting this is for the BET2BALL European Cricket League, which is the Champions League of cricket. 30 club champions coming together, competing over 144 matches, spread over 6 weeks of competition. Finals week starts on the 14th of March. One team, Tunbridge Wells, the Group A champions, have booked their place. And this week we will learn on Friday who from Group B will join them. These two teams are fighting to see who's going to have the easier path going into finals day on Friday. Royal Tigers have got the runs on the board, and it's over 100. Par score 107, 108 needed for victory. And the umpires for this match, Sulaiman Saeed and Nikesh Patel. Sulaiman Saeed says, off you go. And a lovely shot. That is absolutely beautiful. And just goes to show the confidence at the moment of Luke Letitia, the captain of the champions of Guernsey Griffins. What a nice shot that is. We've seen him do that a few times earlier on in that victory against Indo-Bulgarian. And I'm just wondering if they're going to try and set a field to him, because he will play that shot again. This time he goes down the ground and has to hustle a bit. Seems to be okay after that tumble that he had. Gets the single. That means it's David Hooper who will go on strike. David Hooper getting the nod before a man he has opened with him before, Damien Wallen. And I think this is probably just about maybe Hooper, maybe better in there in the power play as opposed to Wallen. And there's that shot again. Ah, this is quality. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. We are on the Costa del Sol, and when we talk about the Costa, we talk about sun, sea, sand, and all together now, sexy cricket. That's a beautiful shot. Absolutely glorious. And I said he will do it again, and now I think, well, no, they haven't. I thought they were going to set a field to that. What a great shot this is. And the thing about this is, and you see a lot of batters try going big and try the funky stuff, but you've got to practice it. Practice is what makes perfect. And that was executed brilliantly. Will they make a change? And I think this is the sort of thing where the captain, who's actually doing the bowling here, Harsh, he's probably thinking, no, I'm not going to let him force a field change. But it looks like he has, because now Ketzabal is there on the boundary. He's pretty fine though. Right, okay, he's moving across a little bit here now. That's better. He's now in that gap between those two fielders inside the circle. So he's one of the men out, and also long on. Short, and this is 4 runs. No trouble at all. A little bit too short. It holds up. Big gap between the man at mid-wicket and long on the boundary. And it's a slow, painful walk for the man at long on to fetch that ball. Yeah, looking good. The captain, El Capitan, started this week with 2 back-to-back half-centuries. This time, intelligent batting, soft hands, takes a single. This is all about knowing what you've got to get and not throwing your wicket away. And also about counting to 6. That's the 6th ball. I'll take the single and get myself back on strike. 14 without loss. And a good time to bring back Mr. Maximo. Really lovely shots, those reverse shots.
Yeah, I mean, he hits them so powerfully. You see some players kind of just happy to make contact, but he actually generates so much power. And as Luke mentioned in the chat, doesn't mind if it's a spinner or if it's a faster bowler. Letitia doing it for fun. He even pulled out the reverse, or the normal to get a boundary. So it's pretty healthy first over, 15 for no loss. And you just feel like he's controlling the game when he's out there.
Yeah.
In fact, he's now back on strike to Jaraman.
Jaraman gets this one wrong. He's been, along with Cartama, one of the pick of the bowlers for the Royal Tigers. I've liked what he's done. Myself and Corey were talking about him in that last match. That close tussle that they had earlier here today against Zagreb, as they won that convincingly. But he bowled brilliantly, and he just carried on from where we saw him last time. Gets the ball in the right areas. Doesn't try to, the key for me is he doesn't try to bowl too fast. He concentrates on the line that he's trying to bowl. Let's see if he can get the breakthrough here. Uppish, but fortunately for Hooper, he's found the gap and a misfield, which will allow the batters to take 2, and that's the captain, Harsh Nandian. He just needed, didn't need to get the slide in here. You may see this here. Yeah, he just looks like he's loses his back foot there. Good reply.
Yeah, got to try and get him down below that rate. I mean, 22 is what they want to be after 2 overs. I think you kind of use that 11 as a bit of a guide point. Push it up. They're already pretty much there.
Shot, and has he got it past the fielder? Yes, he has. Not so sure if this was the best of efforts. I think he should have been trying to smother this with the slide. It gets through him. And Jaraman, I don't think he's too impressed with it either.
Yeah, is that Zishan in that part of the field? It is. Yeah, just couldn't handle the bounce.
And this one, oh, that's fingertips. I thought for a moment this is going to be put straight into the hands of the man behind square. And he does get fingers to it. And Hooper leaving a little bit dangerously here. That's a chance.
Yeah, Sufyan Mohammed, he had to go up, go gadget arm. Look, does well, I suppose, to keep it to 1, but it's kind of half chances could be important.
Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Well, you can't be doing that. I mean, it's going to be hard as it is against a batter like the captain that is here. You can't be giving him gifts, and this is a gift. And, well, we saw one at the other end, which was harder, I suppose, from Zishan. But this one, you have to stop. Yeah. Because that's the difference of the score being, well, sort of mid-20s and late 20s. It's 28 now of 2. With an over to go in the power play, they're going great guns.
Yeah, so that's Ahmed Khan who comes into the lineup, finds himself in the hot seat. And that table's looking a little bit bare. We'll see if we can fill it up with some teams in a second. But we'll see that whichever team wins this match. There we go. Oh, and it's gone. Maybe we'll try a 3rd time. If not, I'll tell you that both these teams identical records at this stage. And so they're 3-1. Whichever team wins this one certainly secures that top 3 spot. The higher you finish, the kind of better your fixture list is tomorrow as well. Depending on where you finish top 3. Here's the protractor.
We've got a man helping him out there. Once again, not fielding the ball cleanly. Not sure what it is. Must be something in the air today, because I think all teams have had difficulty when they're being out there in the field. I mean, Griffins in their earlier match against Indo-Bulgarian, they had a few troubles, didn't they? Dropped a few catches, which was not like them. Zagreb Sokol, they've had lots of trouble. And now we're seeing here, once more, the team struggling to get the ball in hand. It's a nice looking shot, and this is going to be 4 runs. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And, you know, we've seen, for example, their opponents here, Royal Tigers, they give the ball a good thump, don't they? They throw everything at it. And this is an example saying you don't have to do that. You just play good, classy shots. You time it on this outfield. Once it gets past you, it's 4 runs.
Solid base, balance. That's probably what I'd say. A lot of people say it'd be awkward to face Cartama if you haven't seen him kind of crabbing towards the stumps before, sideways.
Better delivery. It's full, straight. I think this is going down a little late. Well, one thing I was going to say before that delivery, what Cartama hasn't done up until that delivery is get it right up there. He's been too short. This time he does. Be interesting to see this again. And yeah, missing leg.
It goes through the legs as well, so it barely touches the pad. So it's pretty good indication it's missing leg, because look, hardly actually touches anything on the way through. Just a little touch, but good umpiring.
Good stop by Stan as well. Is pushed out, no run. Hooper was ready for it, and I think it's acknowledged by Luke that maybe there was.
I mean, think about luck and the role that luck plays. I imagine find a way to get a ball to go onto his stumps. That could have easily bounced off his pads onto the stumps there.
Yeah, two,
right? But yeah, the luck plays a big part in this short format.
And wait again. I think this is probably a little bit about him not backing himself to run those very quick singles. Still probably feeling a bit of niggle.
Yeah, that's a good point. He'll want to maybe have a crack at this if he can, but then he does want the strike, I think. This is the last ball of the over.
To the ground and just patted down. So Cartama, as he normally does, you throw the ball to him as the captain and say, I need something to happen. Well, he doesn't quite pick up a wicket, but that's a very good over, just 5 runs from it.
This brings him back into the conversation. 33 for no loss. So now they're pretty much right on the rate, which they would say 11 and over. Let's take a moment. Got to say, love these Tigers strips with the Tiger stripes.
Yep.
See if the Tigers have got their claws out in the field. And at the moment, Griffins, they know this game is hanging in the balance. They'll be very happy the longer that their captain stays there. Luke Letitia, who's having a very good week with the bat, but also I think they've got some good batting to come. Players like Jason Martin and Jordan Martell, who saw them a victory in the last game. That'll give them a lot of confidence, but you can see they needed a good over there, the Royal Tigers, and they got one from the protractor, Abhishek Cartama. Okay, now to Jayaraman again.
Miss. Was it quite the shot perhaps to be playing here? Hooper was one he's needed to be looking to go through extra cover.
I don't know where you get him from, but I'd love to maybe see a short mid wicket in there, and you can lose one of the third men. There's like a fine one and a squarer one, just to try and keep Hooper on strike and dot him up a couple of times.
Oh man, well, good throw here, he's in trouble, and I think he would have been long gone here. We'll have a look at this, and you'll probably find he's barely in the picture.
Yeah, he's comfortably gone. The reason I said bring someone up in this area, they probably want to go near him. So you might just discourage that single as we go back to live action. And next ball is played away for a dot ball to cover. So it was Herman who was able to maiden earlier this week. This is a win, don't you think? Anytime you get Letitia off strike, we'll just keep him quiet. What you're trying to avoid is runs. So probably when you have a 2-boundary over, there were 3 boundaries in the first over, 2 in the second, 1 in the third, and we haven't had one yet in the fourth. So just trying up a little bit for Griffins.
Yeah, this is a big win here now. Cartama's over went for 5, and now here Jayaraman is coming back with a good one. 2 more balls, and look, Hooper's going to go for this. He has to.
Dodge a boundary here.
And let's think about it, but once more, good bowling, and this is why I did like the bowling of Jayaraman. I think he's just tidy. He keeps you on your toes, and you know the good one's coming in. Gets the ball right full, gets you tied down. And when we say, and we talk about this a lot of the time, you've got to bowl full and straight. Yeah. You've got to make the batters play, given no room, and that's exactly what he's done there.
It's good default, isn't it? So score now in that mid-30s. That was a really good over, wasn't it? In fact, 36 for no loss. And so only 3 off that over. Very good from Jayaraman. It has kept it tight, and I think Royal Tigers just kind of inching their way back and maybe even slightly ahead in this game now. But with Luke Letitia there, I think that Guernsey would not count them out for a second, especially after the way they pulled off the second half of that chase against the Bulgarian this morning. Let's go to Zishan.
And this is an opportunity. No, just a fraction away from the fielder out there. And it's Sufyan Mohammed again. But this is a good pickup. Again, not trying to hit it too hard. I think the key thing here, especially after the way those last 2 overs have gone, is to try and capitalise, get a couple of boundaries, just to get yourself back in it. And that's what they've done with the first ball here from Zishan.
Yeah.
Pressure on him straight away.
First boundary in 11 balls.
This one That's called a wide. So Zishan, 5 off just one ball at the moment.
Yeah, that's a good call. Umpires, a lot to think about. We're going to get a bit of a, try and get a bit more of an insight into the umpires. Got a bit of a surprise for you in Game 5 today. If you stick around with us, I'm sure you'd love to.
And not intelligent. This is not good. Zishan is an intelligent and experienced cricketer, but what he's doing here is taking the pressure off them again. We saw 2 really good overs that got them back in this match. Probably got their noses in front. These 2 deliveries now, well, that's not helped them. 2 boundaries, and that's easy. And that also gives Hooper confidence.
Yeah, and it's right into his angle of agreement. Just helps that around for 4.
Hit straight, hit hard, and that's 4 more. Nice shot, bad ball, short, gandhi si, bat ke mari lag gaya chokka.
He picks a slower ball, and one thing to pick it, nothing to deal with it. It's a fast off spinner. You see, bites back. Not an easy shot because you've got to pick the bounce. Yeah, nice flat bat for 4. So 3 boundaries in this over after it broke that drought of 11 balls. And now we see the 50 coming up. And they'd want to be at 55 to be on target. And now after that shot, you know, pretty much back where they need to be, run rate wise.
This is 4 more. And leaking runs all over the place. And it's time to get funky. It's showtime at the Cartama Oval. And, well, I think that man, the captain, I think he's enjoying himself out there. He's in the sun. The sun is down on him. It's keeping him warm. It's keeping him happy. It's those aches and pains, they go away when you're in the sunshine.
I'll tell you how to drive out here is you grab the gear stick and you stick it in R, because R for reverse, as Luke Letitia executes that one perfectly. So now that's 4 boundaries in this over. It's been an expensive one. 18 off at last ball.
This is going to be a chase on for the 2 fielders, combining together, but they can't get there. The ball dissects them perfectly in the middle, and Zishan, he's down. He's on his knees. He can't believe it. That's a magical over. 22 come off it. That's exactly what was needed by Griffins after those 2 tight overs.
Well, shades of David Hooks off Tony Gregg in the centenary test, Rico, because that's 5 4s in the over. And yes, I wasn't quite born when that happened, but I did get the reference. 5 4s plus a wide and a single. That makes a magical 20 off the over. Bit of a game breaker, really, because now both these batters oozing with confidence at the halfway point. They're ahead of where they need to be. 58 for no loss.
Yeah, and it wasn't pretty, and that's hurt them. Now, what do you do here? Who do you come back with? Well, if it was me, I'd say, right, before this match gets away from you, Ketapal's going to come back. Bowling second. I know that means that if it doesn't work, you then have to negotiate 4 overs with your other bowlers. I mean, Harsh has still got 1 to bowl, but I think your best bowler has to come on here to break this partnership, and they're not doing that.
Okay, Delda, who is more of as a part-timer, but he can shape the ball a little bit. They've gone still with nobody in that 3rd man on the boundary.
Short delivery, and probably Cooper doesn't really play at this. He sort of looks like he's getting ready to play, but then decides against it.
Yeah, you've got to get some dots on Hooper. Because when they bowled well to him, he's found it difficult. Letitia's the one that's more proactive and is actually going to try things to score off you. Hooper is just going to kind of deal with what's dealt to him. Kai Badelda for the Tigers.
Another dot ball. Just place it back down. So, well, Deldar at the moment is doing exactly what his captain needs. Gets a good tight over in, and if he can pick up a wicket, break this partnership, apply a bit of pressure as a new batter comes in, he will want to get to the other end. Makes contact, he will get to the other end. Now this is where it changes up gear. You were talking gears before, because the sort of balls that we've seen bowled here now, they're the ones that Luke Letizia has been playing this side. This is where he does the reverse.
Yeah, but I mean the reverse, it's a bit like going all in poker. Rico. It works every time but once. So I think I'd be tempted to bowl a Yorker middle stump, see if he tries it, and if he misses it, I want to see the back of him. Contest coming up.
There you go. I told you. One bounce, 4. It's sometimes, and you're absolutely right. I'm not saying you're wrong. You've got to get the Yorker in, but that's not Yorker length. He picks this so well, and we've seen him play. I mean, this one's really fine, and even though there's a fielder there, that's what I'm saying. Okay, you can put a fielder there for that shot, but he'll find the gaps. And a lot of people agreeing on the chat. He's very good at finding the gaps.
Yeah, he is. That one bounces once, 4 runs. But here's the thing. You give him the length to work with. You take that length away, it's a lot more difficult. You almost got to anticipate and assume he is going to play that shot.
Absolutely.
And I think you know, if he gets that in the block hole, you're a good chance for an LBW. Because then you're trying to basically play a crossbat shot to a Yorker. Delta found that out the hard way, forces a field change. Ketapult goes back. Forward man or reverse fine leg, whatever you want to call it.
Square leg inside the circle. Behind that up now here. And, well, he does eye it up, but doesn't quite get this fine enough. That goes to the man at mid-wicket. But, yeah, if anything goes past or over the man at square leg, who's next to the umpire at the moment.
Long way to go in this long way to go in this cricket game, though, Rico.
Can he finish well?
Actually, pretty much still bang on that rate. Round the wicket now, Delta.
Gets one through, and that's good. And Corey be happy with that. He always says, you've got to finish well. It was the last ball in the over. So many times it results in a boundary. Dot ball, that's good. He's done his job.
Yeah, so end of the over. Swing and a miss for Hooper, who probably just felt he could have a free hit at that one. 64 for no loss. Just shows you, ball before that last ball, they were ahead of the rate. Now they're behind. It shows you they're pretty much bang on. As they need to keep going that 11 and over, they'd want to be kind of 75, 77 or so after 7. So, yeah, I feel it's one of those games, and we've seen plenty of these, Rico, of course. We've both done over 1,000 matches on ECN, and it's just one good over either way can swing the game, and this could be the over, the 7th.
Yeah, that's right.
If you go magical, you get your 20, suddenly you're in the box seat. But if you can get a wicket or two, get a new batter out there with that rate about 2 a ball, I mean, no one likes coming out in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, bit of a gamble going for the love, but just that one boundary. Now this is where they've got to make sure they've got the field right here, because it's the main man, Luke, on strike. And, he does step right across. I think he gets a bit bat on this, does he? Keep it on the umpire. Yeah, no signal, so that's what saved him. He does go right across the line.
Yeah, that's what I mean about works every time but once. What it does do is takes him away from the strike. Left arm around, it's not going to be easy. He must have hit. Yeah, you can see the double deflection. So just a run. Hooper's back on strike.
Chance. Oh, it was spicy. And diving forward, not easy, difficult. Does really well, does Ahmad Khan, but not able to hold on to it.
Yeah, and he dived over one earlier. This would have been his chance for redemption. What he does do is stop it, keep it to 1. See, yeah, it wasn't an easy chance. That brings Leticia back on strike.
Shubham Dari, this time he finds it, goes the distance. Balle, 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 in the zona. Shaba, shaba. And the captain of Griffins is on his way, and maybe he's eyeing up just another half century.
He's living on the edge, isn't he? Because he's right in front of his stumps there. Dari, what's he going to do?
He gets through him this time. Oh, this one, I reckon this is close. This could have been curtains. This could have been curtains.
Dari, I think he's trying to attack those stumps and hoping that Leticia misses one. And how about that last one for 6? It was the reverse flick, also known as the normal one. Oh, just bouncing too high.
This time he uses his feet, and a good throw here. He's in trouble, and he's gone. That is a big wicket, and you don't need to go upstairs for those. The Italian stallion puts the finger in the air, and he has to go.
Sometimes one moment in a cricket match can define everything. He hits and runs, and he's given everything to get to his crease there, Luke Leticia, and you see, he goes down and, wow, has to pump the brakes. The emergency parachute came out, everything did, but he knew he was short. And he probably will see he wasn't quite in the picture. Let's have a look at this, the way he lands as well. It was well done by the bowler to get back to the stumps as well. And yeah, sharp bit of work. And ultimately, it's the end of Leticia, who has to limp off, but not before. A very brisk 44, but the first wicket's down, 72 for 1.
Yeah, he's batted well. He'll be very disappointed to get out that way. I think he just hit this one too well. He's hit it too well. Credit to the fielder that picks it up and gets the throw in. But also, you're absolutely right. Credit to the bowler. How many times do we see the bowler that's bowled the ball and then doesn't go back to the stumps? He had good awareness. He was alert to what the situation was. Gets back to the stumps, takes the ball, and gets the run out. Big wicket. Will that be the turning point in this match?
It's even a really well-executed throw, because it wasn't a throw at the stumps. I think it was deliberately a bounce throw that was going to arrive in time for the fielder that was at the stumps, or the bowler that was at the stumps. So, yeah, very, very good piece of fielding.
Oh, well, this wasn't the convincing shot, but with those... Now, this is another thing here. Now, Captain Luke Leticia, he's gone, and I think you still got the same field set up for his reverse shots. You don't need that now. Nobody else has played that shot, so they can think about the field here now. I don't think they need sort of the field that they've got here at the moment. They can afford to be a little bit more attacking in other parts of the ground.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's look ahead to the final round robin match, as the score is locked at 73 for 1 off 7. Pjovica versus Indo-Bulgarian. Pjovica will be hoping they can break into the top 3. They'd want to win well against Indo-Bulgarian, who they do look to be down in the bottom 3, but still, if they can somehow pinch 4th off Pjovica, that's possible as well with a good win. And Indo-Bulgarian got pretty close to Griffins earlier. I think they've been improving all the way through. News from the toss, you can see there, is that Indo-Bulgarian. They have won the toss in that match.
Shot, and he's going to get this through the fielders. In fact, I think it's gone all the way. Yes, it has. Lovely shot. Well, he's given this some welly, and it's gone all the way. 6 runs.
Yeah, big shot. This is the game. Felt like we might be creeping away from Griffins. They've had that feeling before, though, and they came back into the game. Just going to mention that the Bulgarians won the toss. They'll be batting first. That match, which begins in around about just under 45 minutes, right here on the European Cricket Network, from the beautiful Costa del Sol in Spain.
For Hooper to take control, and well, that's a good leave. He knows this is wide. He doesn't need to play at that, and he'll take the wide ball and the extra delivery. Hooper 33 of 21, and well, it's not a bad time for someone like Jordan Martel to come in. Had a very good match earlier. He scored 36 not out of 19. And this is going to be another wide. This doesn't help.
Very conscious of getting too straight or too leg stumpish, aren't they? Delta just wobbles it around a bit. This game's on a knife edge, Rico.
Shot to the fielder, well stopped. And it does well there, because this is sort of bouncing on him awkwardly. He has to stop it, otherwise it's 4 runs. He does, so just a single. He's giving it a suck, like a baby does. He's not a baby, of course. That's one way to do it. Who needs the magic spray?
Thanks for clearing that up. Yeah, I think it's the end of the finger. But anyway. Let's just shake, rattle and roll. Sufyan Mohammed. Sometimes see him behind the stumps for the Royal Tigers. They've got Stan Ahuja, I think it's their first choice back there at the moment.
Ooh, misses out on this. Jordan Martel. See, it's not that easy if you need to be playing shots straight away. We saw in the last innings when he put that great partnership together with Jason Martin. Both of them put about 81 on together. They started steady. They were in a position where they were able to take the singles and run the singles. Here is a slightly different game set. And well, that'll do. That is sweet. And that's gone into the shrubbery. Be careful getting that one out. Might be a few snakes down there. He gets lucky, finds his way through to the top. Nice shot. Really well executed. It's all about timing. This doesn't try to hit it too hard. He knows the pace is there on the ball from the bowler and just helps this along the way.
He batted so well, didn't he, in that last run chase? When the pressure was on, 36 off 19 with 3 sixes and 2 fours.
That's his shot, isn't it? He plays that so well.
Can't get too straight.
And then plays this one down. Good fielding, good backing up from Hooper.
Question though, I mean, Martel obviously batted really well in that partnership with Jason Martin, but Martin batted 3 last time, Jordan Martel batted 4. This time, they've brought Jordan Martel in at 3. I wonder what's behind that. Because obviously, I think it was Martin that really was one of those funky shots in the 9th, which showed that he could do it at the end of the innings as well. I suppose they're sport for choice, Griffins. Last ball of the over, big one coming up, 19 required off 13.
And we'll take another one. Maybe he called BET2BALL, and it was BET2BALL, who knows? Single taken, end of the over, and a round of applause from the Guernsey boys. They're quite happy where they are at the moment. Look, they've got the wickets in hand, but that doesn't necessarily mean too much, because quite often if you lose a wicket at the right time, doesn't matter how many wickets in hand you got, new batters coming in are coming in to try and hit the ball straight away and making a mess of it, and before you know it, they chew up too many balls and you end up on the losing side.
That's right, but I mean, they're in a good position, aren't they, with only having lost that one, that, you know, you'll have probably Jason Martin to come in next, who's full of confidence. So I think you're fairly confident here with this 18 off 12, but look who you're going to have to deal with. Get out the slide rule, and the protractor is going to be in the game.
Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
Look at that view. Can you believe we're in the middle of February in Europe? I mean, it's winter here. It is winter, folks.
This is what winter looks like.
That is amazing.
Not representative of all of Europe. I'll fairly say that. Of course, I make time in Estonia now and then to just check out what's going on up there, and fairly white at this time of year.
It's got to be
last time I was there a couple of weeks ago, it was -3, which actually is warm. I was actually getting out the sunscreen, but yeah, I've been there before in January. It's about -16, and then the wind. You want to talk about wind?
Come on.
It is cold. It whistles down the street. Anyway, so look, this is a huge over. Biggest over of the game as far as the result's concerned. You got Hooper, who's done well. He's dug in. He's 35, not out. 18 to come off 2 overs. And again, what you get off this over, you don't need off the last. It's a massive over. Both these two teams, they're locked on points. They're locked in the battle here in match 14. Here's Ketapal.
It's a single. We won't mind that. Ketapal's got to try and get 5 of these Yorkers in. And what he doesn't want to be doing, bowling to Jordan Martel, is anything on the legs. Martel picks that up so quickly. His timing on the legs is sweet. And
his natural angle is kind of already coming in that way. So I think Martel might take this on. The wind's coming a little bit left to right as well as behind the bowler, Abhishek Ketapal. Here we go.
It's on the legs as well. Let's just go back to this field here for a moment. I mean, surely this is wasted. I mean, you've got 2 men here in front of us, inside the circle, and really one would do.
Yeah, you got
get another one across to the other side.
I agree. What you're talking about is the 3rd man area. That quarter has 2 fielders in the circle. There you go. Straight to one of them.
Yeah, and that one, that's fine.
But you're right, probably would have been one anyway. Yeah. I mean, they got the deep point there, probably would have cut that off. You could probably, you know,
mid-wicket,
make one of them redundant. Yeah, get the mid-wicket in. Or the other thing I'm wondering is I'd probably put the fine leg back and have a 4th one back on the leg side and bring up the deep point. I just think that's the way that Hooper wants to go, especially with this angle of Ketapal. 15 off 10.
Ooh, asking the question, and he's got him. And full and straight. That's what I was saying that you needed to do, and that's exactly what that was. And Hooper, who was the established batter, he does go. And I think when you look at this again, we're going to see what Hooper's least favourite fruit is. It is, of course, plum.
Yeah, dead in front. And Ketapal knew it. He was already running away. And umpire Suleiman Saeed, he agreed. Good decision from the man in black. And well, when in an emergency, you call Ketapal, and he gets it done. The protractor gets a victim. Hooper, good 36 from him. Gets him within sight of the target, but still some work to do. Griffins are 93 for 2.
Yeah, now this is exactly what I was talking about. I know they've got wickets in hand, but look, Ketapal's got what? Still 3 deliveries to go, and you know they're going to be good ones. Even if you get 3 singles there, you've still got work to do. It still goes to the last over. You've now got 2 relatively new batters in there. I know that Gordon Marto has, we've seen him play one lovely shot already for 6, but it's pressure.
Yep, great pressure. This Griffin's side, that's what we saw in the last game. Now these two are reunited. Now one thing Indo-Bulgarian couldn't do was break this partnership. And I would also say again, if they don't break this partnership, they're not going to win this game, the Royal Tigers. But they needed something to happen. BET2BALL makes it happen. Jason Martin now comes back to the middle. And he was last here. It's 44 off 20 in that successful chase in match 12.
Take the single, isn't it? I mean, he's such a good player, isn't he, BET2BALL? Such a good player. He's always in. I don't think I remember, even if you look back to the European Cricket Championship here last year, September, October, I don't think there was a game that he was involved in where he didn't play a part in.
Same as when we were in Hungary for the ECS as well. He just doesn't have too many bad games. But he's run into a couple of other good players here. He's got 2 balls left of them. And Jason Martin, you know what I think of him. I think he's a class act. And this is Martel on strike this time. 14 off 8.
This one is a little bit too full. He's out. This is out. He's got a hand on this. And I think the batter knows it as well. And, well, Suleiman Saeed sees that the batter starting to walk. And that's Martin. And Martin then stops and says, well, I'll just check umps. And ump says, yeah, keep going. Puts the finger up. Well, bit of fortune. And BET2BALL, like I say, he doesn't do too much wrong.
He'll tell you meant this, but I'm telling you he didn't. And look at this. Bounces back. Big deflection. Middle stub. Martin has to go. Comes and hopes that maybe the umpire hasn't seen it, but it was a very big deflection off the protractor. Well, he's all angles, Rico, and he gets the angle right that time. And you'd have to say Martin, we saw what he was capable of last game, but he just has to give it the high eyebrows, and you can understand why. He's run out for 1. Game on, 94 for 3.
What a horrible way to get out. That's got to be the worst way, isn't it, to get out, or one of the worst ways.
Yeah.
And, well, maybe that was the only way you were going to get one of these 2 out. So unfortunate. So now, well, we were talking about the golden ball. I think I may have even said that. Maybe there's a bit of golden ball in the air about this one. Certainly is now. Can he finish big?
Last ball of the over.
This time, they take 1. They didn't run the first one particularly quick. And fantastic over. So 13 off the last. It's going to be unlucky for one of these 2 teams. Who will it be? Who's going to hold their nerve?
Well, I'm just going to put this here at the 9 over mark. 95 for 3. Golden ball, 27. Well, it seems like it was a long time ago. Believe it or not, it was only 6 days ago when we had Luxembourg Star CC take on the Helsinki Titans. If we do have a tie, we'll get a golden ball, which means the batting team stays on. Needs 2 more runs from 1 delivery. Otherwise, they will not win the match. So we don't have ties. Golden ball 27 last week. That was a memorable one. Star CC came from nowhere in that game, and it was a team in orange that created the golden ball last week. Just saying. You see the Tigers out there rocking the orange in Group B. Will they give us another golden moment? But right now, anyone's idea. And what I would say is there seem to be a lot of golden balls when they need 13 off the last over. 12 or 13, that's the zone.
I'm sure I remember you saying this before. So this is ideally poised. Now who's, but is it the captain? Is captain going to bowl the spin here? I think so.
He bowled the first, he's going to bowl last. He had to deal with the reverses of Letitia in the first over. I'd say we've got brothers out there as well. Jordan and Adam Martel. Let's go, 13 off the last.
Oh, unfortunate. I don't know if there's bat on this or glove. Certainly something to keep an eye on the umpire.
Yeah, this is a big edge. And Ahuja, actually, he's lucky he gets something on this. It's not really a realistic catching opportunity. But you see, if that gets away from his gloves, that's probably 4.
Yeah.
So all these things matter. 12 off 5. Blockbuster finish on the big day where ECN hits 2,000 matches. It's a very ECN finish coming up. 12 off 5. Here's Adam.
And they've got to go. He comes dancing down the track. Going for the big hit. Misses, but he does get a run. Leg by.
Adam Martel talented with the bat as well. But you just think if Martin was still there, if he wasn't run out, you feel this is a different game. 10 off 4 now, and they need something out of Jordan.
Boundary here. Need a boundary here.
He needs to go Air Jordan, is what he needs. He's going to try and whack this over the leg side, I think.
Does. It should just be a one. They put pressure on. They run it quick. And good throw.
Good defensive fielding. Right now, you want to avoid a 2 there. You want to get Adam Martel back on strike, who couldn't lay bat on the last one. Singles. Royal Tigers don't mind those. So 10 off 3. Now they desperately need a boundary.
And this is going to be out. It is out. It's run out. And they had to go either way. So everybody around the ground here on their feet. And this is going to the wire. So no run there. 10 off 2.
He got inventive, didn't he? He hits it into his pad, goes nowhere. Ahuja. I'm not even sure they cross here. You see here, just gets in an awful muddle. Actually hits his pad, then bounces off his bat. And then he takes off. Now, do they cross? That's my other question. And regardless of who's out, the new batter will be facing up. Let's see if we can just keep going here. Keep going. You see what happens here when Ahuja hits the stumps. Have they crossed or not? Let's have a look. They're running, they're running. Ahuja takes a little bit longer, grabs the ball, and, see, to me, that was this. It's probably, maybe wrong batter give up. Probably doesn't matter. New batter on strike. They need 4 or 6.
And they're not going to get it. Middle stump. And the captain, Harsh Mandian, keeps his cool, keeps his nerve. The batters try and get funky. And sometimes it works, as we were saying earlier, and sometimes it doesn't. And on this occasion, this did not look good. This was important. This one had to be the big one. Captain holds his nerves. Zagreb Sokol.
Yeah, well, it's a good point. Ramesh in the chat saying it probably should have been LBW last ball because he was plumb in front. And in that case, it would have been on a hat trick. I don't think they're too worried at the moment, Royal Tigers. There's a lot going on out there. The umpires have a lot on their mind. Once again, we see this target of 108 for Griffin, but this time looks like they're going to fall just short. Had to be brave. He took on a risk. Glenn Letitia has pulled off some brilliance in this series, but this time he has a golden to his name.
Well,
One ball left.
He's just got to make sure that he keeps that foot behind that line. Doesn't want to bowl a no ball here. And the bowl's a legal delivery. Whatever happens to it, it will not matter. 10 is required of this one ball.
Well, make sure you got enough fielders in the circle, etc., etc. Cross the I's, dot the T's, and then put the ball.
See what I said to you? I told you.
Yeah.
Wickets. Once you get wickets, it's not easy. And that's exactly what's happened here. Even though they had all those wickets in hand, one batter has to see you home.
Last ball. Oh.
And it's probably they'll just set it for the one.
They get one. That would have been a wide. I mean, I would probably just not hit that one, just in case. But I tell you what, the Royal Tigers, they're not fast. They win match 14, and what a morale-boosting victory, Griffins. They set the pace early, and although they were able to scrape a win over Indo-Bulgarian, their last 3 games have not been convincing. 2 losses in there, but Royal Tigers from Hungary shows you how far Hungarian cricket has come. They are the winners in match 14. They end up winning 107-99, and that books Royal Tigers a spot in the top 3 on Super Thursday.
Yeah, look, one thing is, I mean, I was saying about how Griffins would have learned or would have seen what happened against Brigade and the Tigers. But I think the Tigers, give them credit too, because they learned from that as well. Look, in that match, it was the power play that was brilliant, but the rest of their batting let them down. They didn't bat well. They didn't bat all the way down. They didn't bat well the 10 overs. In this one, they did. They accelerated when they had to. They got the score on the board, and then they never gave up. And look, there were at times where they were really up against it. There was that bad over from Zishan. They didn't feel particularly well, but when it mattered, they came back. They stayed together. But look, you know, you can look at this anywhere that you want, but the bowling from Cartama, for me, that's what's won them this match.
Yeah, well, came up with the goods in the ninth, didn't he? We'll get to that in a second. Just look at the Royal Tigers record. They've only lost 1 game this week, and that was one that they lost to Brigade, but only 8 runs. So, in Royal Tigers, they've shown that they can beat every team and got very, very close to Brigade. So, I mean, they'd be very confident going into the second half of this week.
Yeah, I mean, look, at this point, Luke here, the captain of the champions from Guernsey, Griffins, he had everything in hand, but there was 2 key points. Now, I mentioned the 2 overs from Cartama. The other one was the run out. the one when Cartama was bowling, and it was the unfortunate Jason Martin. He goes there. I think that changes.
That's a huge moment. I mean, that's an LBW that's plump. And yeah, sometimes the cricket gods are for you, and sometimes they're against you. And this is one where Martin, he just gets about as unlucky as you can get. You know, it takes me back to Indo-Bulgarian, where the cricket gods kind of smiled on Griffin's late on, where there's that catch attempt that was dropped and then thrown over the line accidentally. And then, yeah, this probably should have been LBW. Regardless, it was a wicket, and then another one, and then the wheels fell off. Again, you get the run rate under control, but you still have to score those runs. I always say, whenever the runs required is over the balls remaining, the fielding team's always in with a chance. If you can pick up a wicket or two, grab a few dots, that's exactly what the Tigers did, and they'll be really happy going to Super Thursday with a 4-1 record.
Yeah, of course they will. I mean, look, before we go back to that, this is what we got coming up next. This is going to be, look, if you thought that one was exciting, that was close. I think this one is also going to be close. It's the Norwegian champions, Bovika. They're coming back and they're playing Indo-Bulgaria. Indo-Bulgaria played really well in the last match. It was a close game. They were disappointed, didn't win it. They're coming back here with vengeance. This is going to be an exciting game. This will go down to the wire as well. But just going back to this match, the other key point here is sometimes it's just your day. Sometimes you have or don't have the rub of the green. And I'm going to throw this back at you. 28 runs in edges.
Yeah.
28 runs in edges.
Love it you were counting.
Yeah, and but the thing is, it makes all the difference. And then you saw the bad luck there with that run out.
That was off the edge of the hand, so still the edge is working for them.
The edges. It's all about the edges. Good match again, close one. A great victory that for the Royal Tigers. I said they'll want to roar back into this, and they do. And well, what a start they had at the top.
But what about the way he got run out? Again, that run wasn't there.
Yeah.
They kind of went on their hit. It was well executed piece of fielding that started off. 36 for Hooper as well with the ball. See that Sishan went the journey. Apart from that, no real damage. Wickets to Harsh Mandian, who bowled a really good last over. Ketapal for me, pick of the bowlers, including that 9th over, when they needed to keep it quiet. He only conceded 5, created 2 wickets in that over, 1 plus a run out.
They did 18 of 2 overs, didn't they, after that over finish from Deldar? I mean,
well, they got 9. They got 9 of the last 2 overs. They got 5 off Ketapal, 4 off Mandian. So, well, Rico will be back, and as we have a look at the story of that match, there's another story that's about to be written still. One more match. We have a little bit of a surprise up our sleeves as well. If you stick with us, on-field insight coming up that we're going to have a go at as we look forward to Bjurovica versus Indo-Bulgarian. Well, those two, they're clamouring for points as well, because where you finish makes a big difference for those two teams as well come the end of the day. So join us when we return in around about 20 minutes. We will be back with match 15 of Group B. It'll be Bjurovica against Indo-Bulgarian. Indo-Bulgarian batting first after winning the toss. Join us then. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Bull. Well, that was game 2002. 2003 is on the way before too long. See you shortly on ECN. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
Hello and welcome back to the final match of today. And this one also is going to be exciting. It's going to be mouth-watering. Vika, the Norwegian champions, they come back after a good win against Griffins. That was a surprise result. They also had a close encounter against the Brigade, which they just lost out in. But they've got the confidence. The big hitters are starting to find their range. And I think they'll come in this match with confidence. They're up against Indo-Bulgarian, the champions of Bulgaria. We've seen the best of them. They did have a good win, but they'll be disappointed that they weren't able to register the win earlier on here today. It was a close encounter. They're looking to finish with a bang. So the captains, Usman and Prakash, are with Rob Kemming, the tournament referee. Let's join them for the all-important coin toss.
Your call, okay. Kiba score. Just Kiba. We'll bat first. Okay. Thank you. Good luck. Best of luck. Thank you.
The final match of day 3, and Prakash Mishra, the captain of the Indo-Bulgarians, well, he went for Kiba Inu and he landed Kiba Inu. That means he's going to have a bat. Why not? The sun is shining. It's that time of the day. I also think there's an advantage to bat first on the last day. It's harder to field because when that sun comes down, if you're down that part of the ground, the sun and the long shadows does become an issue. He's going to be relying on himself. He's in good form, 67 that he's scored twice. Who's going to give him a bit of support? Well, it could be Chris Webster once more. And don't forget, Chris Lakov will always play a part in the match with bat or with ball. With the ball, can the captain himself, Prakash, come up good, come up crunch for the team? If he's at his best, he's going to be difficult to get away. And Rohit Damian, he could be the key here as well. What about Borvika? Borvika, I think, the national club champions of Norway, they have come good in this series, but they've got the master blasters. If they all click, so Kurum Shazad, he scored 39 of 10 deliveries against Griffin. Usman Arif, 38 of 11 against Brigade. And don't forget, early on, it was Salim's 50 not out against the Royal Tigers. Any of those get going, they will score runs quickly. And with the ball, I think they'll be relying on Rasul's accuracy and the pace of Usman Arif. So for the final time today, let's go over to the commentary box where Vinny Sandhu awaits for the start of the final match of the day.
Thank you very much, Rico. Tell with that giant coin, no one is safe. Uncle Rob, getting him out a little late in the day for him. Sir Rob Kemming, he's just frisbeed that straight at Usman Haider, the Björvika skipper, but he tried to get out the way when the coin did fall. It was Indo-Bulgarian. Their skipper, Prakash Mishra, who's coming off back-to-back half centuries, won the toss and has elected to bat first. And that was modus operandi in their previous match today, which was match 12 against Griffins, where they set Griffins 108 for victory. They weren't quite able to defend it. It did go down to the wire. Griffins just fell short in the same kind of chase in the previous match we just left. And we are back, and you can see Indo-Bulgarian, they're a game behind. But here's the story for Indo-Bulgarian. If they can win this match, they will go into 4th. That means they have to win one less match tomorrow. As we see, the bat versus ball wall actually favouring Indo-Bulgarian. You can see Björvika, they are scoring and conceding at the same rate, 98-98. Indo-Bulgarian, 91-80. So predicting an 11-run win for Indo-Bulgarian. Björvika, though, certainly know they've got a couple of pretty good hitters in their side. Kromashazad is one. Esben Arif can bang it. And we are all ready now for the start of match number 15, the final round robin match. This is Sufyan Salim, another hitter. I should probably put in that conversation. Started with a big half century earlier in the week. Chris Lakov is at the crease as per usual with Prakash Mishra. Yesterday these two put on a very good opening partnership in excess of 100. Wind still a factor behind the bowler, just drifting things left to right on the screen. This one kind of holds up, doesn't come in, called a wide. And Rico will be rejoining me shortly, but we've got a bit of a treat for you. We've testing out some of our new gadgets, and we might be able to get down to somebody on the field this game. We didn't want to put it on someone that might break it, that might have to roll around. So we are planning to have a word to the bowler's end umpire seat at the moment. The Sheriff, Charles Croucher, in a few moments. Right now, Salim's been pretty tight. Lakov can't reach this one. This will be a wide. So I know that a lot of Bulgarian fans in the chat, and hopefully if you are supporting one particular team, it's always great to see you, but we'd love to see you all the time. We'd love to see you in some of the other games and even the other weeks coming up. Still over a month to go. Lakov back, and well, this is setting a task for the fielder, and he's not up to it. Cuatro Carreras, what a nice shot. He just leans on this, uses the pace of the ball. Certainly doesn't try and overhit it, does Chris Lakov. What I like about this is, look at that back foot, back and across. Gets in a great position to play that shot. Times it, 4 runs into Bulgarians. Very happy to get off the mark that way. The bat at least. Goes again, he's going to get 4 more. This time it goes the other side of the point. Just guides this one away. And this one crashes into the scorer's tower. Well, they know all about it. And Lakov goes back to back. Cuatro Carreras más. Head up into double digits in the first over. Yeah, Lakov just seems to play the percentages. I think he's trying to be busy. He's trying to be proactive. I think he faces, because it gives Mishra a chance to have a look at the bowling. Mishra normally the bigger hitter of these two. This time Lakov just turns it around the corner for 1. So we'll see our first look at Prakash Mishra here in match 15. Now he is somebody that's coming off back-to-back 67s. Finding form at the right time. But the key to me about how he's done this, he's kept the balls out that have endangered his stumps. He hasn't gone after absolutely everything. I think he's been a bit better with his split-second decision-making, not going after balls that have been cleaning him up. Bowled at LBW. Salim, if he's smart, he'll swing this in and try and catch him in front of middle and off. Last ball the over. Well, this one's in the air, and well, he has not seen this at all, the fielder out there. And now it's going to be 4. Well, he didn't see it. I thought maybe he would have heard it when it hit the ground. And well, brace yourself. Rico's walked in at the best moment. I have to pick him up off the floor, as I do the fielder, Mohamed Imran, who needed a compass and maybe a hearing aid and about 7 sets of sunglasses. Maybe those eclipse glasses, because he doesn't hit. Then how does he lose at the last minute? And then he's having a Superman dive. We've seen some sort of feeling. I'll keep a camera on him. Do not cut away from this replay. Then he says, oh, it's no problem. And then he doesn't realise the ball spins past him for a boundary. And Mishra, we put the confusion rays on that one. Rico probably won't come back just yet at the end of the first over. It's 15 for no loss. Well, my word. This is what I'm talking about. You won't see this kind of thing anywhere else on the planet. European Cricket Network action. Live from the Costa del Sol. I love the way that he still really put in the big, almost WWE style, off the ropes dive. Here comes the big fella. There's been a reef, and this could be 5 wides. It's not a good start. It's a loosener. Gets good bounce, and the Bulgarians. I know it was Valentine's Day earlier in the week, but they're getting the gifts at the moment. They get 9 effectively off the last delivery. Reef coming in, just contending with the wind. As we just lament on the last 2 minutes of action. Here's a man, I haven't heard you laugh that hard for quite a while.
That was just
slapping me in the back.
Only
It's Rico Full is back beside me. Anyway, here's a Reef. He's got to straighten up. This has worked away. Just 1. I know you saw it. You didn't have your microphone on. How would you describe that effort?
I said, didn't I? I said that was a good coin toss to win, because I think you've got to bat first.
No. I want to know.
And the reason I said it is because when you're fielding, you're going to have to contend with the sun. Look, I think when the ball goes up in the air, it's fine, you lose it. But then when it came back down, he sees it. I don't know what he's doing there. Maybe he's just, maybe the sun just blinded him and he can't see anything. But that was funny. You can yaar ball kite sare kende odra yaar kite kidra. And then I love the dive at the end. Ke wahi ke hai nahi yaar. Poquito de broma también.
It's a mixture of panic and desperation in just the right quantities for maximum entertainment. That dive. And Mishra gets 1 here. So heading into the second over now. I mean, Ramay looking very, very healthy. Arif, though, he's a wicket taker, but he's got to get it right. I think he will like this breeze, but he has to control it.
Yeah.
He's an awkward guy to drive because he is so tall. And of course, you're trying to drive into a big breeze. So I think maybe try and work one around the corner off him. We can just do that. Lack of pushes, runs. Well, if this hits, might have been pretty close.
Yeah, you don't have a field set like this, Vinny, and gives things away. That tells you that the fielders are not walking in. They're standing still. And it's one of the things you always say, and I know the youngsters out there will know, and I know even when you've been here, the International British School of Marbella, one of the things that the likes of Salim and Richard Lake have been saying, right, okay, when the ball's, before it's bowled, start walking in, you'll walk in. It's starting to do it here now. This is better. You've got to walk in. You can't be giving those singles.
That's Mishra being 20% more careful about those ones that are endangering his stumps, because he knows he wants to stay there a bit longer. You still can't get over that fielding, can you? I had a question from Andy. Had a question from Andy in the chat. And
do we show it again?
I really hope they've got that one. Let's unlock that one in. Thank you, replay wizards. There's a riff. Alex side. This one will be called wide. Question about what's the highest score? Well, this week, I can tell you, the highest score, 133 by Griffins. I think it shows you that it has been a bit more of an even week, hasn't it? With no one really getting blown away. 133 in match 6. And last week, we had ACT against Star. They scored 161. So far, the highest score the entire series is 161, but 133 this week. Great question, Andy. Sure. Happy to block this one. Again, this is the kind of ball I think normally probably goes after this down the ground, but with this wind blowing in your face essentially as a batter, I think you do think twice about taking that one on, because if you don't get it right, you feel like it's probably a suicide mission.
Yeah, can Arif get a wicket here? Hasn't really looked at his best, I have to say.
Oh, this one bounces a bit as you'd expect. At the end of the over, 24 for no loss. 9 come off that over from Usman Arif, but 5 of them came before a legal delivery was bowled with that big 5 wides, but still pretty good comeback. As in a Bulgarian, 24 for no loss after 2.
Yeah, and as we see Norwegian champions looking at the field, let's have a look at this. This is interesting. Now, talk us through this.
Bjorvika would have to win by heaps. In fact, I don't think it's that realistic. Well, it's possible they could sneak into 3rd on net run rate, but the big thing is, Bjorvika, if they lose, they drop down and have a sudden death matchup tomorrow. In fact, 2 sudden death matchups. Yep. So that's why for Bjorvika, I think, well, the bottom line is whichever one of these 2 teams wins this game, they'll get to sit at the hotel and watch instead of having to get out there tomorrow morning. So that's why you've got basically a match for the bye, and so they'll only need to win 1 match tomorrow, the winner of this match, to get through to finals Friday. Whereas if you lose this match, you need to win both matches on Super Thursday. 3rd overtime. Chris Lakov, nice looking drive, just leans on it, gets 1. Now, it's also pretty exciting, Rico, because we've got the ability, well, we think we do. We can have a chat to Charles Croucher, who is at the bowler's end at the moment.
Rasul bowling. He's been key, and he's been good for his team.
This gets 1 here. Yeah, Rasul's been good. Yeah, so Charles is out there. And he's kindly agreed to wear the mic. And I think it'll be interesting to get his perspective about what it's like out there. Surely after a long day as well, the umpires, long days for them, they're always being put under mental stress. They're not the only ones. 1 here, Lakov plays a nice shot.
Yeah, nice shot.
You've done a lot of umpiring though, Rico. I mean, how do you think you would go in this format where it seems like the games are shorter, but there's a lot more going on?
Yeah, I mean, let's see this delivery first, and I'll answer that. Played. Yeah, look, Vinny, one thing is, we see another, not the best bit of fielding. One thing is that people don't realise is when the umpires, okay, it is just 10 overs, but the concentration, you're concentrating all the time. And also, when you're doing this number of games, it's almost doing an all-day game. You are actually, because the number of overs you're doing is immense. Mostly play for Singer. The other thing is, a lot of people don't realise, and this is something that myself and Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, talk about a lot. The umpires, they have to concentrate for every single ball. So on a day like today, come on, how many balls have been bowled?
Yeah, a lot. We normally do
60 a match, right?
Yeah.
60 a match, so you can do the maths there.
But they've got both ends, so it's 120 a match really, so it's 500, 600 balls.
No, you say both ends. Yeah, exactly.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, I'm with you. You're looking at both.
Yeah.
Now, so when a mistake is made, give them a break sometimes, eh?
Yeah, well, we can ask Charles in a minute. As this time we get to End of the third over. And so no wickets in the power play. Pretty similar, actually, to a few power plays today. High 20s, no wickets down. It's 28 for no loss after 3. And, well, it is a pleasure to speak to the man on the field in the middle of the action, Charles Croucher. Hello, Charles. Are you getting us out there?
Yes, loud and clear, Vinny. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. So tell us, what's it like being out there at the moment? Obviously, it's a long day for you guys.
It's great, you know, the breeze has picked up a little, but beautiful sunshine and, you know, really good cricket conditions here, mate.
Tell us quickly, what's the number one favourite thing about umpiring a cricket match?
The sunshine.
And obviously the players have been on their best behaviour, not giving you too much of a hard time.
So far, so good.
All right, Charles, thanks very much. We'll let you get down to it. We'll speak to you again a bit later in this innings. Charles Croucher, the Sheriff, as we see a new over start and just be one. This is Wasim Abbas who's coming into the attack. And isn't that great to get that perspective about Charles out there?
Yeah,
often we get to take a trip out to the middle.
Yeah, I mean, he said he likes the sunshine. I think the question I want to ask him is, so does he not umpire? Does he not umpire back at home? Because I don't think there's too much sunshine there. And this is a great catch. Well, I tell you what, today we have seen a number of catches being put down. This one's been hit pretty well. And, well, Chris Lakov, I think he's probably feeling a little disappointed here. He's hit this really well. He's expecting this to be 4 runs. Look, good contact. And then he says, oh, no. And, well, I think he swallowed this, isn't it? There you go. That is not coming out of there.
Yeah, and it's more grass time for Burovica. They spent a fair bit of time rummaging around on the terra firma. But, yeah, Lakov just got a fair piece of that. If it's 2 metres either side, I think that's 4. Unfortunately, that's the breaks that you get in this form of the game. He goes for 13. Nice catch by Sufyan Salim. He's had to move a little bit sideways. Wasim Abbas gets a wicket, and he has been in the wickets in this tournament. Indo-Bulgarian lose their first. It's 29 for 1.
Yeah, well bowled again by Abbas. Yeah, he's always picked up wickets. And getting Lakov out early is good, because at the moment, Prakash hasn't really got... He's going at run a ball. That's not like Prakash at all. Normally he'd be at 8 balls, he'd be around the 20 mark. So maybe he's feeling just a little bit of pressure here. So new batter comes in, and it is Webster. And well, he just elects to see this one go by. It's almost like a genuine league. Maybe he just wants to see what Abbas is doing here. This one is floated up. Good drift. Good one-hand pick up there as well from the fielder, Barty.
Yeah, it was a good pick up. As they say, if you're in the live chat with this ECN European Cricket Network, we'll plan to speak to Charles again a little bit later in this innings. Why don't you throw some questions in for us?
This is up in the air. Opportunity, Vinny.
Yeah, he's going to take it. And he took the last one. He'll certainly take this one. Salim. He gets both openers now. Snaffles it. It's the same mode of dismissal. And Abbas comes back and he grabs 2 in the over. Indo-Bulgarian being stopped in their tracks as Mishra. His dream run with the bat comes to an end as he's dismissed. Now it's 30 for 2.
Yeah, be disappointed. The captain, Prakash Mishra, I mean, he's just seen his opening partner, Chris Lakov, go early. And Chris normally does tend to bat a fair way through the innings. So he knows that that sort of bit of comfort that he normally has and can rely on is gone. So he's then got to stay there and gets himself out. I think the shot probably was on there, but it doesn't just get the foot in the right place, doesn't keep the ball down, and he offers another catch to that man there, Salim. So now, well, as we said, it was Prakash, his 67, that got them the victory. It was Prakash, his 67 in the last match that got them really close to that very close contest against Griffins. Who is going to perform here for them? One man who batted really well was Jamie Baden. So it doesn't surprise me that you're going to see him out there. Now these two, sometimes they're bowling partners.
Yeah.
Now they're going to be batting partners.
Great opportunity for them though. They've got plenty of innings to come. to try and push through these middle overs and beyond. Azabas, he just seems to have the golden arm, doesn't he, at the moment? Yes. Now he will bowl to the Bulgarian Express, Jamie Batten. It's a long way across. Lucky he got something on that. Doesn't get a run.
Good call from Webster. Batten wanted to go. Webster knew he was going to struggle. Salim, he's the man on fire at the moment. And bowled the first over, went for 15. So at that point you thought, well, looks like the Bulgarian have made a great start. But they've taken those wickets and they're taking key wickets as well. And Abbas once again doing the job for his team. Good, tidy bowling.
So it's a crucial match, isn't it? Last of the round robin matches here in Group B, because every week has the same structure. We have Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday in the round robins, and tomorrow Super Thursday, where the bottom three teams, they're playing for their tournament lives. The top three teams, they're playing for the all-important double chance as we head into the fifth over. This is back and cracked, and wow, he's got some power on this. This has gone all the way. Now the pocket rocket goes bang, maximal. 6 to Webster.
Yeah, this is what it's about here now. You can't get overcautious. You can't spend too much time trying to get yourself in. If it's there for the shot, you've got to back yourself. Keeps his shape well, keeps the head nice and still, and gets a round of applause for his efforts as well. Nice shot.
Yeah, it was only a little bit short. Mohammad Afzal. Pitched up, so he laces this one. Well, I bet there are a few flashbacks going on out there. Mohammad Imran. This one was low enough that maybe he didn't get startled. Let's just say he's got the giant sunglasses on now, and he's having a little bit of a laugh about it. And he's saying, I saw that one. It's pretty well fielded, to be honest.
Wind is really blowing very strong now. Look at those flags. Around.
More work here. Yeah, so if you do have any questions for Charles, we'll probably go back to him in a couple of overs. So let us know in the chat if there's anything you'd like to ask Charles. He's a very entertaining character. He has a really good relationship with the players as well. He's played a lot of cricket himself, played a lot of hard cricket, so he's pretty understanding. It's hard but fair. Turns to a full toss. Webster tries to launch it. Just gets the bottom edge for one.
Just having a look at this field here now, where these fielders have been deployed. Quite an orthodox field. 3 on the leg side, 2 out there on the off. This one's called a wide by the man we're talking about and talking to. Thomas Croucher, the sheriff. And of course, he's joined out there by Anand Shub.
Yep, good to see Shub out there as well.
Good shot, nice. Gets to the pitch of the ball really well. Love the follow through. And there's a bit of rhythm about his batting, isn't there?
Yeah, exactly right. I was just reading a comment in the chat saying, why is Charles called Croucher when he spends all day standing upright? That's a very interesting one. Some umpires used to have that old crouch stance, remember?
They did, yeah. They don't encourage that anymore now in the older...
At your back, is that why?
No. They're saying that you need to be upright and staying in the same position all the time.
So your head stays the same?
Head stays the same.
Makes
and
sense.
Your eye level is good. So, yeah. I know a lot of umpires, used to stand straight, and as the bowlers would start to come in, they'd start to bend down and end up in that crouching position as the ball's released. But once again, they prefer you to stay still.
Yeah.
And it's all about keeping the head still and just using your eyes.
That's that. This is
The
important.
over.
42 for 2, halfway point of this match 15. Just been kept quiet the last couple with those couple of wickets falling. Webster and Batten, though, they can certainly do some damage in the second half. Hello to Mahmood White, who's in the chat, and everyone else that's joining us. That's a nice one from Andy. Asking Charles, who's his favourite bowler so far? That's a very good question. Maybe we'll ask him that. Anyway, here we go. It's Rasul, who's been very effective. This one just follows the batter as he moves to the left. Shimmies to the left, so does Rasul. Just never seems to go for that many, Rasul, does he?
No, I just like the expression on his face. He's so focused, isn't he? He doesn't give anything away.
Driven in the air, but one hop has been a riff down at long off. Just a single.
Important part of this match here now, this innings, because you just feel that if in the next couple of overs these two don't really accelerate, that they'll get into this little bit of a lull and they'll get bogged down. I think they need to open up a bit. See what I mean? They need to take the odd chance. I mean, the wickets, they have got wickets in hand. You don't want to be in a situation maybe like in that last match that Griffins got into, though they had wickets in hand. You lose wickets quickly when you're running out of balls and then not give batters the chance to get themselves in.
That's a good point. Would have been a wide, but hit anyway. Batten. Express. Not really express at the moment, but he's got time still. 4.5 overs remaining.
He's still got big hitters there that can come in and do a job. Rohit Damian, I mean, no, he's not had the best form, but he will come good. Deep Singh as well.
Well, this is launched, and you can forget this one. Well, watch out if you're in the cheap seats. In fact, you're safe if you're undercover, because that one's gone all the way over the bar. Maximo bringing up the 50 in style. Webster goes large.
That is huge. That's a biggie. That's the biggest six that we've had in Group A and Group B put together. Nothing's gone bigger than this. Oh, that's gone a long way up. That one has gone to the moon. What a shot.
Just use the angle in. That was absolutely smashed. Just what you need when you feel like the innings kind of losing its way. But that one, luckily, it was just the wrong angle to hit the cars, thankfully, because I think that one would have done a windscreen. Last ball of the over.
Swing and a miss. T10 style. We see a lot of that, don't we? But he's still there, and that's what he's got to do. And despite that huge six, the score is 50 after 6 overs. So they're just probably, I would say, score-wise, they're running an over behind. Would have liked to have been here at the 5 over point. So the 10 runs behind, maybe 110, I think would be the minimum. But with these two in and wickets in hand, they should be looking at a 120 score here. But they've got to be just a little bit more attacking for me and really push on this field. That's the other thing. Push on them. There's been a lot of dot balls or balls where the balls hit the bat, but no runs have been taken. Look at this field. Every time the ball hits the bat, there has to be a single.
Yeah, exactly right. I think they want more than singles, though. This is going to be a big over, I think, as they do go back to Wazim Abbas. This is going to be one down the ground. But Webster, he'll be wanting it. Abbas probably will try and keep it outside the off stump, try and stay away from the wheelhouse. So this is his ideal kind of delivery. It's a difficult one to hit down the ground for 6 because of the wind today. And he's going to be stumped here. So Webster goes 6 and out in the end. And it was just a little bit of guile, I think, from Abbas. And Webster's probably one that he makes up his mind that he's running at. Bit of premeditation, I think, and it wasn't quite there. I mean, he's gone comfortably. It was Usman Hyde up behind the stumps, the keeper. That does it. And yeah, I think Webster goes through with the shot, even though I think he knew he wasn't quite where he wanted to be. Look at the gloves there. I think they're fine. There's no problem there at all. And Webster, I think he will he's going to regret that rush of blood, as he does hit 2 out of the park, but he has to go for 11, and it's 51 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, look, Abbas, another wicket for him. He was instrumental in that surprise victory over Griffins. He took 3 for 9 in that match, and here he is, got 3 more wickets here. Just a real cunning character, isn't he? He really does entice you. He doesn't really give you a ball on length to hit, and he makes you want to work for your runs, and that is what's resulted in that stumping. 3 for 3 at the moment.
Shin Patel comes out now with just over 3 overs remaining. Question in the chat from David. Do the players get the option of long sleeve shirts, the keepers? Yes, they do, actually, David. But a lot of them choosing to wear the short sleeves. And I have to say, controversial opinion, I always wore short sleeves when I was wicket keeping. I know. I don't know where it came from.
The long sleeves.
No.
Short sleeves.
Is that a thing in England? I mean, you probably wear long sleeves all the time and about 7 jumpers.
Yeah.
But in Australia, it's considered, in a lot of countries, you know, it's just a bad look. But I mean, with arms like these, I'm not going to hide them under sleeves. So I used to like it. But in all seriousness, I like the freedom of movement. I like to feel the air on my arms and stuff. I've already got so much covered up with the hands. So yeah, but all these players, because Dan Weston is a kind of agrees to that theory. They're all.
I'm not going to come to your place unannounced.
I'm just saying, freedom of movement. Well, you're always welcome, but yeah, not first. Anyway, we had a couple of good questions, didn't we? For Charles. As this is hit hard, and this is into the gap. Maximo! Now all aboard the Bulgarian Express. And the Bulgarians are happy with that as well, as Batten moves to double figures. Nice strike. Abbas, for the first time, goes the journey.
Yeah, good shot. And well, the management there doing the old choo-choo. Well, yeah, this went choo-choo. It went actually fueled by rocket power. Hit hard, hit firm, goes all the way. 6 runs. Good shot.
Yeah, really good shot. Really roll the dice again. Last ball, the 7th over, coming up. Goes back and cuts, and this is going to be 4 more. This is smart batting, because he tried a different angle, Abbas, but that was waiting for him. So he goes 6 and 4 to end the 7th. Bit of a resurgence that over from Indo-Bulgarian, as they are now 62 on the board with 3 overs remaining. Nice shot.
Yeah, that was a nice shot. And Abbas, he's still finished with respectable figures. He's picked up the only 3 wickets here. But nice counter reaction here now from Jamie Batten.
Yeah, that's right. And I think we do have Charles Croucher with us. Charles, are you hearing me?
Yeah, I've got you, Vinny.
Nice to have you with us. We had some questions in the chat for you. One of them was, do you have like a favourite umpire or an umpire that you look up to?
Yeah, you know what? I really like the Ox. You know, he got a bit of heat late in his career, but he once told me I had a good style, so that's why I like him.
The Ox, he used to have the big shield, didn't he? Do you ever think that you might need some extra protection with the way that some of these balls are hit?
Yeah, I've thought about an oversized novelty helmet to wear out here, a Norcane helmet. You know, one of our sponsors. One day, hopefully, we can get that going.
Oh, love your work there, Charles. One more question. Favourite bowler so far, in a couple of words, that you've umpired to?
In this tournament?
Any tournament. Oh, we can whisper.
Okay, we can whisper. Hang on a second.
This ball. Oh, this could be out, and it's not, because it's dropped. And it was in that direction, Ayaz Bhatti. Well, Charles, you probably had a pretty good view of that.
I want to ask him if he would have
Yeah,
taken
that
it.
one just went down right in front of me. I think it was pretty catchable, but did go down.
Do you mind if we stay with you for a couple more
Yeah,
balls, Charles?
absolutely.
I know that you're having to look at a lot of things. So what are you looking at here? You talk quietly. You're looking at making sure they have enough fielders in the circle, making sure they don't have too many fielders behind square, those kind of things.
Yeah, Vinny, and this stage of the innings as well, with a left-hand, right-hand combination, I go to the boundary, and that I'm looking for a 6. So I'm going to tell my buddy it's a 6. Yeah, that's just over the line. But this stage of the innings, you know, with left-hand, right-hand combination, teams generally get caught out with too many fielders outside the circle, so I've really got to be switched on.
Yeah, that was a good call. You saw that and was 6. Probably a metre or 2. You had a good view of that. So that's an example of teamwork as an umpire. Because you think of umpiring a lot of the time as an individual pursuit, but yeah, teamwork is really important, isn't it, for you guys?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you've really got to be locked into your partner, and you know, quite often it's just, you know, a little bit unspoken, but keeping your eyes on each other at the same time and helping each other out, you know.
Yeah, and so now you're signalling how many balls left in the over to make sure you're still on the same page.
Yeah, we give us one of these ones about halfway through the over, so we just sort of cut the body for half, and we like the 3-2-1 count here. It helps us stay switched on. T10, so much is happening at a very quick pace.
There's a chance. Favourite bowler, and a lot of people like the Bulgarian Express. It's Jamie Batten who's batting at the moment. Have you had a chance to umpire at his end?
He was fantastic to watch, actually. You know, he was, you know, I'm a big dot ball fan and body blows, and you know, he had a, you know, watching that. There's 2 overs, a bit of rubbish on the field. Actually, the bowling markers are blowing away. The wind's that heavy. You ever seen a bowling marker blow away? Not too often, but that's the strength of the wind. But yeah, Jamie, was excellent to watch, and watching him put 12 past Zishan, who's a monster hitter. He was good to watch, and you know, from my end, he would have to have the most amount of dot balls that I've seen in this tournament for sure. So he's very handy.
So you're reconfirming halfway through the over, so 3 down, 3 to go. Yes, we are going to see Zahid Ashraf, death bowling specialist for Jovica. This one's short, and it's going to go. And it's going to go in the gap. It's going to be 4 runs. So Cuatro Carreras Mas, Batten, well, finally pulling out of the station. Hasn't quite clicked with the bat so far, and he gets 4. So moves into Bulgarian up into the 70s. So that'll be a 2 to come. And obviously, when I used to do a bit of umpiring, the 2 to come would be a kind of surreptitious little sneaky 2. But I've noticed you guys are pretty open with your communication. Is that just so that it's nice and clear?
It has changed over the years, Vinny. You know, I'm always a subtle signalling fan, and but out here, the importance of the ball count, like I guess any cricket, what we sort of lean towards, 1 to come, is the 2 up above, because it can also help out the scorers as well, and pretty much everyone at the ground, all the players.
Players,
yeah,
sure.
Players. I don't mind. You're not getting bugged, you know, a couple of times and over. They can really see it, and so that's what we go with. But at the same time, a bit of subtleness can be sexy.
How many to come? Nice one to come. Last ball of the over, and it's driven away.
My signal was so subtle, Vinny, that you wouldn't have seen
That even
it.
you didn't pick it up.
Yes.
Well, Charles, thanks again so much for your work on the mic. That is the end of the over.
Pleasure, mate.
And wishing you all the best for the rest of the innings and this tournament. Well, Rico, 8 overs down. Wasn't that nice to get a bit of an insight into what the umpires are up to in the middle? Of course, you'd be pretty experienced, I'd say, at being in these situations.
Yeah, it's nice. And it's nice to. It's good question there from you as well about the positioning, and also about the signalling between each other, because that's one thing that a lot of people don't realise, that the communication between the 2 umpires is absolutely key and essential. And also there's a lot of communication between the umpires on the field of play with the 3rd umpire as well. Yeah, Charles Croucher, a very knowledgeable, not just cricketer, but umpire as well, and doing a great job, as are all our team, led brilliantly by Rob Cumming. So this match evenly poised. Need 2 good overs in here, the batting team, and I think they're eyeing up 1 magical over. Look, 1 magical over here alone gets them to 100, and then an average over where they're looking to get 10 gets 110. So that's the state of play here.
Yeah, exactly right. 100 minimum you think they'd want, especially though Batten's hit some of these. And now, see that mid-wicket coming up in the circle. He's got a left-hander there, Ishan Patel. So
Hayder will just get this 1 over. Oh no, it's not Hayder. The scoring's going up and down here a minute. I'm sure I did see Hayder there a minute ago. Well, maybe the batter saw a different bowler a minute ago.
Might be Hayder. Hayder's
and use your shot.
All right. Hayder's behind the stumps, so I can't see him. It's going to be a riff. Yeah, that's the correct Usman. 2 Usmans. Just maybe putting that wrong initially, but we're back in. Patel, he's going to move on now. 10 balls remaining. Drives down the ground. And they think of 2. They might get it here. Well, Batten's happy to take it on, and he gets there. Well, that's good positive running from Batten. I mean, thought maybe he'd want to pinch the strike at this stage. What do you think?
I wouldn't take the 2 there. I mean, each, no disrespect, hasn't had too many deliveries, and he could prove me wrong if he clubs this next one to the boundary. But I think Batten looked 26 of 15. I think you need to, the key thing there is early on in this over, get there and get a strike.
Riff. It's driven by Patel. There's protection down there. It'll just be 1. A few people asking. Well, Luke Meldrum, I think he supposes the Ox is Bruce Oxenford. Yeah, I do believe so. We're both hailing from Queensland. And Bruce mentioned to Charles back when he was in Australia some years ago that he liked the cut of his jib as an umpire, but then life would take Charles ultimately to the Czech Republic, where he's joined the European cricket team and works as an umpire and tournament referee for ECN.
Much better over this from Usman Arif. I was saying that his first over, which was pretty expensive, that he just didn't look like the bowler that I saw in Germany when he was playing for the national team. Only went for 9 runs from it, but just his line, he was getting too much angling in. on the legs, the leg side. He wasn't really bowling a good line outside the off stump, but this over's been better. Can he
Last
finish
ball.
well though?
Yeah, it's a big ball coming up. Patel might as well have a crack. Does. Gets one, so Batten just doesn't seem to pitch the strike, and he won't pitch it back here either, because they'll have to settle for a single. So 9 overs down into Bulgarian, 80 for 3. And well, another thing, I like this chance that we got to have a chat to Charles on the field, because it does remind us, the umpires are human. I think they get so much right. I think it's something that I think has improved almost more than anything in the couple of years we've been doing this on ECN, is the standard of the umpiring in the tournaments that we're seeing. They obviously take their job really seriously. If they do make mistakes, they're back, they're analysing, if something goes wrong, they're working out how they can do it better. And they are, for me, the most improved team on ECN.
Yeah, look, I'll be absolutely honest with you, and I know that, there's probably thousands of umpires out there that also tune in to see this delivery first. It's a nice looking shot. It should just be one. There are so many times that I've been the on-field umpire, in local league games and even some important tournaments where there is no technology.
Yeah.
And there are times, for example, stumpings. Stumpings are a very important one, and also run-outs. Because there's times when, as an umpire, you may be looking at the line, but you'd want reassurance that the bowler, like we had today, or the wicket-keeper, didn't infringe, didn't knock the
Actually, they
stumps
had the
over
ball.
without having a... So it's always nice just to get that confirmation, because this one's a play and a miss, because there's nothing worse than being an umpire and having to give a decision and, giving somebody out. And whereas in the back of your mind you think, okay, if I did get it wrong, but sometimes you do because you get told about it afterwards. If I did get it wrong, I've ruined somebody's day, or I've ruined the chances of a team. So I think the communication here and what we're starting to build on all the time, it's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
It's about getting it right.
Well said, Rico. Well said. Again, these things happen in a split second when you're out there in the middle. Here's Ashraf. Moves this one down the leg side. This will be a wide. And I think when it comes down to umpires, they want to get as many decisions right as possible.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if they're doing it themselves or with some assistance or there's some process. They want fairness. That's what gets them in umpiring in the first place, most of these people. And so they do get some assistance. Hello to Elmars as well. He's got the day off. Hope you're going well.
Yeah,
Bet he's watching.
Shot. This is all the way. Volley. Inna Sona. Shaka Lagia. Well, I said they need a magical one and an average over to get them to 110. Well, they've had a below average one. Maybe this one will go magical. They're in the 80s now. The grady 80s.
That's handy. He just it's like a cutlass. Swings the wrists at this. And the train goes aerial. A flying train. We had a flying bus back in ECL 19, Eugene Mollian. That's a really useful strike. Again, using the wind. The wind is just behind the bowler. And you'll know that when Batten comes steaming in the second half. But right now, he's back on strike. Slower ball. Throws the bat and it's off the kneecap. Now, will he pitch two? I think it's probably worth a try. But good throw has him gone here.
He's in.
Oh, has he made this?
He's in. Well, it's our man in the hot seat here, Charles Croucher. We were talking to him earlier, and his positioning was fantastic, and in the right position, and doesn't refer. He's confident that the batter's in. I think that was good call. I think he made that easy.
Seemed like he's in, but it'd be funny if we looked at this now. It'd be funny if we now find out he was out and Charles has called him in. But let's have a look here. And yeah, just well, it bounces a bit, but I think that shoulder of the bat's down.
Yeah.
So again, that wasn't in by as much as we thought. I don't think, because I don't think ever anything touches the ground.
Yeah.
You think so? There, I think that's really close, but it's not out. So it's a good decision.
Yeah.
I have no complaints.
It's all about positioning.
Yep. See, right.
Well done, Charles.
All right. Here we go.
They come back again.
I'll even try.
So this time, this one would have probably been a bit suicidal.
The last ball coming up, 91 on the board, so they won't quite crack the three figures, it would seem, Indo-Bulgarians. Batten, though. He has been batting 36 off 20, probably where he'll finish. Now, if there's a wide or something here, this is where experience comes in. I know if there's a wide, Batten should still be trying to get down that end. At least see if he can pitch another ball. That's if there is a wide. It's Patel on strike. Isn't a wide, full toss. He might as well come back for two here and test the throw. Patel, not interested. See, that's poor cricket as well, because they may have made it, they may not, but they'll never know. They're going to finish at 92 for 3. So Bjorvik, I think they'll be pretty happy with where they're at. But having said that, Bjorvik haven't always been convincing with the bat. They've been a bit hit and miss. They had a slow start to the week. I think into Bulgaria, they'll be a bit upset. Their top 3 weren't able to do more. But ultimately, they do have a competitive score on the board here in match 15 of Group B. Into Bulgarian make 92 off their 10 overs.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about the importance of this match for both these teams. You win it, then, well, you have a slightly easier path in those elimination matches. I think in the Bulgarian, they know that they're probably 20 runs short where they would have liked to have been. Ideally, they would have liked the 3 figures on the board. I think that plays a big part mentally. But they have got the runs on the board in the key match. But they do know that they've got some big guns coming their way that they have to try and get at. They can pick up those 3 quick wickets, then they're in with a shot. If they don't, this match could be over in a hurry.
Yeah, but they do have some weapons of their own, don't they? They've got the Bulgarian Express to bowl a couple of overs. They were really good in the field before, for the most part, with a couple of exceptions. Now, don't forget this, and Mohamed Imran will get ready for a life of fame after that. He didn't see it, and when he did, it was getting away. Charles gave it the thumbs up.
Can you imagine if this is one of those matches which is decided by just a couple of runs? Because you'll come back to that, and that will be, well, that's the match there, isn't it?
Yeah, well, could be, but hopefully won't be. And the Bulgarian Express pulled down to the station. And we saw some good hitting, didn't we, towards the end. We got 5 sixes, 2 to Webster and 3 to Jamie Batten. Apart from that, nobody else able to clear the rope. Just felt a bit kind of short of boundaries when it came down. That one was massive, went over everybody. They all loved it. They had sore necks from turning around. And Charles, he was giving us a bit of an insight. The old halfway there, living on a prayer. This was a nice bit of placement. In Bulgarian, they know that if they can win this game, then they steal 4th place off Bjorvika. It gives them a much easier day tomorrow. It gives them the morning off. Whereas the loser of this match will have to play Croatia, Zagreb Sokol, in the second match of the day. So a bit of a prize on the line. You want an easy day at this stage of the tournament because the matches are getting harder and harder as we see the beautiful hinterland of this Cartama Cricket Oval on the Costa del Sol. It was a batting effort from Indo-Bulgarian that they'll be mildly satisfied with. They were aided by 10 wides as well along the way. This is a lot more than we've seen from most teams. Jamie Batten with the bat this time. He was the top scorer, 36 not out of 20 balls. And he went for Patel there. He was able to get run a ball 8. Apart from that, Webster with 17. Lakov with 13. Mishra missed out. Both the openers going on the sweep in the same over from Wasim Abbas. Well, no one really got the treatment in the bowling innings. 3 for 14. Wasim Abbas, good return for him. He certainly was one that was able to be effective in remove the top 3. Apart from that, no wickets, but really not too much damage. Most of them were pretty disciplined. Maybe the wides is an issue, but they just didn't give away that many boundary balls, and that's why I think they're chasing double digits.
Yeah, what they did right is they got the top 2 up pretty early, and we know that Webster can give it a big oomph as well. And good innings there from Jamie Batten, but yeah, it was healthy, but with the number of balls perhaps that he faced, you would probably think at this format that he should have been, you know, maybe closer to his 50. Maybe that's just been a little bit too unkind. But I think there's a story there is he got Batten who got into the runs, but nobody else was really able to give him too much support. A lot of balls used up, and even by the likes of someone like Prakash Mishra, 8 runs, but he faced 9 deliveries to do it, and that probably is reflected on that score. But the score, Vinny, is on the board.
Yeah, it is. And not 36 or 20, I think that's okay. Someone like Mishra, I mean, he's been a bit more careful early. Normally that's paid off later, so I can see why perhaps he wasn't going at a great strike rate that early in his innings when he happened to just get out on the missed time sweep to Wasim Abbas. Anyway, we will be back and certainly hope that you can join us, because when we return, 4th place is up for grabs, and to hold on to it, it will be Bjorvika who will need to chase down 93 for victory. Join us then in just a few minutes. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for more cricket action on ECN. You're watching the Bet2BALL European Cricket League.
Hello and good afternoon from sunny España. Well, it's sunny, a bit breezy as well, it has to be said. I'm loving that look, and stronger together. Well, that's the motto that goes around this ground, and the Indo-Bulgarians, they need to be stronger together here. They probably posted a score, let's say it's a little below par, it's under the 100. Don't quite get to the 120. 92, so 93 is the target. And the Norwegian champions, Borvika, they're looking to knock these off. Now, one thing that I will say is, though they weren't quite at their best at the beginning of their matches, I mean, they posted a score around 90, chasing the Royal Tigers 130, and then they did get their victory against Zagreb Sokol, chasing 78 the target. But up until recently, and the last couple of games, the big guns didn't really perform, but they did come into play against Griffins, and they'll be hoping that they're now set to go on. They've got a number of key players there that can really score runs quickly, but, and this is the but, they haven't banked on this man who's got the new ball, and of course it's the Bulgarian Express, Jamie Batten. In he comes, the first ball. And oh, this one, it's almost, could have been chopped onto his stumps. Good field set this. I think you need this for a bowler of the pace of Batten. He needs a bit of protection behind. And interesting. And the third man is very fine. They have got a slip in place as well. I'd say good luck to the slip if it's coming your way, because it's coming pretty quick.
Keep going back. Problem with the slip, he has to stay inside the circle. He probably wants to go back a bit further.
Chris Burpster is the man.
Imagine that. He nicks him off to slip right now. I might jump out of the box and run out there. Here's Batten. Edged. Oh, and it's just out of the grasp. And in no time, that has gone past the rope. Well, you'd have to say, he was a good kind of depth there, Webster. They brought the slip. They wanted the early wicket. Murray just edges, but in the end, he gets 4.
Yeah, I said good luck, because it is going to fly away, and it does. It goes quickly. The one thing that the batter probably needs to do here is, well, if you're going to play that, swing hard. Because if you swing hard, I think it's going to clear everybody.
Even if you don't, that's how fast it went. Jazz gets a 4. One thing, Batten hasn't got a lot of his wickets, actually. He's been very good at holding the scoring at bay. Hits the ground on the way through. So, with Batten, you'd really want him to grab a couple of these wickets, and probably run into Sufyan Salim at 3. You've got other players there, like Karim Shahzad in the middle order as well. I think 92 on the board, you make it look like 100 plus with a couple of good overs from Batten. Beats him for pace as well. He does have that wind. He does like the wind behind his back. Quite as strong as it was perhaps on Monday, but still very, very healthy. See the batter making sure he stays back in his crease. Gives him a bit longer to look at Jamie Batten. The Bulgarian Express all aboard. He's pulled out of the station. This one comes back significantly off the seam. And just watching that one, Jazz.
Yeah, well, this was a genuine leave. He just didn't want to play at this at all. And you see that? It does come back into him. You see the shape from there. See where the wicketkeeper doesn't take it clean. He does see the captain. Sorry, that is Zitan Patel. But a bit of movement there. But you got up for me. The ball's coming that quick. You swing at it. It's a big gap here as well. Yeah. I don't know if this is quite right for me, this corridor. That's well struck. There's a man out there that'll take the single. Yeah, I reckon they've got a very, very fine and straight third man.
Yeah.
I reckon they should just go an orthodox third man and perhaps he push the man that's on the boundary back at regular point. That's the end of the over. Anyhow, it's quite tidy. 1 run there right at the end. So 6 of the first.
Well, maybe you take 6 off Batten the way things are going. Yeah, no, I think they may. If they're going to have a slip, I don't think you necessarily change where you put your third man. The reason he's so fine is because I think there's probably not going to be a lot of bat on these edges, and that's the direction it's going to go. And I think if the edge goes wide of that third man, then they feel like, okay, the batter has earned that by getting more bat on it. But they didn't want to reward the batter for the kind of an edge like the one that did go for 4 earlier in the over before that had been changed. So, yes, that once again goes wicketless. And so now you're going to get Rohit Demand. I think this is. He's going to bowl over number 2. So you feel like there's a good chance Batten might come back in the third, or they didn't necessarily bowl him out early 4. Go for a Webster or something. But right now it's Demand.
Oh, this is close, surely. Yeah, he's planted that foot on the ground again. Out, and then, well, he ends up on the floor. I don't know if he actually trips over the non-striker here, but the umpire puts the finger up and he goes down. Well, he goes down, he gets up. Not sure what's happened here. We might see it in the replay. It was totally accidental. Yeah. But one thing is for sure is the wicket has been given.
Yeah, so it's not the. Seen a bit of everything this game, haven't we, in match 15? First, we'll probably get a look at the shout, but then everyone was checking to see on the bowler if he's okay. Everyone except Kamar Ejaz, who had to go. So let's have a look at the shout first. Yeah, that's out. Yeah. That's a shame down the line. And then look.
Here, what?
And then, oh, bang.
I think he's headbutting the helmet. I'm sure he's headbutting the helmet here.
You think so? Here we go. Bang. Yeah, he's into the grill. Oh, standing 8 count time. I mean, not standing, in fact. So it was a strange angle to take, have to say, after getting the decision. But Ejaz, well, he's not laughing because he's got to go. That's the first wicket down. Handy one.
Ejaz has to go. And यार कह रहा मैं bowling कितनी LBW देती हूँ फिर non-stark ने मेरे सिर मारिया. There you go. And he's getting a bit of treatment now as well. So, well, I hope there's no real damage there. I don't think there was. I mean, he did get up and then it was all smiles all around. But I think it's wise to get it checked. Well, this is an unusual way to be checked for concussion.
I'm actually really happy that Ayaz Butti's wearing the helmet. Because imagine if he wasn't.
Well, bowler wants one now.
Yeah, well, his helmet protected him. And
there you go.
So, there we go, 6 for 1.
Rohit Damian is asking for the helmet. Have we ever seen that bowler bowl? Are you allowed to bowl with a helmet?
Yeah, you can. They actually make bowler helmets. It was a domestic player in New Zealand that wore one. It's more of a soft helmet. It's more, offers a bit of protection, but it's not quite as cumbersome or heavy as the batting version. I always think obviously I'm all for safety. It sounds a bit of message of lack of confidence for the bowler that you're feeling like you have to protect your own head. Anyway, Demand, good start from him. Next one is turned on. This is going to be 4. It's going to go up the stairs. That's a good start from Usman Haider. Well, he started the tournament opening the batting, which would be his regular position, and just couldn't get anything going. He was batting as low as 8 yesterday, but he was coming into a bit of form, so he finds himself back in the number 3 position. That's a good confident start. Just a bit too short there from Demand.
A little bit too short.
Up in the block hole. Demand scrambles. Get one.
I just get the feeling here, I don't know what your thoughts on this is, Billy, that Puerto Rico, what they're doing is they're holding the big guns back. I think they probably think that maybe Batten will perhaps bowl the next one here, or maybe it's going to be Lakov. Sure. I think they want to hold them back because there's 3 of them.
Wide it's called by. Yeah, I know what you're saying. The last time I think they like having Batten in their back pocket, I think they do like that. They also think they know the value. If they can get him into the middle order or lower order, I think they're going to really struggle against him even more. So he gets past the outside edge. So last time they went for Webster in the 3rd. I think Lakov they like in those middle overs, maybe 5 and 7 around there, or 4 and 6. Got Mishra as well. You think they probably bowl towards the end. This is going to be a big task for the man down there. Well, guess who? Bulgarian Express. Nice bit of fielding. Saving 3 runs effectively. And those kind of stops could be the difference. You see this rate still in the 9s where it started, but this quite easily could have been 4.
Yeah, that's a really good stop. And now they're asking the question. And looks like they're going to go upstairs here.
So let's see. Well, Charles Crouch has gone to the 3rd umpire. This one, I think it might be out here. Oh, that's out, I reckon. Go back a bit. Let's go back. See here, the first point of impact on the stumps now. I think that's out. Yeah, really sharp bit of work by Ishan Patel behind the stumps, and Demand has a second. And Usman Haidar, well, he'll appreciate that. Probably not right now as a wicketkeeper himself, but it's a nice piece of wicket-keeping. And there's the Sheriff, front and centre. He sends him on his way. So a bit of magic from the keeper. And haven't the keepers had a good day for the most part? Good tournament. Usman Haidar, he's a keeper that doesn't feel very good about things right now, as he's got to go. And that's 2 wickets now that Jovica have lost in the power play.
Yeah, the captain departs, and now it's time for the big stuff. I was going to say, this was my thought. I thought they were just banking on maybe the likes of Barty, Jess and Haidar, just getting through some of the overs, getting through maybe some of the key bowlers, and then letting the likes of Salim, who's come out here now. And remember, you still got Shazad to come in, and the big hitters come in and go after maybe some of the weaker bowlers, maybe go after something like Prakash. And, well, they're going to have to come in a little bit earlier than I think what they wanted. 13 for 2.
Yeah, they are going back to batten. The third over. So it's a gamble, isn't it? Maybe they're thinking, well, new batter. They probably know the value of actually getting a wicket here, particularly Sufyan Salim, who's just come in at the non-striker's end. Can hit a long ball. Butty as well. Yeah, this is going to be a very important over. Still with a slip. Not so sure I'd persist with that. Probably thinking about plugging a gap somewhere. So it goes nowhere. Have to be dug out. And I suppose this is where you're thinking, if you can get another over from batting 5 or less, even if he doesn't take a wicket, you've just given a bit more breathing room to the other bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, look, that rate at the moment, it's around 10. A good over here takes that, take that up a little bit if you can get another wicket. Pressure is on. And I think a good replacement for Bannon once he finishes is Chris Lakoff.
Swing and a miss.
What you're not seeing here, not seeing a lot of intelligent batting from the batters to Bannon. You know he's quick, you know he's getting the pace. You'd think that a batter would just stand with the bat already sort of up and be looking just to chip the ball over in this area where the third man is, maybe in that behind point area.
It's got to get something on it. It does, but not much. Ishan Patel cleans up. Has a ping. Nice bit of work.
Optimistic appeal, but I think Salim is in there quite comfortably.
I remember when I had to face faster bowling, I tried to not change too much, but I was very conscious of not having my back lift too high.
Yeah.
So just so that I was going to get down a bit quicker. And then you don't really have time to think. I think a lot of my coaches said, look, when it comes down to it, just when you're playing quicker bowling, just watch the ball. All your feet, your head, all these things, that's trained into you. Yeah. Don't think too much about these things. Just concentrate on watching the ball. I know I certainly make a conscious effort to make sure my back wasn't too high.
Yeah, I think Salim, I'm liking this. Salim probably decided it's a good time to get the lid.
Yeah, probably a good idea, but I mean, probably should have thought about that when he came out a couple of balls ago. So, let's see. We get the helmet.
There's no helmet coming out there. What is that coming? Well, maybe he thinks I don't. Oh, yeah. I was going to say where the fielder came out.
And Victoria Cerveza coming out. I don't think Salim's interested. He's more interested in the helmet. And quarter of the way through this chase. It's the kind of start that the Bulgarian wanted, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're not quite run a ball pace at this stage. And Salim will be facing up for the first time.
But you know what me and Corey say? We say if you haven't got a big score on the board and you want to win a match, a low-scoring match, you need 3 wickets in the power play.
Yeah.
Well, they've got 2 of them.
True. Here's the contest. Batten to Salim. Nice looking shot. Picks out the fielder. He's going to have a ping. I think is this out? Wow.
Well, I think this is out. I think this is out, and this is, well, we'll see it first. If this is out, this is the amazing bit of teamwork.
Has he grabbed this and flicked it on top? It was so fast I didn't even see it.
Watch.
He gets the ball. I don't know if he does it on purpose.
Is that the ball?
The ball hits the stumps.
Let's have a look. This is really close. Keep an eye on the bells and with the bat.
Ball comes here. Okay, here we go. Grab. Yeah, I think he's in. We need freeze frame when that ball hits the stumps. So I think it's not out is the decision. Just in, there you go. Get the shot.
Oh, hasn't he done well keeping his bat in the ground?
Wow, how about that? Intentional or otherwise by Batten. Well, almost an instant replay.
Oh. Chancing it, aren't they?
Batten, though, can't buy a wicket, can he? Yeah, it's all well and good, keeping it tight, but I think it's player of the match video on YouTube would have just been 12 dot balls. First time we've had one of those. Anyway, here's the last ball of the power play. This one's driven away. And just one, so he goes for 5 and 5 in his 2 overs 10. He concedes off his spell. And they're in a good position, Bulgaria, but they were also in the previous match, weren't they, against Griffins? Right now, the 17 for 2 after 3. And it's a great opportunity for us to once again say a very warm hello to Charles Croucher. Well, Charles, you got to see the Bulgarian Express up close. What did you think?
It was a good over. He's, he's pushing it wide of the crease, which is, pretty hard to hit for the guys. And he's got his offside field placed pretty well. So he's, high bowling IQ, fast, and hard to hit.
And how about the light at this time of the day? Sun's just gone behind a cloud, probably in the last hour of sunlight. Does that make it a bit more difficult to pick the ball up at times?
For the umpires, no. Like, I've just taken the sunglasses off, so but totally fine for seeing out here.
Looks like we're at a close one. Charles, wishing you the best for the rest of the innings.
Okay, thanks, Vinny.
Here we go to over number 4, and it's going to be Webster. Power play's over. It's got Salim. Put the helmet away, he's put the big shots out. This one has gone all the way. I think this has just carried. And I'm going to call it early. Maximo! It was an uppercut. And Webster, who doesn't mind a 6 himself, and he goes one first ball. So all that holding Rico in the power play. Webster, just give him a bit of width, and Salim cashes in 6 runs.
Yeah, now this is the point I was trying to make. I think that was a plan. Look at the way that this batting order's been adjusted. It was... You're sacrificing 1 or 2 batters early on to allow the big hitters to come out and party later on. They know mentally that they've got the train battle out of the way. So now maybe he can just play a bit freely. It's been sensible batting from Salim because he did face a few deliveries from Batten and he played them really well, I thought.
Yeah.
And now he's played some really nice shots. This is the time where they have to get back into this match.
The technique's put under the microscope when you face something a bit quicker. At the moment, I think this is very much still in the balance. Slow ball from Webster, going nowhere fast.
Well bowled.
Just having a look at the players out there, Vinny, and again, just focus on the kit that they're wearing. They look absolutely fantastic, all the teams. And the baggies, I really do like these baggies. We just saw a close-up there of Salim, the batter. These baggy, they look really do look the part, don't they?
Sure do. Webster, another wicket here. Hasn't been the greatest start for him. And he gets one, and he gets Salim to chop on. It was a full toss. He looks down pensively. The Bureau Cup top order batter. He likes to hit long. This one was off the bottom corner, and it crashes into middle stump. And Webster, the pocket rocket, going off in the 4th. Well, we had some big hits, but now the big wicket of Salim as they lose the 3rd, 27 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is all about unusual the way he went to play this. Look, he sort of, I'm not sure what he was trying to do there. Sort of takes a little hop at it, and that's created the angle to chop it back to the stump. He really needed to be reaching.
Yeah, well, I think he was. I think he met it on the full. He was getting forward. He's trying to drive, but just lost his shape slightly, and it just came off the toe of the bat, where the inside edge meets the toe. So a dozen for Sufyan Salim. And he leaves his team precariously placed 27 for 3. And remember, the winner of this match, Rico, they will get a free pass tomorrow morning. They'll be sitting by the pool, sipping some mocktails, I'm sure. While the other team is slogging it out, getting past Zagreb Sokol. You'd imagine they fancy themselves as favourites, but still, we saw last week anything can happen in the eliminators. Here's Webster. Ram Shazad, a really good strike of the cricket ball. Demand's been busy in the field. Yeah, so big prize on the line for the winner of this match.
Yeah, it certainly is. Now Shazad, he needs to try and compose and focus himself. The way that Salim had, until that shot from Salim, Salim looked in no danger at all. He sort of created that downfall. That's a nice looking shot. That's 4 runs. That is a beautiful shot. And Barty, he was on 4 of 7 deliveries, and he was just scratching around. He was ticky-tacker, as I would say. And all of a sudden, well, he's pressed the turbo button and he's played a glorious shot. That's one of the shots of the day.
Yeah.
That's an authentic shot through extra cover.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
That's straight out of the textbook, chapter 1. That was a really nice shot. 4 overs down, 32 for 3. Coming up tomorrow, guess what? It's going to be another Super Thursday. So we'll find out exactly who we will lose. And we'll have to lose 2 matches tomorrow. Two teams, I should say, in matches 2 and 4, which is matches 17, the eliminator at number 1, and match 19, eliminator number 2. And that's where these 2 teams look set to finish. Bjurvika, I don't think they can do enough, even if they win here, to get up into 3rd on net run rate. So if Bjurvika win, they'll be 4th. And the Bulgarians will have to play Zagreb Sokol. Otherwise, it'll be the other way around. Edged.
Oh, no! Oh, Vinny.
Yeah, this one, it's full stretch stuff, isn't it, from Ishan Patel, who was back. And, well, he got two mitts to it. It's a tough one, but I think he'll wish he'd held on to it.
Oh, Chris Lakov. He will be gutted about this. And, well, look, there's nervous. That's Usman Hader, the captain. Isn't he nervous? But, look, it goes quick, but he's got to take it, isn't he?
Doesn't have to. Oh, gets another one, but no one's getting near this. It's going to be 4. Well, luck's the fortune. And we've seen 2 balls, 2 outside edges. Lakov, first one went down. This one goes to the fence.
Oh, dear. Look, we're talking wicket keepers. I'm going to get this one in here. And we talked about Mark Davis, 66 years old. Now we know another wicket keeper who's catching up with him a little bit more today, because it's our friend.
I know what you're going to say.
Grimmer.
Johnny
It's
G.
his birthday
Already
today,
gave him a shout out.
Have you done?
Happy birthday.
Well, I haven't done.
63,
So
I think.
Johnny G, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Johnny. You still with us? Well, I know you're still with us. I meant in the telecast. Here's the next one. It's a big hoof from Shazad. Johnny, wasn't he a lot of fun? In the Christmas party we had, or kind of de facto Christmas party we had in Malta last year. He had us all singing and dancing on the tables and the chairs. Don't know if we were allowed to.
Yeah, and you told a lie. You said I broke his guitar. His guitar is perfectly fine.
Yeah, by the way, I meant to tell you that. Lakov with the ball. Oh, see you later, Alligator. This is going into the fan zone. It's high and it's going to fly. Well, that one is out of here. A rocket to the moon. Maximo Shazad showing what he can do, and he can hit a long ball.
Yeah, eat your heart out. Jamie Barton is what he's saying to that. If you can hit it that hard and that far, well, I can do the same. Well, I don't know. I think you're going to have to get the old measuring tape out there. Which one was further? Well, you decide, because this went a long way as well. What a shot.
Got to have your wits about you. Took about 3 throws to get that back to the field. That was a really big hit. Topsy-turvy contest. And that run rate was just stayed in the 9s, no matter what, pretty much in this innings. Run rate required, 9.56. Lakov. Lack of luck going his way this over. Slower ball, bit of work to do. Steep mid-wicket. Got to defend well as well when you're defending double digits. Piece of work to keep it to 1. Shazad's the man they want to see the back of. I think they nudge ahead in the game if Shazad departs, but the longer he stays there, I think the Norwegians will consider this chase very, very achievable. This has worked away, and this could be 4 more. It's a long chase, and it's in the gap. And so now Bhatti getting in on the action. So both batters hit 12. And that's halfway into this chase. And they are about halfway there. 47 for 3 after 5 overs.
Yeah, I mean, just so... I mean, you look at those figures, and this is where it's so tough being a bowler, and being that was my main discipline, I feel for Lakov there. The very first delivery, he knows he should have had his man, he gets dropped, and what happens after that is that, well, 15 runs come off the over. So, it's a hard life being a bowler, and in this format as well, T10, I mean, you only get 12 deliveries, and... a couple of edges, things don't go your way, and all of a sudden your bowling figures, they don't tell the true story. He's really unlucky.
That's a really good point. And he's had a couple of overs like that in this series where he hasn't had too much luck. We're going to see Gaggandeep Singh or Deep Singh. coming on to bowl over number 6. Need a wicket here. The Bulgarians. He's not going to get one with that. I like the work of Ishan Patel behind the stump, so I know he dropped that one. I suppose he gave himself a chance to catch it, couldn't quite hold on last over. I liked his positioning, acrobatically got there, just kind of burst through his gloves. But this is Shazad, who I think holds the key to this chase. On strike now.
Yeah, I'm liking this from Gagandeep Singh as well. He's just making sure that like was done to them, it's just making sure that the batter stays inside the screen. Look, Gagandeep didn't bowl the last game. He sort of bowled a game, has a bowled on game. But back in Sofia, every time he's played, he's always been the big player. And
yeah, he's just saying, yeah, he's fair enough.
Entitled to do this, absolutely right.
Yeah.
And say, look, hang on.
I mean, yeah,
He's
had his warning, put it that way. Wow, this is gone, and this is coming down from space at a serious pace. It's going to be 6 more. Maximal, Shazad goes crazy. That is a massive strike.
Yeah, Shazad, he's just showing us what he's capable of and showing us what he did the other day against Griffins when he scored 39 off 10 balls, and it was hitting like this. And this is why I was saying that you just got to be careful. They've got one of them. They've got Salim, but they've still got this man Shazad, and well, Usman Arif, he can hit it pretty hard as well. Full toss, slow ball, it'd be a wide, and but it is one that's been missed out.
Yeah, so trying a variation, and didn't quite go where he wanted it. Now, when you get hit for such a large ball first early in your over, you just know this could be a long over. You might be scratching your head a little bit.
I think he'll get his man. I'm going to give Gagandeep the praise.
Well, this has gone high, and you can forget this. It's going to be over the giant ice cube. Maximal, 6 more. And Shazad, well, he's a bit of a finisher, isn't he? And I think he's got this target in sight to him. It doesn't look like that many runs.
No, that's another big hit. And it's nice that he's gone straight this time, because one of the things I was thinking about when I'm looking at this field and I'm looking at fine leg and third man inside the ring, I'm thinking, well, look, I haven't seen anything really hit straight down the ground. Could one of them go back to stop some of these edges? Maybe not.
Oh, so it's right off the cue end, the bottom of the bat. And they'll get one.
See,
what is that? Yeah, go on.
I was going to say, with somebody like Shazad batting, when things like that happen, that's not a bad thing. Because I think the only way you're going to get them off strike is for that to happen. Then they've got a time to get to the other end, calm down a little, get back into match mode. If they stay at that end, they end up getting themselves out.
Martin want him back down there, I think. And he will. He's got a single here. I want to say quick hello to Niraj Khanna, who's in the chat. Hello, Niraj.
Hello,
another
Niraj.
master wicketkeeper sometimes.
Yeah, hello, Niraj.
Right, he's
Hope you're
joined us.
well, and your family as well. Lovely family Niraj has.
Had a lot of friends in Malta, didn't we? I'm sure we'll get back there at some point this year for the ECS. And Johnny Grimmer, even though he's a bit older, he's still not as old as Mark Davies, so he can't have his record back just yet. Oh, could have been the end of Shazad, but he survives.
This is what I'm talking about. This is why I think sometimes for him just to get to the other end for a couple of balls, he does very quickly. Question for Niraj. I wonder what Niraj thinks of the chances of the Super King, because we know that is a really, really tough group, isn't it? Niraj, what do you reckon?
Really good question. Deep. He'd love to have the last laugh here. Well, he might. This is in the air. It's a catch for Lakov. Doesn't drop many. And he takes it. In fact, that's Jamie Batten down there. There's Jamie Batten, the Bulgarian Express, who's in that area. And Ulriko, you said you thought Deep Singh could get the big wicket. Well, it came at a substantial cost, but it is the back of the man doing the damage. Shazad has got to go for 25, and now it's 63 for 4.
Game back on. While that man's out there, you know it could be finished in a matter of balls. But they've got the big man, and yeah, Deep Singh, I just thought that he's a wise campaigner. I've seen a lot of him in Sofia, the time that I've been there, and I know that being hit a few times is not going to deter him. He'll try different things, takes the pace off, and that's a really good catch low down. Catches win matches. Is that the catch from Jamie Batten? That's going to win this match for Indo-Bulgarian.
I was a bit worried the train was off the rails there. I thought maybe it was Lakov in that position, but Lakov's just shuffled around to long on in this match. So yeah, Batten made sure he got there, and then made sure he protected the ball when he impacted the ground. So Big wicket. Run rate required has come down a fair bit this over. Demand's going to come back to bowl the next one. This has hit one hop. Lack of. There he is. So yeah, the run rate required is only 7.5 now. But what you would say is that the real danger men are now back in the shed. I know you've still got Butty there. He's playing a bit of an anchor role. You've got a new batter at the crease, and we saw earlier in the Griffins match, for example, how the wickets at the end can just throw things off a bit. And it might look easy to score 8 and over, but when you're new, you've been sitting on the bench, you come out there, the pressure time of the game, not so easy. As Afzal hits this one, another one bouncer. That's out to Webster for a single. And look, at the moment, singles are fine, I think, for Indo-Bulgarians, because just sees that rate nudge up a little bit. Keep that gap at 6 at the moment. And he wants it. This one could be out. This time it is Lakov, and he'll say to the Bulgarian Express, whatever you can do, I can do as well. Well, Ron Burgundy, call him whatever you like. My name is Earl. Jason Sudeikis. I don't care what you want to call him, but I tell you what, he is a good fielder. And Bulgarian in the back end of that earlier game today, they didn't hold their catches. They've held a couple of crucial ones here in a couple of minutes to get them back in this contest. 65 for 5.
Yeah, look, this is really, really good. Two good catches. Look, one thing that Indo-Bulgarian do have when you look at their squad, they've got the likes of Lakov, Batten, and also Webster. They're good athletic fielders. They give you something in every part of the match. They give you something with the bat, they give you something with the ball, and also, very importantly, in this this setup, they give you something in the field, and that's exactly what's happened there. That is big. That is a crucial wicket.
That is Butty, who's got to go. So effectively, we've got two new batters. But here is one more. Maybe overlooked him as an out-and-out batter, but Usman Arif, he's out there and he's built for power.
Yeah.
And he's a guy. We saw him whack 4 consecutive sixes earlier this week. If he did that right now, it's almost job done. So there's one more big gun they got to dodge. Indo-Bulgarians. They are into the bottom half of this lineup. Demand's got 3 for 9 now. And well, this is in the air, and I think it's going to be a half a chance. Well, he's taken it, and well, the train, it was off the rails, it was in the air, it's going to the left, it's going to the right. There's 2 big catches for him, and another one for Demand as Usman Arif goes very first ball. He didn't want to stick around, and now Demand's on a hat-trick, 65 for 6.
Yeah, that is, for me, that's the match. He doesn't want to wait, you're absolutely right. We know he can hit it big. He elects to go straight away, and there's only one man going to take this. Look at that. He's jumping up in the air, takes a catch. Wasn't an easy one, because I tell you why, because he's coming from a part of ground which has got sun, and then he's going into the shade. He's keeping an eye on it, but keeps his head perfectly still, takes a catch, and well, there he is. Jagdeep Singh, who started it by getting the other big batter out, is saying, yep, that's it, that's game now. The big guns are back, and you can see there, you just saw the look of concern from the captain, Usman Haider, as he sat down. He now knows to get back into this match is going to take something special.
Yeah, I mean, won't count out just yet. I mean, they need 8.4 and over. Yes, they've lost 6 wickets. That's going to be a concern, but I mean, still would say there's a realistic chance both teams could walk away with the points here and walk away with 4th place. That's what makes this so important. So, well, 2022, we haven't had a hat-trick yet, and the jinx is real. Will we get a hat-trick here for Demand? Oh, so close. Once again, the hat-trick gods not smiling on us, but at the moment, the cricket gods suffering some chances. And another thing we haven't had so far in 2022 is a 5-wicket haul. Demand, he's got one more ball, I think, to try and make it happen.
Demand has bowled really well.
Oh, this is in the air, and he might get a 5 for here. Well, Lakov is going to go for it. Demand wants it. They both want it, and it goes down. Well, the jinx of the 5 is real. I think Demand had to get out of the way there. Lakov was the man coming in, and, well, we had a drop hat-trick. Now we had to drop 5. But really, I've got to say, the bowler didn't do the fielder any favours. He wasn't social distancing. It's the end of 7 overs, and it is 66 for 6. Well, all the 6 is the devil's number, and right was an over. Burovica felt where they were just facing some difficulties. I think I don't know, demand. He ends up standing by, hoping maybe for a rebound.
He does stop. I think Lakov finally does get in his ear. Look, demand, he's showing there, even though he got knocked out by the non-striking batter, he's picked himself up and he's come back strong. He picks 4 wickets, but he quite easily could have had 5.
That's the last over. 27 off 18. This is where if you have an over that doesn't get up above kind of that 7 or 8, you're really leaving it late. Mohammed Imran, he's at the crease, and if you remember him, he was the one early on he was having a few issues out there on the point boundary. Now this is in the air. Lakov is backing back, and he's dropped another one. Well, Lakov, normally such a good fielder, and this time he didn't really have too many excuses. It pushed him all the way back.
He's hiding. We got you.
Well, there he is. He knows. Well, at least he saves the boundary. It could have been a lot worse. I mean, that could have gone through his fingers for 6. And the other issue, Rico, is I believe Prakash Mishra, he's not out there. He's got that slight injury, so he won't be an option. Deep Singh. Slower ball, hit nicely. Should just be 1, and 1's a win for Indo-Bulgarian, who I think they would just love to win a close contest. Their win against Zagreb Sokol was pretty comprehensive. But they have been improving all the way through this series. They couldn't quite get it done after being in a winning position against Griffins. You'd have to say they're in a winning position here.
Yep.
Done the hard work, but just a couple of chances going down. And he loses the 7th wicket now. It's really, really tough. Big swing and a miss. And what's the approach from the batters right now? I mean, you now need almost 2 a ball. I mean, you're not really satisfied with just singles now, are you, as a batter?
Well, the thing is, a single's still better than a dot. And what I would be saying is, when I look at that leg side field, I'm saying you play it there and you go for 2. There is 2 there.
Could be. They need a boundary just to steady Bjurovica. Well, they get some contact. And this one will go all the way. Lakov can't do anything about this. Maximo. Mohammed Imran. Oh, what a fairy tale that would be. The man had found himself in all sorts of bother in the sun before. Well, as the sun is setting shortly, he is at the crease trying to grab 4th spot for Bjurovica. And that 6 runs will help. Went and fetched it. Ends up getting it just over Lakov. Look at that. Not much in it. Back to live action. Last ball of the over. And this one will be 6 more. So bang, bang, Deep Singh ends up going the journey off the last 2 and does that swing the ball, swing it back. He's now 13 off 12, and that's how quick the game can change, Rico. It changes so quickly, your head will spin, and now only 13 required off the last 2 overs, 80 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting choice of delivery, the last one. It means he goes to 30 off his 2 overs. It takes the score to 80, keeps it really interesting here now. So you can see that 13 of 12. Now look, this is where, if they're not smart, they can throw this away. It's almost practically a runner ball. They've got to go for a runner ball, but of course they will be concerned that they have lost 6 wickets. So it's not the same as some of the situations we've seen earlier when teams have lost only 2 or 3 wickets. But they've got to be smart about this.
Lakov and Webster are going to get these 2 overs. Lakov just has to try and keep them in the game. Really, if you can dodge a boundary in this over, I think you can get it back to about 50-50.
I think the game would...
Yeah, they're going with Lakov, and then we'll get Webster in the 10th over, I'm pretty sure. All right, 9th over. Buckle up. Clever batting. Need to keep it to 1 here. And now actually 1s are not so bad for the batting side, because at least it keeps them ticking. I think if you get dot balls, 1 or 2, then it may force them into something a bit more aggressive. But right now, I think with the field spread, you're happy just to get bat on ball and run, maybe take a couple of extras, take a boundary if it comes, maybe a little edge if it comes, put away the bad ball. You can bat pretty normally and get these runs now. 12 off 11. Imran, not interested in the 1s. Well, they might get 2 here. It's right into the gap. It's a long throw. And they will get 2, and that will take it down to a runner ball.
Yeah, look, one thing I'm going to say here, I think Lakov was the right player to bring on, because I think he's going to be pumped. He's dropped those catches. He knows they could be critical. He wants to try and make this over count.
Well, you've got to get a wicket or 2 here. Then we will see a grandstand finish. Just get 1 though. 9 off 9. The other thing is, the longer you can take this, the more nervous the batters are going to become. And then maybe it's the time, especially as we get towards the end of this over, or certainly in the last over, if it goes that far, to bring someone up in the onside, and don't just give him that single. It's really tight juggling act for the captain. 9 off 9. Oh, this one clamps down. Oh, pretty close. Renard?
Does he slide this in or does he stop it on the line?
I think he's fine. I think the issue here is he's a bit worried about where it's going. He wants to try and find a 1. Afsar was pretty happy to keep it out. So this one hits the glove and then kicks it towards Lakov. Turns around. I think I see that from side on. There you go. Get a good view of it here. I think he's just back. Let's try and freeze right about here. Ooh, go back a bit. Let's have a look. Got to get that impact. Let's have a look. Oh, here we go. There we go. I think there. Just in. Yep. Excellent camera work. Give that cameraman a raise.
Good work from our team. It's been
pretty close though.
Closer than I thought, I have to say. But this is what I was talking about before. It's nice to have that technology. Ooh, well, what's the hide on this? I think this is a no ball. Yeah, it is. And I think that's a really good call. Top umpiring, we were talking about communication between the umpires.
Yeah.
Umpire and Anshub there straight away, puts the arm out, no ball. This could be important.
That hurts. Let's have a look at this. And yeah, it is a good call. It's above the waist. So now we're getting a free hit. So now what do you do here? Just go for it? You got a chance to tie the game with one swing of the bat. Silly question. Well, he does. And this one is going, and it's gone. Maximal! Bjurvika tie the scores in a topsy-turvy contest. And now it looks like 4th place will be theirs. And Lakov cannot take a trick at the moment. And he's had a 10 overs to forget, but that's the nature of these tournaments, Rico. You have some great moments, you have some moments that you just want back. You have some games where it all goes wrong. At the end, it's all a bundle of experiences. Both these teams we will see tomorrow on Super Thursday. And there's a very good chance they could meet, tomorrow afternoon in an eliminator. You can see there's not too much between them, but at the moment, Lakov just hasn't been able to hold on. And now any score will win it for Bjurvika.
Yeah, that's disappointing. He's been unlucky. It was a good shot, though, you have to say. Free hit. And, well, this one could be a wicket. And it... Oh, no! Oh, no. What a way to lose the match. That's unbelievable. And it's Khan that puts it down. And that sort of sums up the day they've had. Look, they've been in 2 really close contests. What has cost them both those matches? I can tell you. You can tell us as well. Tell us.
I was going to say the catches, but I was going to say it's been Jekyll and Hyde because we've also seen 3 outstanding catches taken. But Shafkat Khan doesn't have the gloves. And all I'll say in his defence, at least it wasn't off the last ball of the 10th over. This is off the last ball of the 9th. Because otherwise, I think it would have been a much longer period on the ground that he would have spent. But look, credit to Bjurvika. They hung in there. They kept playing their shots. They had to be brave. They were sure. Bulgarian, they let him into the game a little bit late on, but they're going to do this with an over to spare in the end. 93 off 9 overs for Bjurvika to defeat Indo-Bulgarian 92.
I'm going to say it. I thought when that wicket went of Usman Arif, very first ball caught by Batten there on the boundary, I thought that was the game. But these two, well, look, give them credit. They did what they had to do. Really good batting. But, they hit the ball well. I think it was sensible batting. They knew what they had to do. They didn't go out there and just throw their bat at everything as we have a look at some of these highlights. But Indo-Bulgarian, they are going to be gutted. They're going to be hurting tonight because they've had 2 really, really close matches and they just haven't gone their way.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And see here, they wanted early wickets. Demand, well, he was able to do it at a bit of an expense as there was what do you call it? Illegal charge foul in American football. But a really smart bit of work. Isha Patel had the gloves. And it was a good idea, I think, for Sufyan Salim to grab the helmet to the Bulgarian Express. Apart from that, look at that from that. This was quite an outstanding bit of cricket. And then it was the pocket rocket, Webster, that got the big wicket of Salim. But what I would say, think about how much Bjurvika have improved with the bat compared to that first morning, where we just saw them a little bit unsure of how to approach it. We saw them batting with a few inhibitions, but I think they've really grown into this series, and you showed that it wasn't just 1 or 2 or 3 hitters. There were probably 5 or 6 that really you felt could win the game, and in the end, you used 8 batters in total chasing down these runs.
Yeah, look, there were a lot of shots of Usman Haider, the captain, in the team camp there, looking well, pretty miserable because things weren't going their way at one time, especially when these catches were taken. But look, that man who took 2 catches is a very big moment coming up here if we have it in the highlights. And that was when Rohit Nomian, this one, I think, is it this one when he was 5 wickets? No, this is a different one. This is the catch that got Arif Usman. That was big as well. Usman Arif, I should say. This is the one that, when that goes down, right, Rohit Nomian would not have helped. And once again, he's in somebody's face, or at least this time, Blackwood didn't have a helmet on, so he was safe. That catch going down, and then there was another one. And that was this one here. This one he should have taken. Once this one goes down, you know things are not going their way. He's got it. You're right. He does save the boundary, but that story tells it on. That's how Usman Haider was looking when he was out there. The things on his way. I reckon he's played this card really well. I reckon he has team tactics. They've talked about it.
Yeah.
A lot of teams go for the big hitters inside the power play. They hold them back. In this case, it worked in the favour.
Yeah, you've got to learn from where you've been failing, and I hope that Indo-Bulgarian do the same. And that just summed it up, didn't it? It's a proper Jekyll and Hyde performance. Well, a couple of little chuckles, as you can imagine. They had their own chuckles, didn't they, Mohamed Imran? Well, he's the man in the end, is there at the end. He was the man that was crawling around for the ball early in match 15. You'll only see it here on the European Cricket Network. And that means that Indo-Bulgarian will play Zagreb Sokol in the second match tomorrow. And Jurovica can sit tight and wait to play the winner of that. Mohamed Imran, he was there and he was the hero in the end. 24 not out off 11. Although Rohit Daman is the player of the match in a losing side, 4 for 10. Should have had 5. But Karam Shahzad, important with his 25 off 11. You can see that although they went through a few batters, no one really went at a terrible strike rate. So it just meant that they didn't fall too far behind the rate. And just found a way to pick up the pace. 4 for 10. There you go. Daman, he was player of the match, but I'm sure he'd trade it for a win right now because they're going to have to do it twice tomorrow to stay in the tournament through Super Thursday, Indo-Bulgarian, and make it to finals Friday. Well, what it means for our Bulgarian fans in the chat, well, good news. You're potentially going to get twice as much Indo-Bulgarian and twice as much Bulgarian Express tomorrow on the ECN. As you see, those big overs in the middle just set up this chase, and in the end, they didn't even need the 10th, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, it's a funny game, isn't it? The Indo-Bulgarian fans and families, this time yesterday, they were dancing, they were partying, they were having a good time. Yet today, they're going to be a little bit sad. They're going to be feeling that their team, once again, had victory plucked away from them. They were so close, but it wasn't to be, but they're still in it. It just means that they have to do it the hard way. Anything is possible, but, well, I think they're going to come back more determined and stronger. And I think the other key thing is hopefully their captain, Prakash Mishra, will be able to take the field of play. And if he is able to take the field of play, maybe he can, well, get his bowling out. Because that was the one thing I thought. If he comes in the bowl against these sort of batters, just keeping the pace off and his clever slower balls, that maybe that could have played a part in this match. It wasn't to be, but look, we have had some really entertaining matches here today, haven't we?
Yeah, we certainly have. Here is the final table. You see Brevka, they do win, but they don't improve their net run rate enough to get into the top 3. So that means that we'll have Royal Tigers topping the table, deservedly so, you'd have to say. They're 4-1, same record as Brigade, who really, they had that their net run rate take a hit in that first match of the tournament. Shows you how important all the margins are. Griffins in 3rd. So Royal Tigers, Brigade and Griffins, they'll play each other tomorrow. Burovica, they will play the winner of Indo-Bulgarian and Zagreb Sokol. So Burovica just the one game tomorrow. And Indo-Bulgarian, a few injury concerns. Mishra, we don't know his status. We'll try and find that out before tomorrow. But yeah, you'd have to say what's really exciting about this group, Group B, is that you really couldn't say who's even favourite at this stage because it'll be a bit of an equaliser tomorrow. Okay, that's the top 3, but only 2 of those, depending on who plays better tomorrow on Super Thursday, will get the double chance. And you really have no idea at the moment who's going to qualify from Group B.
No, none at all. And you're absolutely right. I think every day, and during every day, we've seen the teams swap and change.
Yeah.
And look, I always say, don't I, that even though you have to do it the hard way if you finish at the bottom at this stage after the round robins and going into Super Thursdays, that doesn't mean you can't go all the way to win.
Well, that's right, because if you do qualify from the bottom 3, you've got winning form going into finals Friday. So I think that's really important. And you'd say even the 2 teams you see out there, like they're not that far from clicking and they can beat anyone on their day. Yeah, they're going to have to string a few results together. Thinking to Bulgarian, they'll be disappointed because they got in winning positions twice today, weren't able to register any points. Burovica, I think they're kind of just like gathering confidence, and I think more of their players are are showing what they can do. So I think we're set for a very, very interesting match tomorrow.
Yeah,
and set of matches tomorrow.
It's going to be a great day. I mean, these teams are so close to each other, and we're going to get more close matches. I'm looking forward to it already.
Yeah, so we will start tomorrow morning, and I'm sure that hopefully you can join us then. 8 o'clock AM GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 1:30 PM in India for a super Thursday. And this in itself was a pretty super day because we reached 2,000 matches all time. So big thanks to you, and a big thanks to you as well. Thanks to Corey Ruckers and the ECN crew, introductions and everyone, all the players, officials, all the volunteers at the ground, all of you as well, though, that we couldn't do it without you. 2,000 games, and we could reach 3,000 before the end of the year, so that's quite mind-boggling. But that's the volume of cricket we're playing at the moment, and it's because people want to see cricket. We want to put the cricket on. We want to make it exciting, fast-paced, and well, no one's ever seen cricket like we've seen here on the European Cricket Network.
Look, here's a question for you. Sometimes with whatever format of cricket you're watching, whether you're watching the days of Test cricket, a one-dayer, a T20, yeah, there'll be moments that you think, well, remember that moment?
Yeah.
And you do remember that moment. Why?
Yeah.
Because there's only 1 or 2 moments. Look how many moments we've had today. There is just so much cricket. It doesn't surprise me at all that this format has taken the world by storm.
Well, I think that's a great way to take us into what we're going to show you next, because we're going to say goodbye very shortly. Then we're going to take you to some daily highlights. Some of those moments that you might have missed, they will be there in front of you. Anyway, Rico, great job today. Good to see you out there in the middle. Give me a bit of a breather. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow for Super Thursday, because things really hotting up here in Group B. We'll be back tomorrow. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And on behalf of myself, Rico, and of course Corey Ruckers, we hope you have a happy and safe evening. Thanks for joining us on the European Cricket Network. Hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow for more ECN action. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League. Here's some highlights of the day. Hasta mañana.
Quiero mucho. Hasta mañana.